Welcome to HOJO Radio.
Hello, everybody, hello. Hello is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So hello, everybody, hello. For softer, lively curls and brighter, sparkling hair. So hello, everybody, hello. Halo shampoo, halo.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
Good evening to you folks. Hang up your hats and coats. Pull up a chair and shed your care. He's on the air, Bob Hope.
Thank you so much. Hello, here we go with our fun show. Wear a grin to get in through the wicket, where thereafter your laughter's your ticket, and smiles will last a season's pass. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Hope, the fellow who helps makes Tuesday night such a swell night to go to the movies. I want to thank you folks for taking such an interest in the program. My fan mail has been so heavy these last few weeks that I had to get another cigar box. Well, Halloween is gone, and so is my house. Halloween is really for the kids. They have so much fun. They're so cute. Angels with dirty soap. They came around. They're marvelous, those kids. They come around to the house, and they send one kid up to the door, the one without the axe, and the kid looks at you. And the kid looks at you and says, treat or tricks? Then you give them some cookies, and they take your cookies in your front porch and run away. When they got through with my house, it looked like a testing ground for termites. No kidding. I had a piece of every billboard from 10 miles around. The first thing I saw when I stepped out of the house this morning was, 30 motion pictures every Thursday are your best community chest. So vote now. Even this morning, a kid came around and threw some garbage on my lawn. I said, hey, what are you doing? He said, pardon me, I forgot this last night. When I asked him why I was throwing garbage, he said, what do you think you throw at us every Tuesday night? But enough of that. I think we have a nice show here tonight that consists of...
The foremost singing comedian of the motion picture world, Miss Martha Ray. And in the regular lineup, we have Skinny Ennis and his band, 6 hits and a miss. Jerry Colonna through the courtesy of Warner Brothers. And Bob Hope through the courtesy of his landlord.
That's Bill Goodwin. He gave a Halloween party last night, 25-cent cover charge. We had a nice party at Bill's place. Of course, his room is a little small. More of a closet that made good. It was so small that Bill didn't have room for pumpkins, so he cut faces in grapes. And he had a midget witch riding around the room on a toothbrush. What a room. You've heard of sunken living rooms? Well, Bill's room has a sunken ceiling. Nice, but it got a little tiresome dancing around on our knees. And the music was nice, too, but we ran out of nickels. I used to tell that joke in vaudeville with Fibber McGee. You remember Fibber, huh? When you and I were young, McGee. But anyway, we at the party last night, we ran out of nickels, and of course we played ducking for apples. I put my head in the tub and came up with Johnny Weissmuller. Then to keep the party alive, we got in the tub and made the apples duck for us. Sort of an underwater Lambeth walk. Bill won the prize for pinning the tail on the donkey. I don't know whether he peaked or whether he's a Democrat. And all the girls came to the party with dresses that matched their boyfriend's hair. Kay Francis came with Jimmy Cagney, wore a red dress. Sonia Henney came with Jerome Power and wore a black dress. Jeanette MacDonald came with Jean Raymond and wore a gold dress. And Gypsy Rose Lee came with Guy Kibbe. Oh, it was a swell part. Bing Crosby that was there. He was dressed cute. His suit was so loud, the Moors were wearing dark glasses. Well, I finally got that out. Marble mouth. And Jimmy Fiddler was there. Jimmy Fiddler was there, too. By midnight, he was so sleepy he could hardly keep his ears open.
Say, Bob, how did you like my Halloween party?
Oh, fine, Bill. What hamburger stand did the catering?
You know, Bob, my girl thought you were made up as a spook. When you were eating, she said, boy, look at that goblin.
Yeah. Well, I had fun, Bill. Did you see me chasing Martha Ray around the room? Wasn't that a laugh?
Yeah, Bob, that was one laugh after another.
How'd you like the way I was dressed, Bill?
Well, Bob, that was a novel idea, coming to the party in a suit made out of old insurance policies.
Not so novel. Every time I started dancing, 2 of them expired.
Hello, fellas.
Hello, Skinny. Hi, Skinny.
Hey, Bob, how'd you like that white sheet I put on for the party?
Oh, that was fine, Skinny, but what was that big bulge in the back?
Shucks, man. You wouldn't want me to wake my father up.
No, Skinny, but you didn't have to sit on him all night. There's only one fellow in this program who knows how to act at a party.
Greetings, Gate. Let's celebrate. I love parties. I love girls. That is why my mustache curls.
Take off your mask, Professor. Halloween is over.
Ah, Halloween. What merriment. What gaiety. I spent the entire night stealing gates. Gates?
Tell me, Professor, why did you attend Goodwin's party with a frankfurter around your neck?
Ah, yes. I wanted to look Halloweeny.
I get it, Professor. Halloweeny.
Hot dog.
Professor, jokes like that can end my radio career.
Goody.
1 minute. I smell something smoking. Is it you, Professor?
Ah, yes. I bought this suit at a fire sale, and it's still burning. One of my quirks. I've always wanted a light suit.
Next time you have a headache, Professor, doubt it.
Quiet, knave. I passed 4 black cats on my way to the studio. They meowed at me, and I was awfully embarrassed.
Well, Professor, why should that embarrass you?
My mustache meowed back at them.
Incidentally, Professor, how do you keep that mustache pressed so nicely?
I sleep with my head between a book.
You intrigue me, Professor.
Ah, Halloween. How I recalled my first Halloween party. We were ducking for ducks.
For ducks?
Yes, Gate. They'd already eaten the apples. In my youth, I was afflicted with a poor memory.
You handled that nicely.
When it was my turn to duck, I put my head under the water and forgot to take it out.
Really?
Days passed. Autumn vanished into the winter. The water froze into a cake of ice. The ice company came out and chopped. Chop. Chop. The next thing I knew, I was in an icebox. Time staggers on. I am now in a highball balancing a cherry on my nose. The end. A fellow drank me down.
If a fella drank you down, what are you doing here?
Ah, so you're wondering too?
And now, while the professor slips into his straitjacket, Skinny Ennis, our quivering baritone, sings Heart and Soul from the Paramount picture, A Song is Born. Take it, Skinny.
Heart and soul, I fell in love with you, heart and soul, the way a fool would do gladly. I guess it served me right to steal a kiss in the night. Heart and soul, I longed to find romance, saw my goal, and took the fatal chance gladly. There on that night we kissed, there in the moonlit. Oh, but your lips were thrilling, much too thrilling. What in the world were they so strangely willing? Can't you see what one embrace can do? Look at me, it's got me loving you madly. That little kiss I stole cost me my heart and soul. That little kiss I stole cost me my heart and soul.
Would you like to try an interesting experiment? It really won't take more than a minute of your time. Just do this. After the broadcast tonight, stand squarely in front of a good-sized, well-lighted mirror. Next, put on your biggest and broadest smile. Yes, the very best smile in your repertoire. Then ask yourself these questions quite frankly. Am I proud of my smile? Is it bright and sparkling the way I want it to be? Is it a fetching, irresistible, magnetic sort of smile? Of course, I don't know what story your mirror will tell you, but if you're the least bit disappointed in the sparkle and gleam of your smile, I have a little tip for you. You really should try New Day Pepsodent toothpaste or powder containing irium. There's a combination that really does wonders for your smile. How? Well, you see, irium is a marvelous new cleansing agent found in Pepsodent alone of all dentifrices, which helps Pepsodent to gently brush away unsightly surface stains from tooth enamel. With these masking surface stains gone, your teeth then reveal their full natural luster, so that they shine and sparkle with all their glorious natural beauty. Furthermore, Pepsodent is safe in its action on teeth, since it contains no grit, no pumice, no drugs. Start using Pepsodent containing irium right away, and in a short time, look in your mirror for the happy results.
How'd you like love me? How'd you like it? How'd you like kiss me? How'd you like it? Try to dare to learn if I could bear my way.
How'd you like to love me? On the level, how'd you like to miss me? Like the devil, would you be so kind as to keep me on your mind all day?
I told my doctor, my lawyer, to see what they think.
Why, the moment they saw you, were they tickled pink?
So how'd you like to love me? How'd you like it? How'd you
Here
like
she is, ladies and gentlemen, that latest glamour girl from the Paramount Studios. We take pride in bringing you that demure, alluring, bashful...
Has he gone nuts?
That seductive, sweet, captivating...
He's wacky.
That charming, lovable glamour girl...
Hammer!
Miss Martha Ray!
Oh, thank you very much, Robert. I'm awfully glad to be here. Awfully. I've heard your program several times, and in fact, my husband and I have listened in and...
Oh, your husband. Here it comes. Martha just got married, folks. That's not him, is it?
I hope not. Yes, my husband. Doesn't that sound thrilling? Oh, Mom!
Hey, Martha married a very good friend of mine, by the way, Dave Rose. How are you tonight, Mrs. Rose?
Mrs. Rose. Oh, gee whiz.
Why, I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Hope.
You know, I can just see your little cottage, Martha, with all those little rambling roses running around. Isn't that cute, huh?
Oh, Bob.
Where'd you get married, Martha?
Well, we went to Ensenada to get married, and Mr. and Mrs. Jimmy Fiddler went along with us.
Really?
See, Jimmy was the best man.
You took a columnist on your honeymoon?
Yeah, and he gave it 5 bells.
Well, I have to hand it to you, taking Fiddler on your honeymoon. But why a columnist?
Why not? My life's just an open letter, really.
Well, I haven't lived enough for a whole letter yet, but...
Wait a minute. You get around. You haven't got that bicycle for nothing.
You can't mean me, Martha.
Yeah, well, you're awful fickle, Bob. Look, you've been playing opposite that Shirley Ross.
Who?
Shirley Ross, that other woman, you know.
Oh, Shirley Ross, yes.
Well, you've been in 2 pictures with her, and this is the 3rd with me. What I want to know is, Bob, which one of us do you enjoy kissing the most?
Well, Martha...
Think fast, you liar.
Well, it's not a fair question, Martha, because I've never really graded my osculatory efforts.
Oh.
Where do I find that, huh?
Well, all I know is that your kisses have been kind of weak lately.
It's not true, Martha. My kisses always have power.
Yes, but not enough to roam.
Yeah. Well, Madeline Carroll didn't think so.
You kissed Madeline Carroll?
Yeah, I kissed her so hard I went right through the frame.
Oh, boy. Kick that around. Oh, I'd like to see you play a love scene with Hedy Lamarr.
So would I.
Why, the minute she'd take you in her arms, you'd forget everything.
Ah, but think of that minute.
Now, if you were Ronald Coleman...
Oh, yeah?
No.
What's he got that we both want?
Why, if you were Ronald Coleman, I'd help you make mistakes so we could do the scene over.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine doing one love scene 20 or 30 times a day. Picture it. Just picture it, Bob. My arms. Quiet, Pat. My arms about his neck. And I look into his eyes and say, Ronnie boy?
Ronnie boy?
Ronnie boy, do you mind? And he says, Martha gal, our lips meet. And from then on, I just hang.
Okay, Martha, you can wake up now. It's time for your song. Do it.
Old Man River, that old man river, he don't say nothing, must know something, he just keeps rolling, he keeps on rolling along. Ah, he don't plant potatoes, and he don't plant cotton, and them that plants them is soon forgotten. But old man River, he just keeps rolling along. Now you and me, we sweat and strain, bodies all aching and racked with pain. Oh, tote that bar, lift that veil, you'll get a little drunk and you'll land in jail. I get weary, I'm sick of trying, I'm tired of living, and I feel just like dying. Old Man River, he just keeps rolling hard. Shoot the lick to me, John boy. Shoot the lick to me, John boy. Old Man River, don't say nothing, but must know something. He just keeps rolling, keeps on rolling along. Don't plant potatoes, don't plant cotton. Them the plants soon forgotten. Old Man River just keeps trucking on down. Now you and me with sweat and strain, bodies all aching and racked with pain. Toot that bar, lift that veil, get no drunk thing and I'm in jail. I get tired, sick of living, I feel like dying. Old Man River just keeps rolling hollow. Dot not it dip ho, dot not it dip ho, dot not on day, dot dot do day, hit dot do day, dot river.
Anytime you're Lambeth way, any evening, any day.
And now, Bob Hope, with apologies to the British Empire and practically everybody else, brings you his version of that latest international complication, the Lambeth Walk.
You'll find them all doing the Lambeth Walk.
Say, Bill, where's all that music coming from?
Why, Bob, that's that new dancing school next door.
Well, let's go over there and make them cut it out. This is no way to run a broadcast.
Well, okay, but they got a lot of pretty dancing girls over there, and I was wondering...
Listen, I don't care what they... Oh, pretty dancing girls, huh?
Well, yeah, Bob, and I was wondering if you'd come back...
Yeah, but listen, Bill, we can't have a dance studio play loud music while we're on the air, even if there are pretty girls up there. We'll have to go up there and find out about this thing, even if there are pretty girls up there. How many are there?
Say, look at the sign on that door, Bob.
Yeah, Professor Colonna, Terpsichorean Intricacies. Turkey Trot, Bunny Hug, The Castle Glide, Charleston Tap, Trucking Done, Local or Long Distance.
Well, let's go in.
Okay.
Greetings, Gate. Let's syncopate.
Are you Professor Colonna?
If I'm not, he'll be awfully surprised because I'm wearing his head.
Where are the girls, Professor?
They're doing an underwater ballet in the tanks.
Oh, the tanks.
You're welcome.
Say, Bob, now that we're here, this is a good chance to learn the Lambeth Walk.
Oh, Bill, I hate the switch. I'm just mastering the Charleston. Next week, I'm starting the Black Bottom.
The first part? Say, Bob, have you forgotten we're going to a big party tonight given by the Duke and Duchess of Stuff?
Of Stuff?
Yeah, of Stuff.
Well.
And very, very English, and they'll expect us to know the Lambeth Walk.
Perhaps I can be of some assistance, Gates. I'm going to the party myself. I shall give you a lesson immediately after the Duke's dinner.
Oh, Professor, you mean duck dinner.
Silence, knave. I know what I mean. I helped the Duchess prepare it myself. I went duck hunting with the Duke, and the Duke forgot to duck. A Duke's dinner.
I hope the dinner isn't as old as that gag, Professor. Well, let's duck out of here, Bill. We'll see you tonight, Professor, if we're not careful.
Here's the place, Bob. Did you find a place to park?
Yeah, right over there in that stand with the other bicycles. I'll ring the bell.
Are you guests?
Yes. Stop hissing us. Here, take our cards and announce us.
Announcing the arrival of Mr. William Goodwin in Uncle Jakey's pawn shop.
Oh, wait a minute, wait. I gave you the wrong card. This one here. I'm sorry.
Cancel Uncle Jakey. Make that one Bob Hope coming up.
Well, here comes the Duke.
Oh, there you are. There you are. Delighted to know you and all that rot. Yes, yes. How do you find yourselves?
Well, my friend generally looks at me, and I look back at him, and there we are.
Oh, yes. Jolly, jolly. May I present her ladyship, the Duchess? Skinny old bag, eh, what?
How'd you do? How'd you do? And I do mean you do. I'm so glad you came. You're just in time for dinner.
Oh, that's swell. I'm so hungry I could eat like a horse.
You know, that's very odd. I'm afraid we'll have to take pot luck. We're almost out of hay.
Well, if you could run short, I could graze on your mustache, old boy, right there.
Yes, yes, quite. I say, old fruit, I hear you're on the wireless.
Yes, I do a broadcast every Tuesday night for Pepsodent.
You know, that's awfully sporting of you, old chap. Do they do anything for you?
Well, in a way, I collect a stipend every now and then.
Say, that's awfully sporting of them, too.
Oh, quaint. Imagine commercial payments for broadcasting.
We don't do things like that in Britain, you know, old boy.
I know that's the reason I'm not in Britain, old boy.
But it's a pleasure to be over here. Such refinement, such elegance and culture.
Dinner is served. On your mark, get set, go.
Here, I say, Duchess, watch where you're sitting. This is my place.
Why, Duke, I was here first.
Say, will you both get off my lap?
I say, old boy, will you pass me the watermelon? 2 will be enough.
Righto, do you mind if I roll them to you? I'm somewhat of a bounder myself. Coming up, Duke.
Good shot, old boy, a strike.
Say, Duchess, did you see any of Mr. Hope's pictures in England?
Oh, yes. Hardly a day passed that I didn't stroll into the penny arcade. Oh, I always enjoyed him. Did quite a bit of cinema work myself.
Just what was your experience in the English films, Duchess?
Oh, Mr. Hope, I appeared in Scotland Yard Goes to Town. Scotland Yard Comes Back. Scotland Yard Rides Again. And Dick Tracy at Bay.
What happened in that last picture?
We ran out of scotch.
Greetings, Gate. I guess I'm late.
Oh, Professor, do sit down and have a bite. You're just in time.
What a dinner. What a repast. There's nothing like a festive board loaded to the gunnels with rare delicacies.
Professor, will you please pass the hay?
Ah, what a dinner. I remember well the famous dinner they gave me on the day my mustache came of age. First we had truffles, and then a trifle later, trifles. Then a glorious dish of filet of East Indian possum and casserole à la française or petit pâté with a dash of lard.
How do you feel after a dinner like that, Professor?
As a famous gourmet once said after eating a heavy meal, quote, burp, unquote.
Well, that sounds tasty.
Oh, excuse me, Professor. We're ready for our lesson in the Lambeth Walk. Mr. Hope, won't you take the first lesson?
Well, I don't like to be a stand-in for a guinea pig, but what do I do first, Prof?
Take your left foot and put it in midair. Mm-hmm. That's it. Keep it there. Now do the same thing with your right foot.
Ouch.
Strange. Nobody seems to get that at first. Let's try it again.
Say, Professor, perhaps you can show us how that step should be done.
Watch me, Gates.
This ought to be good, Goody.
Watch me very closely. First, I raise my right foot. Now I raise my left foot. See? Help! I'm in midair. Well, don't stand there and stare at me, kid.
This is impossible, but it's funny. Or is it? Professor, how are you going to get down?
I just do my imitation of Fred Astaire and walk down. Astaire walk. Does anybody get it? Does anybody want it?
That's amazing, Professor.
The last time I did that, magazines came from all over the country for interviews and pictures. I turned them all down except one magazine which I allowed to photograph me from all directions, including south by east, east by west, and spawn of the north.
But, Professor, if you turned down so many others, why did you let this one magazine take so many pictures of you?
Because I love life. I love life.
That's all right, pal. Bring it up, Rob. Bring it up.
Put your feet together, place your hands on your hips, bend down, and touch the floor.
Yeah, what do I do now?
See if you can find me a good cigar.
I'd like to find a pipe, a lead one for you, Professor.
Let us continue. Bend down, place your head gently between your knees.
Got it?
Got it. Now rapidly insert your left elbow behind each adjoining ankle. Grab it with your right hand and tie Boy Scout knot number 682-450. If a man answers, hang up.
Bill, grab my hand and straighten me out. I feel like a pretzel with a hangover.
Any questions?
Yeah, how do we untangle ourselves?
Ah, so you're wondering too?
Take your places for the Lambeth Walk.
You feel lamby, Duchess?
Oh, I've been waiting for this merry moment. I love to dance.
All right, get off my feet and we'll take off.
Hold me tight. Oh, tighter. I can still breathe.
Oh, pardon me, Duchess. Did anyone ever tell you dance divinely?
Why, no.
That's what I thought.
The Duke says I'm as light as a zephyr.
Yeah, Lincoln Zephyr. Pardon me, did I step on your toe?
Oh, isn't it wonderful? I feel as if we're dancing on air.
We are, Duchess. We just went through the window.
Oh, is this the Lambeth Walk?
No, Duchess. This is the sidewalk.
Get down Lambeth Way, every week and every day. Find them all, you at the Lambeth Walk.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a special announcement to make, and we'd all sincerely appreciate it if you would take it right to your hearts. At this time of the year, 400 American cities are raising community chest and welfare funds to maintain their hospitals, visiting nurse, child, and family welfare, and other humanitarian services. These community chests deserve your support. Give generously, won't you? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for the memory of Tuesdays at the mic. We hope we've made them bright. We're well repaid too if we've made you happier tonight. And thank you so much. Thanks for the memory of you, Miss Martha Ray. You take a serenade and break it down until it sounds like swing is here to stay. And thank you so much. I hope, folks, we'll always bring laughter and cheer homes from cellar to rafter. Let's remember our last benefactor. The fun is sent by Pepsodent. Oh, yes.
Say, pardon me, Bob, but what have we in line for next week's show?
Next week, we're really going to do it up. We're going to have one of the three famous Marx brothers, Chico Marx. And Skinny Ennis will be here with his band, our choir, 6 hits and a miss, Jerry Colonna, and
Bob Hope.
Thank you, Bill Goodwin. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. The memory.
Old Man River is from Jerome Kern's Showboat. How'd You Like to Love Me is from the Paramount Picture College Swing. The Lambeth Walk is from the English production Me and My Girl. Until next Tuesday night at the same time, the Pepsodent Company bids you good night. is the National Broadcasting Company.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents a new comedy.
My Friend Irma.
Starring Marie Wilson as Irma and Kathy Lewis as Jane, with John Brown as Al and Leif Erikson as Richard.
Friendship, friendship, just a perfect blendship. When other friendships have been forgot, theirs will still be hot. My friend Irma.
You know, there's a saying that opposites attracts, and I live with an opposite, my friend Irma. Now, don't get me wrong, I love that girl, but where Irma is concerned, the question is, how far can the opposite go? Like the time we went to the movies, and right in the middle of the show, I noticed Irma reading. Irma, I said, why are you reading instead of looking at the screen? And she said,
well, everybody tells me the book is better than the picture.
But who am I to complain? Irma gets along with everybody, even her boss.
John J. Clyde, attorney at law. Miss Peterson speaking. Oh, he's busy on the other phone, but I'll give him the message. Yes, important, urgent, matter of life and death. Oh, yes, I've got it all down. I'll tell him immediately. Gee, I got it all down except for one thing. I should have asked who it was. Oh, well, all in a day's work. There'll be other calls. And now to finish this dictation. Dear Miss Irma Peterson. Isn't that strange? Someone with a name just like mine. This is to inform you that you are fired. Oh, that poor Miss Peterson.
Miss Peterson?
Yes, Mr. Clyde.
You read that letter? You're fired.
Me?
Yes, you.
But the letter said, Dear Miss Peterson. You never called me dear before. It just shows you the minute you let the boss get familiar with you, you're out of a job.
Miss Peterson, will you please go?
All right, but I don't think it's fair.
Fair. Miss Peterson, for the life of me, I don't know what goes on in that head of yours when I give you legal dictation.
Was something wrong?
Wrong? Why, if I hadn't checked the last batch of letters you typed, Senator Adams would be lobbying in Reno with Mrs. Park, and I would be suing President Truman for a divorce. Now get out. You're through. You're fired.
Then there's no hope for a raise?
Raise, Miss Peterson, will you please go?
Oh, all right, but don't think I'm worried about losing my job. You see, I don't have to work. I have a roommate who will take care of me because she's got a steady job and works for her boyfriend, so she can never get fired.
Richard Rhinelander Investments, Miss Stacy speaking. Yes, I'll check on it immediately. Richard, Mr. Gerard just called.
Forget Mr. Gerard, Jane. Say, what's this nonsense about you resigning from your job?
Well, Richard, I think my letter of resignation speaks for itself.
But why?
Richard, I've come to the conclusion that it's better to be the boss's wife and worry about the secretary than be the secretary and worry about being the boss's wife.
Jane, our personal life has nothing to do with our business relationship.
Richard, I'm sorry. In this case, it does. In fact, your entire office force is getting a new occupational disease. Keyhole squat and transomitis. I come out of your office, somebody's either standing up or getting down.
That's just idle office gossip.
Well, it's embarrassing both to me and to you, and it's bound to reach the ears of your father, Richard, so I quit.
But how will you make a living, Jane?
Well, fortunately, Irma has a good, steady job. She'll take care of me like any other. Well, 6 o'clock came, and I said goodbye to Richard. I went home feeling pretty low, but not as low as I might have felt if Mr. Phillips in the office across the hall hadn't stopped me. He gave me some extra work that I could do for him at home. Won't keep me in Sable's, but at least I won't be a burden on Irma. In fact, I don't think I'll even tell her. I'll just get my old typewriter from the closet and I'll start working tonight.
Jane? Oh, she's not home yet. Well, that's good. I won't tell her I lost my job until I've had a chance to talk it over with Al. He always knows the right thing to do.
Oh, hello, Irma.
Hi, Jane.
How'd things go today at the office, Irma?
Pretty good. How'd things go with you, Jane?
Pretty good. What's new with you?
Nothing. What's new with you?
Nothing. As long as we're speaking about nothing, where's Al? I haven't seen him for quite a while.
Oh, Al's working. He's got a job.
Al's working? When did he start?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Well, why hasn't he been around?
Well, he's been staying in bed all week preparing for it.
Al working. You know the age of miracles has come to pass. Honey, I'm going to go down to the drugstore for a minute, and by the way, I may keep you up late tonight because I'm going to do some extra work.
Well, Jane, I wouldn't do that. You know the old saying, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. And Richard would be jealous if he found out about Jack.
Huh? Well, I'll keep it a secret.
Gee, now that Al has a job, maybe he'll accept my proposal. Come in?
Hiya, chicken.
Oh, hello, Al. I didn't expect you so early.
I had to get out of bed. The landlady wanted to change the linen.
Al, how's your new job working out?
Perfect. I quit.
But you haven't started yet.
Honey, I've been thinking it over. I go to work, right? Somebody has to pack my lunch, so I marry you. They work me like a dog. I come home, I'm irritable. We quarrel, then we fight. First thing you know, we're throwing things at each other. Finally, you get hit, you fall to the floor crying. No, Irma, no. For a little thing like a job, it ain't worth it to make you miserable.
Gee, Al, you're a real gentleman. Any other fellow would take the job and make me miserable.
Well, I'm glad you see it my way, kid.
Oh, I do, Al. Gee, it's a small world, isn't it?
What do you mean it's a small world?
Oh, the day before you quit your job, I get fired.
Fired? What happened, chicken? Did the boss get fresh?
Oh, no, Al. Everything between us was strictly Potomac.
Chicken, this is a problem. We got to find the answer.
Well, the important thing to me, Al, is not to be a burden to Jane.
Honey, I know exactly how you feel. All we got to do is promote some ready capital for you.
Well, gee, Al, how do you do that?
Well, there are several ways. You can go to the bank and borrow on your collateral, or you can take the collateral right to a hock shop and cut out the middleman.
Gee, pawn things?
Uh-huh. Now, what have you got of value that could get you ready money?
Well, the only expensive things I own are the ones you've given me. Like that plaster statue of Venus de Milo with a clock in her stomach. I'd hate to part with that, though, because you said it was imported.
Oh, certainly it was imported, honey. Because don't you remember when I gave it to you, I told you it was plaster of Paris? Came from France, you know. But that's too sentimental. What else?
Well, of course, Al, if it's necessary, there's that 10-carat diamond ring you gave me. You said that was worth thousands.
Well, honey, I bought at the peak. The way the diamond market has collapsed today, we'd be lucky to get $1 for it.
Well, there's my red silk World's Fair pillow.
Nothing.
Half a mahjong set.
Half of nothing.
Jane's typewriter?
Hold it, chicken. You don't have to go any further. You got a gold mine there. We'll pawn the typewriter.
But, Al, do you think we'd be doing the right thing pawning Jane's typewriter?
Chicken, that's finance. You got to take chances. How do you think the rich get rich?
They buy everything wholesale.
No, honey. They invest their money and make it work for them. Give me the phone.
Who are you going to call?
Who am I going to call? The one man who can make us rich. Joe. Hello, Joe? Al. Why didn't I call you? I was considering a job. All right, Joe, stop yelling. I've seen the error of my ways. Joe, gonna pawn a typewriter. We'll have some ready cash. What do you have that's a good investment? The Brooklyn Bridge. No, Joe. This is for personal friends. Sounds like a big deal. I'll be right over and bring the dough.
Well, I finished my shopping, bought my typewriter ribbon, and when I get back to the apartment, I'm going to take a nice warm bath and get down to work. And since it looks as if I'll be able to pay my own way, I might as well tell Irma about losing my job. So I told her, and she said, "Huh?" "Yes, honey. Why should you seem so startled at the news? Gee, I hope you don't think I'll be a burden on you just because I haven't got a steady job."
Oh, no, Jane, you're my friend. You can share my clothes and my perfume, and if you want, you can even share Al with me.
Don't overdo it, kid.
Oh, Jane, I don't want you to worry about losing your job. Relax. You can lean on me like the Rock of Gibraltar.
Thanks, honey. I appreciate it.
Oh, I know you do, because I know what it means to a girl to know she's living with a rock.
Well, thank you, sweetie, but you won't have to share the entire burden, because tonight I'm getting out my old typewriter and start working to pay my share. By the way, where's the typewriter? Huh? The typewriter. You know the one. Oh, I know. It's in the closet. Well, I guess I'll go and take my bath. Later I'm going to type. Honey, would you mind getting the typewriter out for me and putting in the ribbon? Huh? Irma, I'm only mentioning the fact that I want to use the typewriter, and you keep saying, huh? Why these huhs? Huh? Well, it's been a privilege to sit in on this conversation. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll go and take a bath.
Oh, Jane, honey, be careful and try not to splash any water on the floor. It's still dinner time, and the man downstairs may be eating dinner.
Okay. Okay, I'll take it easy.
Come in.
Hiya, chicken.
Jane's taking a bath.
Again? That day makes up holidays.
Oh, Al, something terrible has happened. Jane's out of work.
This is disgusting. What kind of people am I mingling with?
Well, but something else terrible has happened. Jane needs a typewriter.
When?
Well, she's going to want to use it right after she finishes her bath.
Oh, well, don't worry, baby. Saw Joe. Gave him the cash I got from pawning the typewriter to invest. The money's working for us. All we got to do is sit here so that when Jane comes out of the bathroom, we can tell her she's wealthy. That must be Joe with the good news. Honey, stretch out your arms. I want to measure you for a mink coat. Hello? Oh, Joe. What's the good word? Need bail? Joe, what happened? Cops broke up the game. Joe, listen. Oh, you can't talk. They're taking it all down. Understand. By the way, remember, if they ask, you never saw me before. So long.
Well, Al, what happened? What happened to Joe?
Wait till I take off my hat and bow my head, and I'll tell you.
Well, what is it, Al?
Chicken, as it must come to all men, the sheriff came to Joe.
And now it's the King's Men with Lud Gluskin and his orchestra and their arrangement of Little Liza Jane. I got a gal and you got none, Little Liza Jane. I got a gal and you got none, Little Liza Jane. She's so pretty, I do declare, Little Liza Jane. With big brown eyes and wavy hair, Little Liza Jane. Oh, little Liza Jane. Oh, little Liza Jane. Come, my love, and marry me. Little Liza Jane. See how happy we will be. My little Liza Jane. I'll go buy a wedding ring. Little Liza Jane. We'll be married in the spring. My little Liza Jane. Oh, little old Liza Jane. Oh, little Liza Jane. Then one day in the middle of May, little Liza Jane, away she ran with a traveling man who stole my Liza Jane. Oh, little Liza, when I heard the news, oh, little Liza, I got the blues. And the blues so awful bad, I jumped aboard a train, made up my mind to try to find my little Liza Jane. Way down south in Tennessee, I got off the train. Who was waiting there for me but little Liza Jane? Oh, little Liza Jane. Oh, little Liza Jane. Took my honey by the hand, got back on the train. Stole her from the traveling man, sweet, sweet Liza. Now we live in Baltimore, me and Liza Jane. Lots of chillin' round the door, just like Liza. Liza Jane. Liza Jane, how I love my Liza Jane.
Well, it was 8 o'clock, and I decided that if I wanted to make any headway, I better get started with my typing. As I entered the room, Irma was reading last week's newspaper. Irma likes to read old newspapers. That way she can always predict what's already happened. I noticed that there was something different about the room. The sofa on which Irma had draped herself had been moved directly in front of the closet door in which I kept my typewriter. I said, Irma?
Yes, Jane?
Why'd you move the sofa?
The sofa?
Think fast, Irma.
Well, I don't want the sofa in front of the piano. I don't want the sofa in front of the phone because I don't like people talking behind my back.
Irma, you didn't move the sofa in front of the closet because there's something in there you don't want me to see.
Oh, that isn't the reason. It's because there's something in that closet I don't want you to see that isn't there.
Now, just let me think calmly. This is the first time in 6 months that I've wanted to use the typewriter. So what is the most logical thing to expect? Irma, where did Al pawn the typewriter?
Why, Jane Stacy, how can you say that? Where did Al pawn the typewriter? Al has pride. You know he'd never tell me.
So you let him take the one thing that I depended upon to see me through this crisis.
Well, don't say the one thing. Al considered everything. I was even willing to pawn the genuine pearl necklace he gave me.
Why didn't you?
Well, you know, when you take it out of the icebox, it melts.
Okay, Irma, okay. I was afraid of being a burden to you, but now that you've taken the tools of my trade away from me, I'm not going to get another job. I'm just going to let you support me. Irma, you can work for 2.
Jane, I can't even work for 1.
What do you mean?
I've been fired.
Fired? Irma, how did that happen?
I don't know. I'd write a letter, then I'd have to write another letter explaining what I wrote. Then my boss, Mr. Clyde, would have to write another letter apologizing for my explanation.
Oh, honey, well, why didn't you tell me?
Well, I figured 2 can live as cheap as none. Besides, there's Al.
Yeah, I see what you mean by none. Well, now I understand everything, honey, but why did you pawn the typewriter?
Well, we wanted to make some money to take care of you. You see, Joe had a good proposition.
Uh-oh, Joe again, and something no doubt happened to Joe's deal?
Yes, while he was dealing. Jane.
What?
Are you angry at me?
How could I be, darling? You were thinking, and whenever that happens, we have to be satisfied with pot luck.
Hi, chicken. Hello, Janie.
Well, if it isn't King Midas, everything he touches turns to 3 gold balls.
Now, wait a minute, Janie. Don't get angry. I'm sorry for what I done. And I realize if I was a lawyer, I would be disbarred. If I was a doctor, they'd take my license away.
Well, what about it?
Just wanted you to know you're not dealing with a professional man.
Oh, well, there's really no need for any explanations. I know you're sorry. I suppose it's my fault as much as anybody's. I shouldn't have quit my job in the first place. Imagine me wanting you and Irma to take care of me. You know, that's one of the silliest, most terrifying thoughts I've ever had.
You feel badly about losing your job, huh, Jane?
Well, I feel badly about quitting when I didn't have to. Now we're all in a bad financial mess. I think I'll go out and get some air and try and think this thing out.
Oh, this is terrible. Jane's out of work, and I'm out of work, and you're out of work, and no money coming in, and...
Honey, let us carefully analyze the situation and see what can be done. Now, as I see it, there are 3 things we can do. First, there's a chance of me getting a job. So we immediately go to number 2. That is your chance of getting a job. This takes us to number 3. That's Jane.
Well, but she quit, and there's no going back now. You know, Al, once you burn your britches behind you.
But, honey, you heard what Jane said. She's sorry. That girl wants to work. All right, so she's eccentric. But who are we to stand in her way?
Oh, but Al,
Believe me, Irma, Jane will never be happy. Nor will we, until we get that job back for her.
Oh, but how? I don't even know why she quit. Maybe she had a quarrel with Richard that developed into a misunderstanding.
Well, there's only one way to find out. We'll call up Richard and straighten him out.
Oh, no, Al, I don't think that would be right.
Gotcha, honey. Forget it. We won't call Richard. Instead, we'll call his father.
That seems more logical.
Well, certainly. You don't deal with messenger boys. You go right to the top, honey.
Well, Al, do you think it'll work?
Can't miss. He's the top man. And when you want a job back, always go to the top man. It gives you dignity. Besides, when he throws you out, you don't feel like such a bum.
Oh, gee, Al, I'm so glad I have you to do my thinking for me because thinking gives me a headache. I also read that it makes your hair fall out, so I try not to think too much.
Swell, honey.
Because I know you'd never be happy with a bald-headed girl with a headache.
Operator, I want Hilltop 58...
Oh, that's a long-distance call.
Oh, why didn't you tell me? Operator, I was cut off. Get my number back immediately. Yes, it was Hilltop 5829.
Gee, I'm nervous, Al.
Don't be nervous, chicken. You talk to him, and I'll tell you what to say. Here, take the receiver.
Okay, Al. Gee, wouldn't Jane be tickled if she knew what we were doing for? Hello? I'm Mr. Rhinelander II.
Your name is Jane Stacy, and you worked for him a long time.
My name is Jane Stacy, and I worked for you a long time. Al, I'm not Jane Stacy.
Never mind. Say what I tell you. You're a reliable girl, and you've been with the firm ever since it's been established.
I'm an established girl, and I've been with your firm ever since it's been reliable.
Hold it, chicken.
Hold it, chicken.
No. You're a good typist. You never make a mistake. And what is more, you go out with his son.
I'm a good typist. I go out with your son. What is more, I never make any mistakes.
You're all wet, chicken.
You're all wet, chicken.
He shouldn't have fired you.
Al says you shouldn't have fired me. And what is more... Guess what, Al?
What?
He hung up.
Well, he's a busy man. But don't worry, chicken. I'm sure you made an impression on him.
Well, I'm walking on air. I knew the only way to solve my problem was just to face it. So I called up Richard, and in 2 minutes we both realized how foolish we'd been. Now I have the job back, and I have Richard back, and if there's anything nicer than that, Santa Claus will just have to bring it. So I couldn't wait to get back to the apartment and say, Irma.
Yes, Jane?
Irma, listen, honey, forget everything I said. Our troubles are over. I got my job back.
Listen to her, Al. She got her job back.
Little does she know who got her job back.
What are you two up to?
Oh, never mind. You'll find out, and someday you'll thank us.
Come in. Richard. What are you doing here?
I haven't any place to go. My father won't even let me in the house.
I don't...
Jane, why didn't you tell me you'd called my father?
Me?
I knew you were angry at me for a while, but you didn't have to tell him all those weird things. That you were established and made no mistakes when you went out with me.
What?
Well, what is more, he's still my father. You have no right to call him Chicken.
It's getting a little stuffy in here. I think I'll drift along.
Do that and keep drifting. Richard, I didn't make the call. Please try to understand. Oh, Irma, how could you?
I was only trying to help.
Only trying to help. Irma, if you and that fugitive from an employment office ever meddle in my affairs again, Irma, can't you see what you've done to me?
Jane, there's only one thing we can do. Let's go over and explain everything to my father, if only for my sake.
Yes, all right, Richard.
Oh, please, Jane, give me a chance to explain. I didn't mean any harm. I only wanted to... Oh, she's angry at me. She hates me. Oh, gee, they've all gone. I wish I were a man so I could feel like a forgotten man. But I deserve it because I made Jane unhappy. And even Al has left me. There's only one thing to do. Where's the pencil? To whom it may concern.
To whom it may concern. Do not drag the river from my body as I have hung myself. Signed, guess who? P.S. Don't tell Al, he worries. Richard, did you hear that?
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Oh, no, it isn't, Richard. I'm terribly frightened. You don't know Irma.
But only someone out of her mind would do that.
I said you don't know Irma. Oh, Richard, what'll we do?
Jane, if you're really worried, I think it's best to call the police.
Yes, the police. You're right, Richard, the police. Oh, dear, she'd only waited to hear the news that we'd straightened everything out with your father.
Now, don't worry, dear.
Oh, I can't help it.
Operator, give me police headquarters.
Isn't there any word from the police yet? I'm going to go out of my mind.
Be calm, Jane. They'll find her.
I'm telling you both, you're on the wrong track. We got to use the same tactics they use with all my friends. Offer a reward.
Oh, no. Oh, heavens, I'm afraid it's too late. Oh, Irma.
Did someone call me?
Irma!
Chicken!
Oh, honey. Oh, Irma. Oh, gee. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. I never expected to see you again.
Neither did I.
Oh, listen, honey, no matter how much I yell at you, you must never toy with such ideas. We love you.
Well, Jane, I felt so unwanted that I wanted to... But it's all right now because, you see, before I could do anything, I met my old boss, Mr. Clyde. He begged me to come back to work.
Why? Didn't he hire a new girl?
Oh, he tried 10 of them, and they all sat around. But none of them could figure out what I wrote in the past 2 years.
Well, all was peaceful again. And once more, there were 2 breadwinners in the flat. But one thing still kind of troubled me, and so that night, after we'd said our prayers, I said to Irma, Honey, tell me something. How did Al get the money to get my typewriter back?
He sold my genuine pearls.
But you said he couldn't take them out of the icebox.
I know, he sold the icebox, too.
Well, that's my friend Irma.
My Friend Irma was written and directed by Cy Howard. Remember, next week, instead of dialing your telephone to listen to your best friend, dial your radio to this same Columbia station, same time, to listen to
My Friend Irma.
Starring Marie Wilson as Irma and Kathy Lewis as Jane, with John Brown as Al and Leif Erikson as Richard. songs were by the King's Men with the music of Led Gluskin and his orchestra. Ray Webster speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Those three beautiful stars all use Lux toilet soap regularly. You know what a forthright person Joan Blondell is.
Yes?
Well, when I asked her about her complexion care, she said, "A Lux girl? You bet I am. Active lather facials really work for me."
Lux Soap Beauty Facials do make skin lovelier, all right. Skin specialists proved it. In 3 out of 4 cases, daily Lux Soap care made skin softer, smoother.
The fact that so many famous stars recommend Lux toilet soap shows how right it is for delicate skin.
Now, there's a beauty counsel for lovely ladies everywhere. Why not make fragrant white Lux toilet soap your daily beauty soap? Remember, it's Hollywood's own complexion care. The choice of 9 out of 10 lovely stars.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
From Chicago, we invite you to enjoy Life. Life with Luigi, a new comedy show created by Cy Howard and starring J. Carroll Nash with Alan Reed. A year ago, when Luigi Basco left Italy to start his new life in America, he promised his mother that he would write her and tell her about his adventures. So now, we look over Luigi's shoulder as he writes another letter to Mama Basco in Italy.
Dear Mamma Mia, America is full of wonderful surprises. And yesterday is one more surprise for me. In Italy, if you want to grow a tree, it takes a couple of years. But here in America, it happen overnight. Yesterday, I passed a big lot on a corner Holstead Street. It's empty. This morning, I passed same lot, and the Mamma Mia is a whole forest of a Christmas tree. I guess the soil in Chicago is pretty good. Or maybe, fella, he used a special kind of seed because each tree should grow with a little price tag on a branch. Right now is a big holiday excitement all over America. And the signs all over, they say, there's only 4 more shopping days until Christmas, so shop now, hurry up. I begin to hurry. Then I look into my pocket. For me, is no rush. Pasquale, my countryman, who owns a spaghetti palace next to my antique shop, and who bring me to this country, he tried to give me a surprise yesterday. He invited me in his house. He hangs 6 yards of mistletoe over the head of his fat daughter, Rosa. Then he tells me to kiss her. Mamma mia, is it more fun to kiss the mistletoe? Anyway, I'm not thinking about the Rosa right now. There's no school this week for little kids. So my 12-year-old general manager, Jimmy O'Connor, he's having a good time. This afternoon, he comes back from a park and he says,
"What's on the fire, boss?"
"You smell a smoke, Jimmy?"
I mean, what's cooking?
It's a little early for supper.
No, boss. I mean, what's doing?
Jimmy, please. If there's 3 ways of saying the same thing, say it the right way first time.
All right, boss. I'll watch myself.
And while you're watching yourself, watch English language, too. Sometimes I don't know which one of us is a foreigner.
Okay, boss. Hey, what you doing? What's that book?
I'm just by what they call a ledger. So for New Year, we start the bookkeeping.
What we really need around here is an efficiency expert.
Who's that, Jimmy?
Well, an efficiency expert is someone who keeps checking on you all the time.
Oh.
Tells you what to buy and not to buy. And keeps after you to make more money. In America, that's called an efficiency expert.
In Italy, it's called the wife.
Look, boss, you have to change your business method.
What do you mean?
Well, like yesterday. You bought a chair for $30, right?
Right.
And you sold it for $20. Why?
Keeps the merchandise moving.
But, boss, that's not good business. Take any other businessman around here.
I guess you're right, Jimmy. That's the fella on the next block. He buys all the things for $100, $200, sells it for $800 to $900.
But, boss, he doesn't sell antiques. He sells used cars.
Same thing. All right, Jimmy. Beginning tomorrow, I be good the businessman. No more buying, just the selling.
What's wrong with starting today?
Because I buy something else today.
Oh, no, boss.
Oh, yes, Jimmy. See? It's right in the window.
That silver cup?
Yes.
How much?
I buy it for $50.
50?
Is it cheap? I call up Dr. Simpson from museum. He's going to look at it. I think it's a colonial.
But, boss, that only leaves us with $20 in the bank. What can you do with $20?
Don't worry. I figure out some way to spend it. Is a customer. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, sir. My name is Johnson.
Is a fine American name. I'm a Luigi Bosco, fine Italian name.
I noticed that silver mug in your window. How much are you asking for it?
Too much.
Well, it's for sale, isn't it?
Sure.
Jimmy.
But Mr. Johnson wants to buy it.
How you know he wants to pay what I'm going to ask?
Well, what are you asking for that mug?
$100.
Fine.
Oh, that's great.
You sure you want to pay $100?
Yes?
You're too anxious. How about $200?
But you just said 100.
Boss, you can't do that.
Why not? Always a fellow who sells, he sells high price the first, and then a customer says a low price. I'm running my business different. I'm a starter with a low price, and then I go up instead of a customer coming down.
Well, if I said okay to 200, your next price would be 300.
That's right.
That's ridiculous.
Now we're getting us someplace.
I've never done business with a man like you.
That's because this is the first time you in my store.
Nobody's going to pay you $300 for that cup.
I hope so. That's why it's a $300.
We can't both be crazy.
I explain to you, Mr. Johnson. I only buy this cup this morning.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
When I get a new thing, I like to keep for 2-3 months. Then maybe I sell.
You're the first antique dealer I've ever seen who ages his own antiques. Goodbye, Mr. Basco.
Goodbye, Mr. Johnson. It's a pleasure to do business with you. Merry Christmas.
Boss.
I know what you're going to say, Jimmy, but don't worry. Is there going to be other customers? Like Uncle Pietro say, is there plenty of fish in the sea? The bigger the bait, the smaller the fish. The smaller the fish, the bigger the bait.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I think maybe Uncle Pietro is a drunk when he say that. Now go in the back and wash your face, Jimmy. It's all dirty.
I was playing football with the other kids.
That's all right. There's no excuse. So go ahead and wash your face, then go out and play some more football. Well, maybe I'll polish up a cup. It's a wonderful old cup. Older than the United States. People is born, fight, die. But a smaller silver cup live. Maybe I become a philosopher instead of antique dealer.
Luigi, my friend. Hello, Luigi. Hello.
Hello, Pasquale.
Hey, what are you doing with a shaving cup in your hand?
It's an old mug from the time of Jefferson.
It looks pretty small for Jefferson to shave as a mug.
No, it's not for shaving. It's old colonial silver drinking cup.
What are you talking? A cup is a cup, that's all.
But there's a big difference between cups. I explain. When the people run away from Europe a long time ago, they come here without the furniture, without anything. So when a fellow want to drink, he have no cup.
What's the matter with the paper cups?
Pasquale, in the olden days...
Never mind, Luigi. You in the olden days, old antiques. That's the trouble with you. Everything in this place is old. Even you getting old.
Can't help it. It's not possible to get younger.
That's why I'm coming over to talk to you. I'm worried about your future, my little man.
I'm thinking about it, too.
I'll save you the trouble. Because without a Pasquale, you've got no future to think about.
Oh, no, Pasquale. In America, everybody have a future.
Everybody except you. Your future, my little friend, is the past.
Oh, no, Pasquale.
Oh, yes, Luigi. But I'm going to give you big future right now. See this little box?
Yes?
It's the Christmas present.
Thank you, Pasquale.
Don't touch. Luigi, in this little magic box is your whole future.
It's a magic box.
Yes. Don't touch.
Is it like a Pandora's box? You know who is a Pandora?
I meet lots of people in my business. I'm not remembering all of the names.
No, Pasquale. It's old Greek story. I explain.
Since when do you speak Greek?
I explain in English. Once was a Greek lady Pandora, also was a Jupiter.
All right, then never mind explain. Here, take the box.
No, first I explain.
Luigi, take the box.
Okay.
Now open up.
No, Pasquale, I don't marry Rosa.
Wait. See what's inside of the box.
Oh. It's wonderful. What is it?
What is it? It's a wedding ring. Look at what's written inside.
From Luigi. For Rosa. Oh, no, Pasquale, it's not even for me. Take it back. I'm not going to marry Rosa.
You're not going to marry Rosa?
No.
You said a no?
Yes.
Yes?
No.
Then here's the 5 cents.
What for?
You buy a newspaper.
What for I need the newspaper suddenly?
Because suddenly, Luigi, you needed 2 things. Job and a place to live.
But Pasquale, I got a lease.
Next month is a finish of your lease.
But I'm going to pay my rent.
Where you get the money?
If I don't sell antique, then you lend me money.
I lend you money. Every month I'm lending you money to pay me my rent because you got a lease. Luigi, from now on is a no more lend a lease.
But Pasquale, my business.
Business? You making me laugh. Ha ha. Business. Where's your customers? Only customer you got is a Greek lady, Mrs. Pandora's or something. Everybody's doing a business. Grocery stores are selling. Department stores are selling. Even the post office is selling more stamps this year than the last. But you...
Business is a little slow right now.
Slow is a boulevard to stop. Now, Luigi, my friend, I'm going to do you a big favor. I'm going to throw you out. Then maybe you find a job in some new business.
I don't know any business.
Then I give you a chance to learn a restaurant business. That's a business. People always eat, and that's a necessity business. Not the like of antiques. Last night, I have 200 people eating a supper in my place.
200 people? It's against the fire law to have more than 100.
Not when the 200 people is 200 firemen. All the night long, and my wife, Teresa, she's cooking, and I'm carrying a spaghetti, ravioli, minestrone. She's cooking, and I'm carrying, and she's cooking. It's 2 o'clock in the morning before I get a chance to eat.
Was the food good?
Oh, no, so we go eat at a Chinese restaurant.
You make a lot of money last night, huh?
You betcha I make money. I make money all the time. But you never gonna make any money.
Please, Pasquale, give me a little time. I sell antiques. I advertise in the paper. I'm going to advertise on the radio.
Antique business is no good.
Maybe I then go into other business.
What?
Maybe I get a job teaching English to foreigners.
You foolish man, Luigi, but Pasquale, your friend, knows the way to clear all of your problems. And you have a Merry Christmas if you marry. What do you say, my son?
Goodbye, Papa.
And now for the second act of Luigi Basco's adventures in Chicago, we turn to page 2 of his letter to his mother in Italy.
So, Mamma Mia, maybe Pasquale's right. Maybe I know run antique business good. So I have a big talk with myself, and now I'm going to be a first-class businessman, just like other Chicago fella, Mr. Sears Roebuck. I'm going to sell everything in my store. And if a customer don't pay me his price, or if he don't pay me my price, I compromise. I sell it to his price. Also, I'm not going to be afraid of Pasquale anymore. So I go right the way over to see him. Pasquale, I like to see you.
Not for now. I'm busy with important fella. Run along, a little antique man. I'm coming to see you later.
Okay, Pasquale.
Go ahead, Mr. Johnson, and before we interrupt you.
That's the fella. You know him?
Sure, I'm bringing him to this country. I'm his landlord. He's my best friend.
He's a very peculiar guy.
I hate him. I'm going to throw him out.
Before you do that, get me that silver cup he has in his window.
I'll give you one of my cups, Mr. Johnson.
No. I was in there and offered him $100 for it.
You want to spend $100 for that mug?
Yep.
I'll get you all the mugs in Chicago you want, $50 a piece.
I'll even go to 125.
125? I bet it don't cost that much when it's a brand new.
Well, naturally. The older an antique, the more it's worth. I've done you a couple of important favors, Pasquale, and...
Sure, you helping me with my license? Are you a friend of the judge?
I want to give that cup to my wife for Christmas. She's nuts for cups.
Mr. Johnson, you go home. I buy it for you. And don't worry. Soon your wife is going to be nuttier than ever.
Okay. Now call me as soon as it's in your hands.
Luigi, my friend. Hello, Luigi. Hello.
Hello, Pasquale.
I'm sorry I was busy when you come in. What do you want to see me about?
Please, Pasquale, maybe you change your mind about the lease. Maybe you don't push me out.
Push you out? Who's going to push you out?
You don't remember? I hear you with my own eyes.
Must be another Pasquale, Luigi.
It's impossible. It can't be two Pasquales.
Oh, you're wrong, Luigi. It's a big tragedy in my life because it is two Pasquales. Luigi, I'm a lead double life. I'm a man with two faces.
Must be extra work when you shave in the morning.
Now, don't make a father, Luigi. It's really two Pasquales. He's the one Pasquale who's a mean, selfish. All the time he's a hollering, pay me my money or marry a Rosa.
That's you.
Then is the other Pasquale. He's a gentle fella. He's a kind to people. He's a happy to lend a certain people money.
Is it too bad that's the Pasquale he don't come to America?
Luigi, you must forgive me things I do sometimes. It only happens when the bad Pasquale, he wins over the good Pasquale.
Pasquale, you ever hear of a Dr. Jekyll?
Where has he got his office?
It's a story. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. See, is a one man outside, but inside is a two. I explain.
Listen, Luigi, no explanation. I'm going to come over here now to help you out.
You going to help me out of store?
Stop with this foolish talk. It's Christmas time. I'm going to give you a little money.
You're going to give me money?
Sure. Here's the $25. Take it before Mr. Hyde, he grabs it back.
No, Pasquale, I no can take money just like that.
It's no use of being proud of Luigi. I'm your countryman, your friend. Take.
But how I pay you back?
Well, if you feel that way, maybe you're selling me antique for my money, huh? Then it's strictly a business deal.
I never think of you interested in statues.
No, not statues. I'm thinking about that cup you have at the window.
What for you want that cup?
I'm very much interested in that cup.
Oh, sure. It's old colonial. Maybe even Washington sip a little wine from that cup.
Ah, George Washington, eh? Then I tell you what I do. I put this cup in my window, and I put up a little sign. George Washington sipped here.
It's a nice idea, Pasquale, but I'm paying $50. I'm losing the money if I sell for $25.
I'm only sorry for you for $25 a worth.
Then I don't sell.
Okay, I give you $50. When the Pasquale is you want to help a friend, expenses are no object as long as it doesn't cost the money.
Why you suddenly want to buy this cup?
I love antique cups.
Since when?
Since before.
What happens?
Luigi, you ever catch me telling the truth before?
No.
All right, Luigi, I'm going to come clean. He's a big political fella, Mr. Johnson. He's a do me lots of favors.
Uh-huh.
He's a bringing lots of customers into my store.
Oh.
I promise him a copper for his wife.
I'm sorry for you, Pasquale.
Luigi, if I don't get this a copper for him, I'm a ruiner. Mr. Johnson, he don't do me favors. He's a friend, so they all stop eating into my place. And then what?
They eat in a Chinese restaurant.
But I'm going to go bankrupt. I'm going to kill myself.
Goodbye, Pasquale.
It's the last straw. Comes at the end of the month, out. There's no more antique stores. There's going to be Schultz's a delicatessen. No more antiques, hot dogs. I'm going to fix...
How much is this politician fella he offer for cup?
$100.
You tell her the truth, Pasquale?
Luigi, would I lie for $25 a profit?
How you suddenly make a $25 profit?
It's just simple. Mr. Johnson, he's offer $100 for the cup. I'm going to give you $75. You make a $25, I make a $25. It's a 50-50. What do you say, Luigi?
Antique cup now cost $100.
But, Luigi, you pay $50 for a cup of this morning. Why is it suddenly $50 more?
Antique is now 8 hours older and is worth more.
All right, Luigi, I'm never going to forget this. Here's 100.
It's a one condition. Pasquale, you ever hear of a Bill of Rights?
I'm no interested in your bills.
It's not my bill. It's a government bill.
All right, so when they send me, I pay.
No. You don't understand. Bill of Rights is from old days. You ever hear of a Jefferson?
Sure. It's a street here in Chicago.
No, not that one. Thomas Jefferson, he's the right to this Bill of Rights. I explain. See, Pasquale, after the Revolutionary War, they make first the Constitution.
I don't care what they make. I'm interested in the cup.
So Mr. Jefferson, he say, must protect the people. Must guarantee...
Luigi, when I'm want a history lesson, I'm going to go to the newsreel theater. What's the Bill of Rights got to do with a cup?
If you want to buy cup, then you sign Luigi Basco Bill of Rights.
Okay, I sign.
First I must write.
Right.
First, freedom of the press.
Freedom of the press?
Means you must never press me to marry Rosa. Sign here.
Okay, I sign, and I'll sell me the cup.
Next is freedom of speech.
What's that?
Means you're free to make a speech to me about anything except marrying Rosa.
Luigi, that's a very hard condition. I'm a Rosa's a papa. If I'm going to ask you to marry her, who's going to ask you?
Sign up, Pasquale.
How's about I'm only can ask you on a Sunday?
Well, okay. I make amendment, Pasquale. You promise you never ask me to marry Rosa, especially on a Sunday. Sign here.
Okay, I sign. And now the cup.
Wait, Pasquale. Now I hang up for Luigi Basco Bill of Rights next to this picture of a Jefferson, where you can see it all of the time.
All right. Give me the cup.
First, give me the $100.
Here.
Thank you, Pasquale. I'm a really good businessman, you know, Pasquale?
You're improving, Luigi. But you still got to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to be the Pasquale. Now, I'm going to sell this a cup for $125. So how you like that? Huh?
Mamma mia.
Mind if I use your phone, my good business friend? Hello, Mr. Johnson. Pasquale, I got a good news. I buy the cup for $125, but I'm got to sign my life away to get this. What do you say, Mr. Johnson? Huh? You don't want the cup? Your wife has a new hobby? Collecting $100 hats? No? I'm no angry, Mr. Johnson. That's all right. Goodbye. Luigi, my friend.
Well, Pasquale, you still own beautiful antique cup?
Sure. It's just what I need for my restaurant. I'm going to serve a 5-cent coffee in a $100 cup. I hope for my customers that they choke. Here, Luigi, buy back your cup.
How much do you want for it?
What do you mean, how much? The same price I pay, $100.
I give you $75, Pasquale. Is now second hand.
Louis! Give me $100.
If I'm selling for $100 and buying it for $100, there's no profit. No, I give you $75.
Is this your best price?
Is it $25 more than I paid for it?
Okay. Here.
Now, here's the $75. You come in again at summertime, Pasquale. It's a pleasure to do business with you.
Mr. Bosco?
I'm Luigi Bosco.
Yes, I'm Dr. Simpson, the curator at the museum. You telephoned me this morning.
Oh, yes. It is a pleasure, Dr. Simpson.
Where is the cup?
It's right here.
Oh, yes, this looks authentic. I'll just take it back here into the light.
Luigi, who is this fella?
It's Dr. Simpson.
Is a friend of Dr. Jekyll?
He's a curator.
What does he cure?
Nothing.
Then why you call him a doctor?
He's a know about antiques.
Oh, then he's a cure antiques, huh?
This cup looks to me as if it might have been made by Benjamin Bird.
Who's this Benny Bird?
One of our early silversmiths. Oh, it's a priceless piece, Mr. Bosco.
How much?
Well, I wouldn't want to say exactly, but I can tell you this. The museum would give a lot to own this one. Here, Mr. Bosco.
Luigi, take your hands off of my beautiful cup.
So it belongs to you.
I'm buying this cup back from you, Luigi. Here's your $75.
Oh, no, Pasquale. Every time I sell you the cup is $100, remember?
Is it worth $100, Doctor?
Well, all I can tell you, sir, is that if you love silver, this cup is extremely precious.
Suppose I don't love silver. How much is it worth?
I only appraise these items for their artistic value, not their monetary worth. But I would say that it's worth...
never mind, Doctor. Before Luigi changes his mind, here's $100, Luigi. Give me the cup.
Okay, Pasquale.
Now, Doctor, say as much as you like. I'm listening.
Oh, you're a lucky man, Mr. Pasquale.
Okay, what's your bid?
But, Mr. Pasquale...
$500?
Mr. Pasquale, our museum would love to own this cup if you were willing to donate it.
What's it mean, donate? That's for dunking, donate? Is that...
No, Pasquale. Donate is the meaning you give the museum the cup for free.
Free? What do you think? Pasquale's crazy?
Just to think, Pasquale. Every day, thousands of people that go to museum just to see your free cup.
Is there no Pasquale cup there?
As you wish, Mr. Pasquale. Well,
Please, Dr. Simpson, just 1 minute. Pasquale.
I'm not listening, Luigi.
Pasquale, inside you now is Dr. Jekyll, and he fights with Mr. Hyde.
This fight, I'm betting on Mr. Hyde.
Pasquale, is a big mistake. You rich fella. You give a museum this cup. It's a wonderful thing for all Italian people when you do this. It show them you kind man, a good man. And every day is thousands of people that see your name on a little piece of bronze under the cup.
Little piece of bronze. Doctor, maybe next to my name you put something else?
What would you like us to add, Mr. Pasquale?
Just to say, this beautiful cup donated by Mr. Pasquale, 23 North Holstead Street, specially this week, a blue plated dinner, 2 1/4.
Mamma mia! So, Mamma Mia, I'm making a little money. So Jimmy and I, we're going to have a nice Christmas. Maybe we go ice skating in the lake. Rosa, she says she want to go too. But if she fall once, there's no more ice skating season. It's a start the rowing season again.
Speaker, Mrs. Milan's very own. That is, when our young son Daniel hasn't picked it up and carried it off to his room.
Well, there you have it, Ray. Even a mere youngster can play it.
Jimmy, you can hardly miss getting those 7-inch records onto the big center spindle correctly. And what's there to do after that?
Nothing but press one button once and enjoy up to 50 minutes of music.
And what music, Jimmy? Such rich tone.
And there's the second great feature of the RCA Victor 45, quality. The third is its low cost. 45 automatic players begin at $12.95, and 45 records as low as 46 cents. Those 15 dance albums you mentioned, Ray, cost $12.45 less when purchased on 45. And that's only 50 cents short of the price of a completely automatic 45 attachment. With record savings like this, it's no wonder all America is swinging to 45.
Best swing I've ever seen, Jimmy.
None better, Ray. Friends, join the swing to 45 when you buy your next record.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Meat is the yardstick of protein foods because meat measures up to every protein need. The American Meat Institute presents The Life of Riley, a half hour with radio's friendliest family, and starring William Bendix as Riley. When you buy shoes, you want to know not only what size, but also how well are they made. To get the right kind of proteins into your meals, you must know not only how much, but also how good. Meat is the yardstick of protein foods because meat measures up to every protein need. And now, The Life of Riley. Well, it's a fine spring evening in the suburb of Los Angeles where the Rileys live. War worker Riley has just returned to the bosom of his family and is receiving a communique on current events at home.
Pop, are you going to be busy after dinner?
I don't know, Junior. Why?
Well, you know that rabbit hut you built me?
Yeah.
Well, I think we got to add some guest rooms.
Nothing doing, Junior. When I built you that hutch, I explained to you that it was only for one rabbit.
I know, Pop, but you should have explained it to the rabbit.
Say, how's about starting dinner, Dumpling?
Just a minute, dear. What's your hurry?
I'm just using strategy. Just once I want to reach for some meat without getting slashed by your Uncle Baxter.
How you exaggerate. Uncle Baxter isn't a big eater. Of course, he does like to nibble now and then.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen the way he nibbles. This morning there was a foxhole in the chocolate cake.
Well, last night he had a headache. He thought a bite to eat would draw the blood from his head.
What we need is something to draw his head from the icebox.
Oh, hello, Daddy.
Hello, Dad.
Dad, what were you talking about when I came in?
Well, I was saying that your mother's uncle is...
Never mind, Riley.
No free speech anymore.
Well, my dear children.
Hello, Uncle Baxter.
Now, don't tell me it's dinner time already.
We don't have to tell you. You got a stomach with a built-in clock.
Well, yes, working outdoors certainly does sharpen one's appetite.
Yeah. Uncle Baxter, tell me one thing. Did you pull up them weeds in the backyard?
No, but I did something more important. I counted them.
You counted them?
Precisely. The breeding habits of weeds fascinate me. There are 82 more weeds today than there were yesterday.
Uncle Baxter, you promised Riley you'd weed the Victory Garden for him.
Oh, and so I shall. Next week. Until then, I shall be busy writing an article for Better Homes and Gardens entitled, Take Heed, the Weed.
Baxter, if you don't get a job pretty soon, you're going to find moss growing on you. And then I'll write an article entitled, Take Hold, the Mold.
For goodness sake, stop bickering, you two. Oh, I almost forgot, Uncle Baxter. Here's a letter came for you.
Oh, for me? Well, it's from my brother Buckley in New York. Excuse me, I must see what good old Buckley has to say.
Oh, what's Uncle Buckley say?
We'll see as soon as I find my glasses.
If I know that big mouth, he'll have plenty to say.
Now, Riley, you only met Uncle Buckley once at our wedding.
What a chiseler. I invite him to the wedding. He eats all the sandwiches, drinks all the charged water, dances with all the dames. Then for a wedding present, he offers me a free chance on a punch board.
He meant to buy us a real gift later on, but you know, with Uncle Buckley, he'd have $1,000 one day and nothing the next day.
Well, I met him at Marksman the next day.
Children, great news. My brother Buckley's ship has come in at last. Listen to this. Dear Baxter, glad to hear how well you are doing with the Rileys.
What he means is how well you are doing the Rileys.
I am now president of $1 million concern which is rapidly expanding. Could let you in on the ground floor. Wish you were here to discuss. But of course you have your own large affairs to think of.
That's the way it always was with Buckley. Have $1,000 one day and $1 million the next. Hey, Baxter, if you was in New York, he'd give you a good job, wouldn't he?
Yes, he does seem eager to have me by his side.
Uncle Baxter, I just had one of my greatest ideas. Seeing that Uncle Buckley needs you, why don't you go to New York?
What, and leave you all to shift for yourselves? Oh, no, I couldn't be so selfish.
But, Uncle Baxter, if it meant a new start for you, we wouldn't mind your going.
We'll be brave.
But, children, this little nest has become home to me.
This little nest will not miss one little bird. A vulture. It would be the making of you, Uncle Baxter. New York. What a town. The Empire State. The Waldorf Astoria. The Fulton Fish Market.
But, Riley, Uncle Baxter hasn't enough money to go to New York.
But he's going to have.
How?
I've got a little dough saved up, and I'm going to use it to start Baxter climbing up the ladder of success to Uncle Buckley's ground floor. What do you say?
Oh, Riley, that's a wonderful idea.
You know, it does sound attractive.
Huh?
By Jove, I'll do it.
Attaboy, Uncle Baxter. Right after Grub, you and me are going downtown and buy a ticket on the fastest train they've got. We've been in line here for 3 hours.
You're next, Riley. Go on, speak up, speak up.
Yes, what is it, please?
We want a reservation for New York.
A drawing room will do.
On your fastest train.
What year do you want to go? The best trains are sold out months in advance. Next, please.
Have you any trains going to New York? Any trains at all?
Anything with a lower berth?
Berth? We haven't even got a chair for 3 weeks.
But, my dear fellow, I've got to get to New York immediately. There must be some way.
Sure. Can you operate a hand car?
Hey, Bud, how about a bus for New York?
And anything with seats in.
Hey, Joe, here's a guy who wants a seat to New York.
Riley, have pity. We've been all over town. There's no way to get to New York.
Maybe you could take a trolley. Keep asking for transfers. Look, there's a place. The Crow Flies Travel Bureau.
I am not going to New York by crow.
Look at that sign. Go east by bus. Only $21. Come on, let's try this.
This shabby place? How can they get me to New York for $21?
Well, this guy can do it cheap because he's down in the basement and he ain't got no overhead except the street.
Well, what'll it be, gents? The Crow Flies Travel Bureau at your service?
Riley's my name. My uncle here wants to go to New York by bus.
New York, eh?
Yeah.
You mean New York, New York?
Yeah, right outside of Brooklyn.
Well, I'll get you to New York in a jiffy.
I mean for $21?
Absolutely.
I don't believe it.
Uncle, you're practically standing right in Times Square. Now, let's see. Where are we now?
Well, that's a nice way to start. We're in Los Angeles.
Okay. We start from Los Angeles, and we jump you over to Potholer, Texas.
Texas, so far south.
Texas. There's a place I always wanted to see. Uncle Baxter, you're a lucky guy. And from Texas, he goes right to New York. Huh?
Well, practically. Mm-hmm. In Texas, he hops a different bus
which shoots him right through to Painted Hat, Oklahoma, where he has a 4-day hangover.
Boy, Uncle Baxter, you'll be seeing America through bloodshot eyes.
4 days? Well, can't you get me quicker connection?
Why, sure, Uncle, certainly. I can reroute you to Wishing Well, Missouri, which will save you 20 minutes. Then, only 3 days later, we whisk you over to Pig's Eye, Kentucky.
Pig's Eye. There's a place I always wanted to see. The old South.
Yep, and from Kentucky, the next jump is up the good old Mississippi River.
Ain't that romantic? A bus up the Mississippi. Can he leave tomorrow?
Sure, but it ain't a bus, it's a boat.
I can't ride on a boat. I'd be seasick. Why, just think of them moonlight nights on the Mississippi. With the banjos twanging and the nice cool glass of that crinoline. Uncle Baxter, you'll be a new man when you get off the boat in Chicago.
Riley, the Mississippi does not run through Chicago.
Well, that's right. The boat takes you up to Cairo, Illinois. And, get this, man, no waiting at all. I shoot you up the Ohio River on a launch. But. And in no time at all, you're safe and sound in Custer's Crossing, Missouri.
No crow ever flew like this.
No, but now you're in Custer's Crossing. And don't forget, this trip is only $21.
Yes, I know, but how, may I ask, do I get out of Custer's Crossing?
Hey, can you row a boat, Uncle?
No, I cannot row a boat. I want a bus here to New York.
New York? Ain't that kind of an out-of-the-way place? Look, I'm sorry, mister. We don't have any connections for it in Custer's Crossing. Don't forget, there's a war going on.
Then I'll wait till it's over.
You can't do that. Uncle Buckley's waiting for you in New York.
Riley, when you can offer me a direct route to New York, I will go. Until then, I will be forced to remain in your small and not too comfortable guest room.
Ain't them relatives murder, Mr. Riley?
Yeah, he's been a grindstone on my neck for 2 years.
Well, come here. What? Listen. For $5, I know a voodoo woman who'd sell you go-away powders. They're great on relatives.
Oh, no, thanks just the same.
Look, why don't you just lock them out?
I couldn't do that. You see, he done me a favor once. 2 years ago, he gave me a pint of blood.
Yeah?
And ever since then, he's been taking it back drop by drop.
Time out from the life of Riley. This is Ken Niles as spokesman for your meat industry. Today, if you took a trip through farm country in almost any part of our nation, you would see lush spring grasses growing taller and richer, the green fields of the western ranges, the bluegrass of Kentucky, clover and alfalfa, and dozens of other forage crops in field and pasture. There, growing in those fields, is an important part of your next winter's food supply. No, nobody is planning to make you eat grass or clover or alfalfa. The finely bred meat animals of our country's ranges and pastures and farmyards turn this grass into roasts and steaks and chops. Cattle, sheep, and hogs make grasses into meat. Some livestock, then, is fed grains and other finishing feeds before they move on to market, onto the bridge, which is your meat industry. On that bridge, they are changed into fresh meat, canned meat, ham and bacon, sausage, lard, and into hundreds of byproducts needed both for industry and for war. Off the bridge, that is the meat industry, they move through the retailers to your homes or to the military depots that ship food on to our fighters. In bridging the gap between the livestock producers and civilian needs for meat in times of peace, your meat industry has built itself strong enough to serve the needs of both workers and fighters in time of war. And now back to the life of Riley. 24 hours have passed, but to Riley it only seems like a year because Uncle Baxter is still on his hands.
Don't take it so hard, Riley. Something may turn up.
I don't know, Dumpling. All day long at the plant, I couldn't get it out of my mind. I was working on a big bomber, and I kept thinking if only I could smuggle that plane out of the plant, we could fly Uncle Baxter to New York.
Smuggle out a big bomber?
Daddy.
I know it's a nutty idea. Where you going to get gas today, huh?
Hey, Pop, we're famous. Look at Mom. Our family gets mentioned in the paper.
Oh, what's it say to?
It's in the social notes. It says, Baxter Turnbull, prominent West Coast magnate, will be super chiefing out of L.A. today to join his brother Buckley Turnbull, well-known New York industrialist.
Super chiefing out. He ain't even bussing out.
Pop, what's this West Coast magnate?
That's another name for Santa Monica beachcomber. Look at them suitcases of Baxter's. Standing there so near the door. So near and yet still here.
Hey, Pop, there must be some way to get Uncle Baxter out of town.
Not a chance. One time I even thought of trying to mail him back.
What an idea. He'd be covered with stamps.
He wouldn't cost so much. Third class.
He'd have to go first class. He's got writing on him. He's got memories of Mabel tattooed on his chest.
Well, my dear children.
Junior, hide your piggy bank. Here comes that West Coast magnate.
Well, children, I've tried all day. Still no transportation. So if I stay a few more weeks, you won't think I'm imposing, will you?
Well, since you can't get away, you're welcome to stay, Uncle Baxter.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you, Riley.
I didn't say nothing.
Be serene, Riley. Count your blessings. Well, I'll unpack my bags again, eh? Call me when dinner's ready, won't you?
Just unpack some pajamas and a toothbrush. I ain't given up hope yet. I sure thought next time them bags moved, I'd see him going the other way.
Well, Babs, help me carry the dinner into the dining room, will you?
Yes, Mother.
You, Riley, it's me, Waldo Benny.
Oh, hello, Waldo. Come on in. Hey, Waldo, how come that wife of yours let you out of the house?
Riley, when you got a wife like mine, you got to use strategy. Yeah. This is the night she plays gin rummy with her Aunt Gussie. And you know what I did?
No, what?
This afternoon, I stole the ace, king, and jack. So they had to send me out for a new deck of cards.
That's using the old noggin, Waldo.
Oh, I've been doing that for almost a year now. I always take different cards. Pretty soon I'll have a whole deck of my own, and then I can play solitaire.
Waldo, when a man's outnumbered at his house, he gets to be pretty foxy, huh?
Riley, I came to offer my sympathy. I hear your uncle isn't leaving after all.
Nah, the 7-year itch is still with us.
Riley, I have a way to get your uncle out of town.
Waldo, if you can show me how to get Baxter a trip to New York, I'll never forget you.
I can do it. I'm an expert on traveling. On account of someday, I'm going to run away myself.
What?
I knew I could never get away on a train or bus. They'd nab me, sure.
Yeah.
So I've kept in touch with another way out.
What way?
Every day of the week, somebody drives back east. Last week, there were 17 departures by auto. This week, it fell off to 12, but then...
Now, never mind how many went. Is there one more going?
Yes. Yes, sir. There's one going tonight, right through to New York. And there's room for one more passenger in that car, Riley.
Waldo, that one more is going to be my Uncle Baxter. Come on, go phone the carpool. Tell him to come and pick up Baxter right away.
Pleasure.
Baxter, come in here. Hey, Babs, quick, come in. Junior, don't unpack them pajamas.
Riley, what's wrong? What's wrong?
Nothing. Everything's jake. Uncle Baxter, goodbye. I mean, listen. I got a way to get you to New York in a guy's car.
But this is so sudden.
Go, Riley.
Pop, what's that? Daddy, what's happened?
Peg, wish Uncle Baxter luck. He's leaving.
I am?
Junior, bring back his bags. He's leaving tonight.
Okay.
Babs, kiss your uncle goodbye. He's going any minute.
Oh.
Uncle Baxter, meet me. This is the smartest decision you ever made. Order, everybody. Now, this here is an important event, and time is getting short. This being a farewell beefsteak banquet, only with lamb stew. We all want to say goodbye to Uncle Baxter. I'll be the toast mixer. Uncle Baxter being guest of honor, we got to let bygones go by and say something nice about him, even if it ain't so. Okay. Now, first, I'm calling on a young lady who has been a member of this family all her life. I think she's kind of cute. I give you my favorite daughter, Miss Babs Riley.
Oh, Daddy, I don't know what to say except, well, goodbye, Uncle Baxter, and we hope you have a great success in New York, and good luck, and... Oh, dear, I'm really going to miss you, Uncle Baxter.
Babs, my dear, I'm touched, really.
No weeping until he gets in the car to go. Here, Unc, have a cigar.
Thank you.
Have 2 cigars, one for the trip. Here, let me bite off the end for you, Uncle Baxter.
You overwhelm me, Riley. Now I don't feel like going at all.
Then you better bite off the end yourself. Now, the next speaker is a young man who is a gentleman and not much of a scholar. My favorite son, I give you Chester A. Riley, Jr.
Well, kind of accustomed as I am to public speaking, I just want to say that what the last speaker says is what I want to say. Especially goodbye, Uncle Baxter. I mean, good luck, Uncle Baxter. Hold on, wait, I ain't through yet. And I hope you make $1 million with Uncle Buckley.
Thank you, my boy. And in response, I can only...
Wait a minute, it ain't your turn yet. The next speaker is a lady who is not only Uncle Baxter's niece, but is the best cook in 48 states. My favorite wife. I give you Mrs. Peg Riley.
Oh, dear. Well, Uncle Baxter, we've loved having you here with us, and we'll miss you terribly. And I wish you'd change your mind, Uncle Baxter, and stay here.
And now the next speaker. I am now introducing our guest of honor. He's a Harvard man on account of he was kicked out of Yale. Your uncle and mine, I give you, and you can have him, Baxter Turnbull.
Mr. Toastmaster, my dear friends, I am almost at a loss for words. However, since brevity is the soul of wit, I shall only say, for all you've done for me, 1,000 thanks.
One for each meal.
And in appreciation, I have a little gift for each of you. A small expression of my deep affection. Here, Peg, Riley, Babs, Julia. Treasure them till we meet again at our reunion banquet in my penthouse in New York City.
Oh, Uncle Baxter, you bought us all presents?
Well, gee, we didn't expect nothing like this.
Oh, I've got mine unwrapped.
What is it?
Look, it's a picture of Uncle Baxter.
Oh, how nice. I wonder what mine can be. Why, mine's a picture of Uncle Baxter, too.
What's yours, Junior?
A picture of Uncle Baxter. Just what I needed. What's yours, Pop?
What do you think? Uncle Baxter, when we look at your mug, your absence will be missed. And now for my speech. I got a little poem which I wrote up out of my own head. This poem was wrote a year ago so as to be ready for this event when you finally moved out. Let's hear it. Adios, Uncle Baxter. It's time for us to part. There's a great big lump of sadness in the middle of my heart. Farewell, dear Uncle Baxter. It's time to say goodbye. But if you say you're going to stay, I'll poke you in the eye.
Hey, Pop, there's the car out there.
Yeah, come on, Baxter. Get his bags, Junior.
Here's your hat, Uncle Baxter.
No, we're not going to a fire.
And here's your bunch.
Come on.
Stop pulling at my sleeve.
All right, get in, brother. Get in. I'm 4.5 minutes behind my schedule.
Get in, Uncle Baxter.
One moment. Is this the car in which I am to travel 3,000 miles? A small convertible coupe?
What's the difference? It'll be cozier.
Oh, but Riley, it's crowded already. It's full of luggage and people.
Plenty of room. Jump right in.
Am I expected to sit on the lady's lap, sir?
No, Baxter. You sit on the outside because you get off first at 42nd and Times Square.
All right, move over, Bessie. Get in, brother.
Yeah, go on, get in, Baxter.
I am endeavoring to wedge myself in, Riley. Madam, I am Baxter Turnbull.
We got plenty of time to get acquainted. Shut the door, brother.
I'll shut it. There you are, Uncle Baxter. Here, hold your suitcase on your lap there. Okay, mister.
Oh, give our love to Uncle Buckley. Goodbye.
Bye, Uncle Baxter. Bye, Uncle Baxter. Hold your hat crossing the Rockies. No use waving no more, Dumpling. The car's out of sight. I'm going in the house now and count the rooms.
Riley, you know, It's going to seem strange without him.
Yeah. Listen. Ain't the house nice and quiet? And look, my Morris chair. Now any time I want to sit in it, I can walk to it without having to raise him for it.
Oh, dear.
I got to get acquainted with my Morris chair all over again. Good evening, Morris. My name's Riley. Remember me?
Well, for goodness sake, talking to an old chair.
Morris understands me okay. This is living. He's gone. The leech who just dropped in for a couple of days and stayed 2 years. Peg, the door. The door, he's back.
Why, he can't be.
He didn't like that car. He made them bring him back.
I'll see what it's
Yeah, go ahead, Junior.
Oh, hello. Relax, Pop. It ain't Uncle Baxter.
Oh, boy, what a relief. Who is it, Junior?
Who is it? Why, Riley, it's me. Your old Uncle Buckley, fresh from New York.
Uncle Buckley, how in the
A
world?
little surprise for you, my dear children. I just stopped in to spend a couple of days with you. My trunks will be here in the morning. This is restful.
Peg, look. Already he's got my Morris chair.
The Rileys will be back in just a moment. Perhaps you housewives would like some suggestions on the best point values in meat, which are effective today for the month of May. The American Meat Institute suggests all types of sausage are especially point thrifty. For example, pork sausage makes a fine meal served with fried apple rings or cornmeal mush, broiled tomatoes, or orange slices. Bacon, too, is something you can use more of now that it's going to remain only 1 point a pound during the month of May. You can have it with your breakfast pancakes or waffles, or wrap it around your meat patties, or use it as a part of a main dish for luncheon or dinner. Pork is one of the best ways of getting more B vitamins into our diet. And pork, like all meats, is an excellent source of the right kind of proteins, the kind that do so much for growth and tissue rebuilding. Yes, meat is the yardstick of protein foods, because meat measures up to every protein need. All statements regarding the nutritional value of meat made on this program are accepted by the Council on Foods and Nutrition of the American Medical Association.
Well, now that you've finished supper, Uncle Buckley.
Oh, excuse me, my dear niece. I'll just have another piece of your delicious pie.
Another piece?
Be serene, Riley. Count your blessings. Wonderful wife you have. Wonderful pie she bakes.
But, Uncle Buckley, you still haven't told us why you came to Los Angeles.
Oh, that?
Yeah.
Well, the way I see it, New York is finished. Done. Soon it'll be a veritable ghost town. The future belongs to the Great West.
Uncle Buckley, what about that $1 million business you had in New York? What
business?
Yeah.
The business? Yes. Oh, yes. Well, you see, my dear Riley, my correspondence in that concern was voluminous. Tremendous. When postal rates went up recently, it wiped out my entire reserve.
Uncle Buckley, we might as well start right now. We can't invite you here with us more than a couple of days. We ain't gonna have room.
Oh, my dear fellow, I'll just rough it in Baxter's old room.
No, you won't, Uncle Buckley. The only reason we kept your brother Baxter in that room for 2 years, he done me a big favor once. He give me a pint of his blood 2 years ago.
His blood? It will interest you to know that 4 years ago, I gave Baxter a pint of blood. Yes, indeed. As I see it, you have my blood in your veins, nephew Riley.
Hey, you hear that? For 2 years, Baxter's been making me pay for that blood. And all the time, he was nothing but the middleman.
Uncle Baxter's gone, but it looks like Uncle Buckley will be an even sharper thorn in Riley's side. Follow The Life of Riley, starring William Bendix and sponsored by the American Meat Institute, next week at this same time. Uncle Baxter was played by Hans Conried. The program was directed by Don Bernard with music by Lou Kozloff. William Bendix appears by arrangement with Hal Roach. This is Ken Niles inviting you to share The Life of Riley once again next week.
You ate too much. The cheesecake made you greedy. Let your aching head and stomach hear this message from old Speedy. Alka-Seltzer, plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. Ah, those Speedy Alka-Seltzer bubbles burst into action to relieve your upset stomach and aching head fast. It was only as directed. Oh, what a relief it is. What a relief.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
We present My Favorite Husband, a new series based on Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. 10 years ago, the town's most eligible bachelor, George Cougat, married socially prominent Elizabeth Elliott. The lavish wedding kept the society columns all over the country in copy for weeks. The New Yorker said,
"The bride and groom were dressed to the nth degree of smartness. Best man was a polo pony."
The Hearst papers said,
"The bride and groom were dressed handsomely in attractive comments from guest Douglas MacArthur."
And the Reader's Digest said, "The bride and groom were dressed." Well, after the honeymoon, George sold his polo pony, bought a stylish suburban home, took the first job that came along, 5th vice president of a bank. And now the Cougats are just George and Liz, two people who live together and like it. George says,
"When I married Liz, she didn't know a thing about keeping house. She couldn't cook, she couldn't sew, she couldn't clean. But later she overcame this lack of domesticity in a most ingenious manner."
Liz says,
"I got a maid."
And now, let's take a peek at the Cougats. It's early morning, and there's husband George at the breakfast table. But where's wife, Liz? Oh, there she is, upstairs in the bedroom with Katie, the maid. Well, this is certainly unusual. Liz is getting into a formal evening gown. Let me check again. It's only 5 minutes after 9. Well, surely there's a reason for wearing an evening gown at this early hour.
"Oh, just a little more, Katie. Can you get the zipper up now?" "Yes, ma'am." "Oh, the zipper's up." "Oh, how does it look, Katie? Would you consider it too slinky?"
"There's hardly enough of it to tell. If you'll pardon me, Mrs. Cougat, I've seen more cloth on a Roquefort cheese."
"It isn't as skimpy as all that. Now, where's my corsage?"
"Oh, here it is, ma'am."
"I'll just pin it on here." "No, maybe here."
"Oh, what's wrong, Mrs. Cougat?"
"There's no place to pin it."
"I'll get you a gown that has a little more to it, Mrs. Cougat. But then..."
"Then what, Kitty?"
"You are having your portrait painted today, aren't you?"
"Yes."
"Well, then maybe you'd better wear the gown you have on."
"Why?"
"Well, as long as you're paying for a portrait, you might as well have as much of you in the picture as possible."
"No, Katie, we might move to Boston someday, and I wouldn't want my portrait banned."
"Oh, here's a more sensible gown, ma'am. Have you told Mr. Cougat about the painter coming today?"
"Not yet, Katie. I'll tell him at breakfast. Now hurry and get me out of this tight thing. I feel like a 10-inch weenie in a 5-inch roll." Good morning, George, darling.
"Good morning, Liz. You're looking very..."
George, what's wrong?
"That evening gown."
Well, you've seen me wearing an evening gown before.
Well, I've seen you wearing galoshes, too, but not at breakfast.
Of course not. It never rains under the table. Darling, the reason I'm wearing this gown is because I'm going to have my portrait painted. The artist is coming this morning.
Having your portrait painted?
Mm-hmm.
What in the world for?
Well, Alice Sturm had herself sketched, so...
Alice Sturm, I might have known. The old story of keeping up with the Joneses.
It's nothing like that, George. This is entirely different. This is keeping up with the Sturmses.
Darling, when Alice Sturm gave a party for an opera star, we had to give one for the Hall Johnson Choir. When Alice goes to Catalina, we have to go to Hawaii. Now, believe me, the day Alice Sturm has quintuplets, I want to be in Mexico.
You do? Well, what about me?
And just where is this masterpiece going to be painted?
Right here, and by a very good artist, too. His name is Damon Welch. He'll be here in a little while.
I get a kick out of those artist characters. I can hardly wait to see him. He'll probably be wearing a pink beret and have a rose clinched between his teeth. Long artistic fingers hanging down and sticking in the tops of his shoes.
No. I heard Damon Welch is different from other artists, George. They say he's very big and strong and muscular, like, who's that rugged, tall actor in the movies? You know, the one with the big arms and broad shoulders?
Marjorie Main.
No, Victor Mature.
Oh, well, don't be silly, Liz. Artists are all the same. They wear berets, live in attics, and smell of spiders.
Hello, George. Liz.
Oh, it's Corey. Come on up, Corey.
Cartwright here, Bachelor Deluxe, Damsel Delight. The kind of man you'd like to marry your sister.
If you hated your sister.
How are you this morning, party boy?
No party last night, George, but did I meet a beautiful creature? She had a smile like Lana Turner, a voice like Dinah Shore, and she kissed like Paulette Goddard.
What do you do, date her or buy tickets to her?
Don't speak lightly of this woman, Liz, for I think that at last Corey Cartwright is in love.
You, Corey?
Yes, George. I feel that this is the real thing. I think I shall marry this girl.
Corey, that's wonderful. What's her name? Where does she live?
Darn, I knew I forgot something. Hey, Liz, I just noticed you're wearing an evening gown.
Yes, do you like it?
It's nice, but isn't this awfully late to be getting home?
Oh.
Liz is having her portrait painted, Corey. Some artist named Damon Welch is coming over this morning.
Damon Welch?
You've heard of him, Corey?
Heard of him? That's all Alice Sturm talks about since he sketched her. I hear he has big blue eyes, curly hair, muscles galore, a tan complexion, and stands about 12 feet tall.
Really now, Corey, 12 feet tall.
Maybe it is a slight exaggeration, but I understand that before he painted portraits, he used to paint rooftops. Without a ladder.
Well, anybody could do that if they had a long brush.
Or a short house.
Well, what do I care what he's like? Excuse me, I have to make a phone call.
Who are you calling us early, darling?
The time operator. My watch has been acting up again.
Well, maybe Corey has the right time.
No, I left my watch home on my other wrist.
At the tone, the time will be 9:42 1/4.
9:42. Have to be getting down to the bank.
Right with you, George. I have a luncheon date with a girl who was a gorgeous blonde yesterday, and I'm anxious to find out what she is today.
Kiss me goodbye, George. Your kisses give me strength for the day.
When Corey Cartwright kisses them, they stay charged up for a month.
Bye, darling.
Bye-bye, Liz.
Bye.
Are you really going to the bank today, George, or are you just faking?
Huh? What are you talking about?
With that Damon Welch coming to your house today, I figured maybe you're going to sneak out and hide in the garage.
I'd forgotten all about it. Doesn't worry me in the least.
It would if you heard what Howie Sturm calls that artist.
Why, what does he call him?
A weasel with an easel.
Come on, get in the car, Corey.
Hey, don't start the motor yet, George. The artist just pulled up in your driveway. Maybe we can get a look at it.
Good. I'm still betting he has a rose between his teeth.
He's getting out of his car. Holy mackerel, George. He looks like the Empire State Building with a turtleneck sweater.
Oh, he's not so much. I bet he pads that sweater with cotton.
If he does, he must have the whole plantation and Uncle Tom's cabin under there. Look at those shoulders, George, and that chest.
Corey, it doesn't take much to have broad shoulders and a big chest. All you need are muscles. Let's go.
Did you see that thick neck, George? Those pretty blue eyes?
Well, so what? My neck isn't as thick, maybe, but I have a nice neck. And look at my Adam's apple, Corey. Oh, that guy didn't have anywhere near the Adam's apple I have.
Oh, if there's anything that'll keep a home together, it's a big Adam's apple.
And as far as his blue eyes are concerned, my eyes are blue, too. Look at my eyes, Corey. See the pretty blue?
Kind of hard to see the blue right now, George. Your face is so green.
All right, woman, face to the left. I cannot paint your portrait unless you cooperate.
Mr. Welch, I told you a dozen times my name is Elizabeth Cougar, not woman.
Very well, Mrs. Cougar. Now be quiet, woman.
Well, one consolation, at least you know what I am.
Your dress gives you away. I don't like your nose. I shall not paint it that way.
But I like my nose. It's a good nose. Don't change it. I've had it so long now it seems like almost a part of me.
Be still, woman.
You're very rough, Mr. Welch.
Woman, you're looking at a man who's painted the forests of Oregon and at the same time worked as a lumberjack. Sawing, climbing, cutting, and chopping. One day, the man next to me was crushed by a falling redwood. I've seen many rough things. This is a man's world. That's why I'm rough.
Did it kill him, the man the tree fell on?
To coin a quaint old phrase, he was a real gone lumberjack.
You know, Mr. Welch, you and my husband have a lot in common. He lives a rugged life, too.
What does your husband do?
He's a banker.
Oh, that is rugged.
It's plenty rugged. He goes to work every morning at 10 and doesn't get home until after 3.
Just what's rugged about that?
He has an uncomfortable office.
Liz, are you here?
Oh, you're home early, darling.
Hi, honey. How's the portrait coming? All finished, huh?
Oh, no, Damon will be back tomorrow.
Damon? You call him Damon?
Yes, now. He was terribly cold at first, but he warmed up.
How warm did he get?
Oh, George, I've just got to tell you all about him. You wouldn't believe that just an artist could have lived so much.
Too bad he lived so long.
What'd you say, dear?
I said too bad he had to run along.
You know, men certainly are misleading. Take Damon, for instance. There he is, an artist, but he's worked in the Oregon forest, and believe it or not, he's chopped down giant redwood trees.
Well, I cut down the tree in the yard, the one that made the lawn so unsightly.
That wasn't a tree, dear. That was a laundry pole.
Well, it was a tree once.
Did you notice Damon when you were leaving this morning? He came in right after you'd left with Corey.
Yes, I think I did. He was struggling to get his car door open. Didn't seem to have much strength. A tall, unhealthy-looking chap, as I recall. A padded sweater.
Damon? Oh, George, I don't think so. He's huge, with big muscles and a terrific tan.
Yes, Liz, but I'm sure that under that tan there's a naturally pale face.
George, what are you looking for?
Oh, nothing. Oh, say, look at this. My old photograph album. Look here. This picture of me at the beach. You noticed the muscles?
Oh, yes. That was the day you and Jimmy Paterno and Howie Sturm and the whole gang made the human pyramid. Takes a lot of strength to support all those men.
Yes, it does. Look at my muscles.
Oh, there you are, right on top.
Oh, it takes a lot of strength to stay on top. There was quite a breeze that day.
Here's the picture I like. You and me in a rowboat at Simmons Park. Look, your sleeves are rolled up. Say, your arms were pretty big.
Of course. Of course.
I can't remember why I was rowing.
Well, I was saving my strength for the potato race. Are you sure you love me, Liz?
Oh, silly. Of course I love you. Why shouldn't I love you? Kiss me.
Feel those strong arms around you?
Mm-hmm.
I'm plenty strong, Liz. Way back in kindergarten, I used to beat up all the little kids.
I'll just bet you still could. Kiss me again, sweetheart.
Liz, are you positive you love me? I'm the only one? Nobody else?
Oh, don't talk such nonsense. Just hug me tighter. Make believe I'm a tube of toothpaste and pop my cap off.
Oh, that's swell. I feel great now.
Oh, George, I was thinking today, you don't have any hobbies. I believe I know of an interesting one for you.
No hobbies. I have my bird collection. 6 starlings and a dicky bird. What did you have in mind?
Why don't you take up painting as a hobby?
Painting. Oh, Liz, I'm going to bed.
Going to bed? Don't you want your dinner?
I won't need any dinner. I'll just go upstairs, pull the covers over my head, and eat my heart out.
You are listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. This is the story of my favorite husband, George Cugat, and his favorite wife, Liz, who, like most married couples, alternate in making each other first happy and then miserable. Well, at the moment, Liz is in the middle of having her portrait painted by the handsome and virile artist, Damon Welsh. This makes Liz quite happy, and George quite miserable. Now George thinks this is quite wrong, and chances are he's quite right. And so he's decided it's quite time he did something about it. It's the next morning. Quite.
George, darling, you aren't eating your breakfast.
Oh, I'm not very hungry, Liz. Didn't sleep last night. I'm going to stay home today.
Stay home? George, are you ill?
Yeah, that's it. I'm sick. Awfully sick.
What's wrong?
Oh, I don't know, Liz. Maybe it's painter's colic.
Painter's colic?
That is, the inside of my mouth feels like a brush.
I'd better call Dr. Buell.
What do I want with a doctor?
Well, you just said you were sick.
Oh, yeah. Call a doctor.
Oh, it's Damon. Katie!
I saw him coming, Mrs. Cougar. Oh, good morning, Mr. Wells.
Good morning, woman. Step aside and let Genius enter.
I wish he'd slammed the door on his genius.
Good morning, woman.
Good morning, Damon. This is my husband, George.
You may just call me Man.
George isn't feeling well, Damon. I'm going to call the doctor.
What's wrong with him? He looks well enough. Trouble with you, Cougat, is that soft, decadent living has finally caught up with you. You should get out of doors, do some exercises. Run the mile, do some chin-ups, push-ups, chop some wood, mow the lawn, pull some weights.
Tote that barge, lift that bale.
Oh. Liz, call the doctor now. I'm worn out.
All right, George. Let me have a look down your throat.
Certainly, Dr. Buell.
Dark down there. Don't swallow, George. This is my best flashlight. There's nothing wrong there. Exactly what seems to be the trouble, George?
Well, Doctor, I feel kind of things. First, it starts, then it stops, then it goes again, then it backs up, and then it twists completely around. What does it sound like to you?
A woman driver. Come on now, George. Tell me what's wrong.
Well, Doctor, you see, Liz is having her portrait painted by some artist who has muscles so big they get up and walk around, and I just...
Oh, I believe I can diagnose your case now, George. Acute jealousy-itis.
Is that anything like borderline anemia?
Jealousy-itis is serious only if it isn't checked early. Fortunately, I believe I have with me the very thing you need to snap you out of it. Miss McCarthy, I just happen to have my nurse with me.
Nurse? I don't need a nurse.
Yes, Doctor?
Marianne, this is Mr. Cugat, our newest patient.
I tell you I don't need it.
Oh.
How do you do? Forgive me for not standing up in bed, but I only have on the pajama tops.
Ill enough to require a nurse, Doctor?
Well, he said he wasn't. What about it, George?
Oh, I ain't long for this world.
Sit still, woman. I cannot paint your portrait unless you relax. I don't make moving pictures, you know.
Well, when are you going to paint in my hair? You still have me bald-headed. I don't like myself bald-headed. I look like my mother was frightened by Guy Kibbe.
I'll paint in your hair when I see fit, woman, and not a second sooner. Until that time, you'll remain an egghead and like it.
Damon, do you ever smile?
I laugh sometimes. My sense of humor is a bit unusual, however, not on the beaten path.
Well, what's funny to you?
Well, I laughed heartily when my friend Chadwick fell from the roof of the school in Paris.
Did Chadwick see the humor in it?
Oh, he screamed. Yes, I'll never forget it. Fractured half the bones in his body.
Yes, he must have been all broken up.
Miss McCarthy, did you hear that? My wife and the painter were laughing down there in the study. What could they have been laughing at?
You have a steamboat in the house, Mr. Cougar.
Steamboat? Well, of course not.
Well, then they couldn't be laughing at Fulton.
Oh, I'm serious, Miss McCarthy. I don't like them to be laughing. I'm going downstairs. Hello?
Hello, darling. What are you doing out of bed?
I heard some laughing. What was all the laughing about?
Oh, Damon was telling jokes.
Oh, how nice. Mind if I stay a while?
I know one person who objects. I cannot paint with an audience.
What a horrible painting.
George.
No, let him criticize. All genius must be criticized. But I still do not want him around. Out. Take your linted bathrobe with you.
Well, as long as you're busy, I'll go back upstairs.
Goodbye, darling.
Well, goodbye.
Yes, goodbye. Nice trip. Be sure and write us.
Oh, Damon, you know something? I think my husband came downstairs because he's jealous.
Jealous? Jealousy is stupidity. Yes, I guess he could be jealous.
Well, I'm glad he's jealous. Oh, it makes me feel that I'm wanted.
You are. I want you to sit still. You never get jealous of Mr. Cougar, do you? I mean, the fact that he's upstairs right now with that attractive nurse. That doesn't faze you in the least.
Of course not. Good old faithful George. What was that?
What?
Damon, that was George and that nurse.
Oh, so? You aren't worried about good old faithful George, are you?
Certainly not. I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
I got to see a man about a nurse. Hello. May I come in?
Yes, Mrs. Cougar, but you mustn't stay long. I have a naughty boy on my hands, and I don't want him to get excited.
That's why I came up. How are you, George?
Oh, it's awful. I just had a relapse. I accidentally plugged my electric heating pad into the radio, and H.V. Kaltenborn got in bed with me.
He's delirious.
Yes. You better go, Mrs. Cougar.
Yes, I'll, goodbye, George. Miss McCarthy, wouldn't you like to come downstairs and boil a few thermometers or something?
I'll be right here with Mr. Cougar.
Well, bye, George.
He's gone now, Mr. Cougar. Why were you playing sick?
Because I wanted sympathy. Lots of sympathy. You know something, McCarthy? I think Liz came up only because she was jealous. She must have heard us laughing. You know what that means?
My capacity of a registered nurse, I'd say she has clean ears.
It means she loves me and worries about me. She's jealous.
Then you need have no further worry over the painter.
None whatever. He'll be laughing again soon, but I won't worry about it. Wonder why they aren't laughing. McCarthy, they're not laughing.
Doesn't that please you, Mr. Cougar?
No, they should be laughing.
Where do you think you're going?
I'm going down there and find out why they're so darn quiet. Where is he? I'll break him in half.
He's gone, George.
Gone? He's not here anymore?
I had to get rid of him, darling.
Why did you have to get rid of him?
Because I knew that if he left, you'd stop playing sick, and then Miss McCarthy could get the heck out of here.
Oh. Were you a little jealous of Miss McCarthy?
Of course not, but I know you were jealous of Damon.
That's ridiculous.
George.
Yes, Liz.
Who do we think we're kidding?
So he left, huh, George?
Yes, Corey. He left.
And George was really very nice to him.
How lucky you were, George. Suppose, instead of going quietly, the man with the big muscles had gotten tough with you.
Oh, Corey, you're just trying to stir me up.
No, seriously. What would you have done if the painter had wanted to fight? Oh, I'm sorry, George. I shouldn't embarrass you this way in front of Liz.
If Damon had wanted to fight, George would have fought, wouldn't you, darling? Wouldn't you, George?
Why, certainly. If I had his phone number, I'd call him up right now and tell him a thing or two.
Oh, I have his phone number, dear. Here.
Oh, well, thanks.
When Damon answers the phone, I'll catch you, George.
Hello, Damon. This is George Cougar. I've changed my mind about being nice to you. If you want to fight, just come over here whenever you feel like getting knocked for a loop. You got anything to say to that?
At the tone, the time will be 9:27 1/4.
Well.
George Cougar, kiss me. Kiss me this very instant.
Why right now?
Because you've got your dander up, and you're just dandy with your dander up.
In just a moment, Lucille Ball and Richard Denning will be back with us. Here's a friendly suggestion that may mean a lot to your own happiness. Why don't you call your family together one evening soon and say, is there anything else any of us can do in cooperation with others for the good of our community? You may find that somebody will come forward with the news of a community project that you haven't heard of. Maybe it has to do with Scouts or 4-H clubs or Red Cross. Well, there'll be an opportunity for service, something you'll like to grab hold of. For you know that what you're doing is more than helping make your life and your families and your neighbors better. By positive action toward improving the place where you live, you help preserve something we prize highly. That's freedom. You show that you agree with the statement that freedom is everybody's job.
George, are you asleep?
No, darling. I'm not asleep.
Do you love me, baby?
Yes, I love you.
How much?
Lots.
Well, in terms of pounds, how much do you love me? 3 pounds, 6 pounds, 7 pounds?
12 tons.
I love you 100 tons.
Now, you have a bigger truck.
George, no matter what happens, will you still love me, even when I'm old?
I'll still love you when you're old.
Will you take me out?
Yes, dear. I'll wheel you around the block every day.
George, something strange happened to Katie tonight.
Really? What was that?
Well, tonight around 9:27, Katie picked up the phone extension in the kitchen and heard a man shouting at the time operator. Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
In the month just ahead, there will be many days that are cloudy and gray. Isn't it very important on such days to have your home bright and cheerful? Your kitchen especially, where you spend so many hours? There's one thing that will brighten your kitchen more than anything else. Gleaming linoleum floors kept fresh and spotless with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Glow Coat requires no rubbing or buffing. There's practically no work to it. You just apply Glow Coat, it shines while it dries with no further work from you. It not only keeps your floors beautiful, but it actually makes linoleum last many times longer than an unprotected floor. Glow Coat is safe, easy to use, and sure to please. Try some tomorrow on your floors. Ask for Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat. GLO-COAT.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents The Mel Blanc Show. Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, Bea Benaderet, Leora Thatcher, Zookie, and Victor Miller and his orchestra. You've heard Mel Blanc as the happy postman.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
You've heard him as the famous train caller.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cupocomics.
You've heard him as the lovable character Zookie.
Well, in the fix-it shop, I'm the president. I'm the vice president. I'm the treasurer. I sweep out the place.
You've heard him as the famous Warner Brothers cartoon character Bugs Bunny.
What's up, guys?
Now hear him as the star in his own show.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Say, folks, does your vacuum cleaner vic when it should vac? Does your clock tock when it should tick? Well, why not bring them to Mel Blanc, who can make anything work, except his Uncle Rupert? We find Mel on the phone.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it. Recharge your storage battery? Oh, the battery in your hothouse for the plants. Oh, I won't forget. I'm making a note of it right now. Put amps in plants. Yeah, goodbye.
Say, nephew, I hope you haven't forgotten we're all going to the county fair tomorrow.
Gosh, no, Uncle Rupert.
Why, Zookie here is starting to dress up for it already.
Zookie, where did you get that high, stiff collar? It's 8 inches high if it's an inch.
Yes, my lad. It can't possibly be comfortable.
Oh, it's comfortable, all right. You see, it doesn't bother me a bit. But every time I hiccup, my head disappears.
Oh, for the love of heaven.
Look, Uncle, here comes Betty. Take Zookie in the back of the shop and get that thing off his neck,
Yes,
huh?
come on, Zookie, come on.
Hello, Betty.
Oh, Mel, I'm so excited about the county fair tomorrow, aren't you?
Yeah. Gee, I hope we have as much fun as we did last year. Hey, remember the Tunnel of Love?
Uh-huh.
Betty, this time let's get seats together.
Silly. But, Mel, tomorrow I think I may have a surprise for you.
Surprise?
Yes, what would you say if I won the cake baking contest at the fair?
Well, honey, I'd say, gosh.
Oh, I'm sure I can win. I'm using Mother's prize-winning recipe. I want to show you what a good cook I am. You know, I think sometimes girls pay too much attention to their looks. After all, men prefer girls who can cook, too.
Oh, I don't know. I've heard fellas say, boy, has she got a shape, but I never heard them say, boy, has she got recipes.
Well, just the same, Mr. Blank, you'll be getting a good cook when we're married. If we're ever married.
Oh, gosh, honey, I want us to get married soon. Go ahead, you just name the day.
Nell, we have named the day 4 times already.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Now if we could only decide on the year.
Oh, honestly, darling, you should become more serious about your business. Now, remember, now be businesslike.
All right. Hello, Mel Blank's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it. Who? Oh, the Y. Oh, it's the Y, honey. Hello? Yeah? Do I know how to get to the Y? Sure. I was there last week with a friend, and we had a swim and a rub-down together. Wait. Look. Hey, please, I only meant...
What's the matter, darling?
It's the YWCA.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll be right over. Thank you. Goodbye.
What a businessman. What'd they want?
Well, they want me to fix an oven. I'll go over and land all their fix-it business. Just for you.
That's the way I like to hear you talk.
I'll go down there and really sell myself. They won't be able to say no to me about anything.
Remember, darling, it's the YWCA.
Huh? Oh, well, almost anything.
Now, ladies of the cooking class, that will be all for now. You've baked some lovely cakes today. And remember, the one I think is best is going to represent the YWCA at the county fair tomorrow. Well, come back later, girls, and I'll announce the winner.
I beg your pardon, ma'am.
Goodness, a man.
Thank you. I'm Mel Blank.
What can I do for you, young man? I'm Stanhope, the cooking teacher.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Stanhope?
Miss Stanhope.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're sorry.
Well, if you'll show me the oven, I'll get right to work. I told the secretary I'd start right in.
This is odd. Very odd.
Oh, I do a lot of odd jobs.
I must take this up with the membership committee. Well, there's your stove right there.
Thanks.
And you'll find all the ingredients for baking a cake.
Me? Bake a cake?
Please, you were late to start with, so get to your pots and pans. But, young man, the secretary sent you here, didn't she?
Yeah, but...
Well, very well, then, start baking. I'll be back later to see how it turns out. Extremely odd. Unheard of.
Hey, just a minute. Gosh, what does she want me to do? Bake a cake to prove I can fix an oven? What a silly way to run a place. Boy, am I glad I joined the YMCA. What do I know about cooking? Well, here goes. For you, Betty. Gosh, I'm following the recipe on this box, but I'm not getting anywhere. It says break 6 eggs, beat till stiff. That's silly. Some people get stiff quicker than others. Now add a level teaspoon of vanilla. Whoever heard of a level teaspoon? The stuff would roll off. Now, before putting in cake, stand near open window and cool off. Cool off? I don't even feel warm. Oh, this is silly. This batter won't even stick together. Hey, wait a minute. Nobody's going to eat this cake. I know what'll make it stand up. Yes, sir, I'll mix in a little putty.
Ladies, come here to Mr. Blank's stove. This marble cake is a work of art. Why, it looks just as though it was modeled out of clay. However did you do it?
Oh, I just stuck a few things together. Now do I get the job?
You certainly do.
Swell.
Even though it's a bitter blow to all of us girls, a man is going to represent the YWCA at the county fair. You and your beautiful cake.
Oh, thanks. Betty'll be... What?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, but you can't. You don't know what I put into it.
Now, your recipe is your own precious secret.
Oh, this is silly. I don't know how to cook.
No false modesty, Mr. Blaine.
But I tell you,
Not a word now. I'll see you in the fair.
Gosh. I hate to think what'll happen if Betty hears about this. I started out to be a serious, dignified businessman. And now I'm a male prudence penny. A penny that feels just like 2 cents.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
When two is company, take it from me, a breath of trouble is very NG. Yes, indeed, that little breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, may ruin your romance, even jeopardize your job. Yet anyone can be the victim of unpleasing breath, even you. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, when it comes to getting into trouble, Mel takes the cake. In this case, the beautiful cake he made with the aid of a little putty. We find Uncle Rupert trying to understand just what happened to Mel.
Let me get this straight, Melvin. Your cake is going to represent the YWCA at the fair?
But I tell you, Uncle Rupert, I was an innocent dupe.
Dupe? That's a strange pronunciation.
Oh, I tried to explain to Miss Stanhope, but she wouldn't listen.
You should have made her listen, my lad. You could have done it. You've got something on the ball.
Yeah, I've got something on the ball. A great big number 8.
Ah, look. Here comes Mrs. Longnecker down the street. My beloved Clara.
So what?
So everything, my lad. Don't you know she's the honorary judge at the cake contest tomorrow?
She is?
I'll just explain this culinary comedy of errors, and she'll make sure your name isn't even mentioned. You know, I can mold Clara like putty in my hand. What's the matter? What's the matter?
Putty, don't ever mention that word.
Ah, Clara, my dear, it's good to see you. You're as radiant as...
Rupert, you're getting fat.
I think I carry my weight rather well, my dear.
You don't carry it, you drag it.
How are you feeling today, Mrs. Longnecker?
Oh, I'm so weary, Melvin. I spent the whole day trying to find a suitable safe deposit box for my money. And would you believe it, in this whole town, there was only one that would do.
Well, that's good.
But I can't use it.
Why not?
There's a family living in it now.
Oh.
Oh, money, money, money. My millions cause me nothing but misery.
I'd be glad to share your misery, my dear.
Please, Rupert, none of your nincompoopity.
Nincompoopity.
Well, excuse me, Mrs. Longnecker. I've got something to do. Oh, Uncle, don't forget to ask you-know-what.
What, Rupert?
Well, my dear, tomorrow at the fair, when you're judging the cakes, if you happen to come across one with Melvin's name on it...
Melvin baked a cake.
Well, it's a long story, but would you...
Would I? Oh, you want me to see that Melvin's cake wins. You want me to open my big, generous heart and say yes.
On the contrary, my dear, I want you to open your big, generous mouth and say no. What I meant was...
You're positively insulting. Good day.
Hey, how'd you make out, Uncle Rupert? Is she going to do anything about my cake?
I'm afraid not, nephew.
Oh, but you
Well, for all you know, Betty might be glad to know that you're a good cook.
Oh, I'm a good cook, all right. A wonderful cook. I'm the only one in the world who can bake a cake and cook his own goose at the same time. Betty, what would happen, well, just suppose, for instance, a man won the cake contest today.
A man? Oh, don't be ridiculous, darling. No man would enter a cake contest at the fair.
Oh, he wouldn't, huh?
What's the matter with you, darling? You seem so nervous.
Look, honey, I know I make a lot of mistakes, but I keep trying to improve myself because I love you.
I know.
Oh, Melvin, may I see you a moment?
Oh, pardon me, Betty. I'll see what Uncle Rupert wants.
Nephew, your worries are over. Your old uncle is going to take care of that confounded cake.
Now, look, it's almost time for the contest. Do anything.
Have you seen Zookie around?
No, but there's Dr. Crab, the dog doctor. Maybe he has. I'll see you later.
Dr. Crab, that dried-up dog doctor. Oh, well. Oh, Christopher, have you seen Zookie?
Zookie? No, Rupert, I haven't.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me. Just got a catch in my throat. Could I have a pan of water?
Christopher, you're even getting to sound like a dog.
Oh, thank you, Rupert. No, I don't feel so good today. Would you see if my nose is cold?
Oh, you're okay. Surprising that you managed to tear yourself away from those dogs.
Yeah, I love my dogs. Man's best friend. You know, sometimes it takes me hours just to give them dinner.
What do? Feed them one by one?
Yep. To each his bone. Why, sometimes...
Look, Christopher, I'm in a hurry. I've got to find Zookie.
You know, they're judging the livestock here today. My cow could have been the best cow in the show, but there was a blot on her record.
Your cow had a blot on her record?
Yeah. Those milk people once fired her for being discontented.
Please, go away. Go away.
All right, Rupert. But remember, a cow has the kind of shape that gives us many laughs. Her thighs are bad, her ankles worse. But she sure has pretty calves. Bye.
Zookie, I thought I'd never find you.
Yeah, I'm sure glad you did. I was lost.
Now listen carefully. Nell is in trouble. One of us has to sneak into that tent where the cakes are.
Yeah.
One of us has to eat up Nell's cake, every last crumb of it.
Yeah.
One of us has to take the chance of being caught and thrown out.
No.
But Zookie, it's for Mel.
Oh. Why didn't you say so? Yes, some marble cake. Very tasty. I think I just swallowed one of the marbles. This just hits the spot. I wish it didn't hit so hard.
Zookie!
Huh? Oh, Mrs. Longnecker.
What are you doing? Don't tell me you're eating Melvin's cake.
Okay. I won't tell you.
Put that cake down.
I am, as fast as I can.
Oh, do you know what you've done? That was the YWCA entry in the contest. I'm going to take you to the fair officials at once. I'm going to take you there if I have to carry you.
Well, I'm all through. Gosh, I'll have to be carried.
It'll just be a minute now, dear, before Mrs. Longnecker announces the winner.
Yeah.
Oh, darling, I've got a hunch I'm going to win. Mel, aren't you glad I'm a good cook? After we're married, you'll be well fed.
Yeah. My dad used to say, just get married, son, and you'll soon get fed up.
What?
Oh, I didn't mean... Oh, there's Mrs. Longnecker now.
Ladies and gentlemen, there were 2 cakes tied for first place in the contest. One made by Betty Colby.
Darling, my cake.
The other representing the YWCA.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, the YWCA cake was destroyed completely.
Hooray!
Mr. Blank, please. But just because that cake was destroyed, it made up my mind. A young man passing by could not resist it. He ate every last crumb of it. Yes, that's what this boy Zuki did.
Zuki? Oh.
Obviously, a lovable American boy is a better judge of cake than I am, and so I award the Domestic Science Cup to Mel Blank.
Mel! Mel, what does this mean?
I've got to go.
Where are you going, Mel?
I think I smell my fudge burning.
Mel Blank, come out from under that counter.
Well, I was just looking for Zuki.
Well, you won't find him there.
Oh, but you don't understand. I'm worried about him. Anything might have happened to him, Betty.
Why don't you worry about what happened to me? I was never so embarrassed.
Oh, I know, honey. Gosh, I'm sorry.
That catty Muriel Graves wanted to know if I still loved you, even with your dishpan hands.
Oh.
Mr. Thurston, president of your lodge, stopped me and...
Yeah, I know. He's going to transfer me to the ladies' auxiliary.
Well, here's the cup you won, with your own little hands. Well, go on, read the inscription.
Well, okay. Oh, no.
Go on, read it. Go on.
To the kitchen queen, who's sure to make some man an ideal wife.
And I have to be engaged to Miss Kitchen Queen of 1946.
Oh, gee.
And you were going down to the YWCA to get their business.
I got the business. Well, won't you let me explain? I went to the YWCA to fix an oven, but Miss Stanhope made me bake a cake. The only reason my cake looked like anything at all is because I put putty in it to make it stand up.
Oh, Mel, putty. Oh, darling.
Well, it's no laughing matter. Zuki ate it. For all I know, the poor kid may be in the hospital right now.
Oh, no wonder you were so worried about Zuki.
Hey, did somebody call me?
Oh, Zuki, are you all right?
Hey, maybe we ought to call a doctor, huh?
Oh, yes, Zuki, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel fine. I feel great. I was singing all the way home.
Singing?
Yeah, it's cement mixer, putty putty.
We'll be back in a minute for a Zukiism. What's a Zukiism? Wait and see.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Young man, have you wondered why opportunity stays away from your door? Perhaps a little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, has caught up with you. It's best to be on your guard. So do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, Zuki, we had quite a mix-up at the fair today. I'd like to feel you profited by it.
Yes, my lad. It should have taught you what people should do to stay out of trouble. What should they do?
Well, to stay out of trouble, huh? Yeah. Well, people should look before they people should mind their P's and Q's. People should let them eat cake.
This is Scott Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at the same time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Every one of you undoubtedly has a headache or pain remedy that you swear by. But haven't you noticed that on some occasions it fails you? That there are times it does not seem to work? On these occasions, let me suggest that you try Anacin, for here is a remedy that I'm sure won't fail you. You'll find the fastest and most complete relief in Anacin you have ever experienced. The reason is simple. Anacin contains not one pain-soothing agent alone, but 4. One of which is in all probability the remedy you now customarily take to relieve pain. You can get Anacin at your druggist for a few cents. Your money back if you're not pleased. I'll spell the name. Anacin.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
I was a communist for the FBI. Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Savetic come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Savetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI. If you were forced to select a companion from the Communist Party or a bed full of vermin, which would you choose? I had that choice to make once when I was a communist for the FBI. This story explains why I made the inevitable decision. In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. Now, here is Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked, A Suit for the Party. Comrade Roger Grinnan was an important man among the local commies. He was district committee chairman, in charge of Red infiltration into civic welfare groups. But this work accounted for only a portion of his importance. Comrade Grinnan attained his true stature as a Red in another, more unique manner. A manner to be recommended to all party members like him. On his way to a cell meeting one night, Comrade Grinnan simply dropped dead. Hello?
Savetic, this is Rifkin.
Oh, hello, comrade.
Be ready in 15 minutes. I'll pick you up in a cab.
What for? Where are we going?
Where do you think we're going, idiot? We've got to see Grennan's wife immediately.
Mrs. Grinnan? Now? Have a heart, Rifkin. She just buried her husband. Give her a chance
Never mind the sentimental pap. Be ready in 15 minutes.
Look, comrade, I think
15 minutes, Savetic.
exactly 15 minutes and 35 seconds, I was in the taxi with Comrade Jacob Rivkin. Rivkin was definitely not the type of commie you see in those red propaganda posters. He was no square-jawed Apollo in overalls. Quite the contrary. Rivkin was a nervous, pasty-faced little man, built like a radish and just as indigestible. Though he was a ranking cell leader in the party, he had the uncanny faculty for making people dislike him on sight. His attitude toward the grief-stricken widow of the late Comrade Grennan was all too typical.
Please, Mr. Rifkin, I'd rather not go through my husband's personal things now. Maybe later on, a few days.
It's imperative that we find the list immediately.
I told you I don't know of any list.
Come on, Rifkin, some other time.
Mrs. Grennan, your husband was on his way to a party meeting when he was stricken.
Yes, I know that.
He was bringing a list to our committee. He must have had it in his pocket, somewhere on his person. I want you to find that list for us.
Please, not now. I haven't been feeling very well, sir.
Maybe I can explain, Mrs. Grennan. You see, this list contained the names of party members assigned by your husband to infiltrate certain welfare groups.
Really, Mr. Feddick, I don't care. Not now. Can't you understand that?
I know it's difficult for you, Mrs. Grennan, but if those names should get out of party hands...
The FBI, for instance. If the FBI, or any enemy agency for that matter, learns the names of those comrades, it would mean disaster for our cause. We need that list, Mrs. Grennan.
I don't remember seeing any lists or anything like that, really.
What about the suit your husband was wearing? Did you go through the pockets?
No, of course not. I couldn't.
Then, with your permission, I'll do it now. Which suit was it?
It was brown herringbone. It was just a bit too large for him. He's lost so much weight.
I presume the suit is upstairs?
Oh, come on, Comrade. Not tonight.
Yes, please, some other time. Please go now.
We have no intention of leaving until you tell...
For pity's sake, go away.
Where is that suit, Mrs. Grennan? We need the list.
You need the list. You need the list. You need the list. Then find the list. Find it. Find anything you want. Just let me alone. Let me alone. Let me alone.
Now then, are his clothes upstairs? His clothes, Mrs. Brennan. His clothes, where are they?
They're gone.
Gone? Where? What happened to them?
Take it easy, Rifkin. Did you give them away, Mrs. Grennan, to some relatives or friends?
Yes, I gave them away. All Roger's clothes.
Where? To whom?
After the funeral, I didn't want to be reminded. I gave everything away.
Will you please make sense, Mrs. Grennan? Where are your husband's clothes? That list must be in the suit, the brown suit.
All his suits. I gave them to charity.
If we've lost that list, Mrs. Grennan, we will hold you fully responsible. The party will launch a campaign of character assassination that will ruin
Shut up,
you.
Rifkin. Do you know which charity it was, Mrs. Grennan?
The Salvation Army, I guess. That must be it. The Salvation Army.
Are you sure? I mean, are you sure it's the Salvation Army?
Charity. You'll have to go to charity for Roger's list. The communists have to go to charity.
Rifkin was frantic to find that list. As for me, I suffered my own secret desperation. It was my job as an undercover man to locate the list before Rifkin did and turn it over to the FBI. But where does a dead man's brown suit go after it leaves the Salvation Army? Rifkin and I went to the Salvation Army's main depot in that district to find out.
Well, Svedic, we have a lead anyway.
What?
I said we have a lead. The clothes are collected here and sent to the missions on Skid Row.
Where?
The missions on Skid Row.
Well, they've got 2 missions down here, comrade. You know that, don't you?
Yes, of course. I checked the one on Victor Street. They haven't received any clothes in over a week.
Then let's go to the other one. Just a few blocks from here.
Now, I know you're tired, brethren. I know you're worn and discouraged.
but a song, brethren. A song will lift your spirit.
Amen, brother.
A song will send your souls aloft. A song will reach the ears of the Almighty, so that He might send the angel of good fortune down to you. You've been accosted by the devil, you men. He has befouled your bodies with hunger and fatigue. But he cannot touch your souls, brethren. Now sing, then. Sing with me to the glory of the unblemished Spirit. Everybody, sing! Come to the church in the wildwood. Come to the church in the dell. No place is so dear to my childhood as the little round church in the dell. Oh, come, 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 come to the church in the wildwood. Come to the church in the dell. No place is so dear to my childhood as the little round church in the dell. Oh, come, 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 come to the church in the wildwood. Everybody lift your voices in the dell.
Just a moment here. You're Sergeant Simpkins, aren't you? Here, you, Simpkins.
Wait till he's done, Rifkin.
Simpkins, you.
Yes, did you want something, gentlemen?
Yes, if you'd stop that infernal bleating long enough to listen.
We didn't mean to interrupt your services, Sergeant.
I'll be done shortly, gentlemen. There's soup on the steam table if you like. Perhaps you'll lend us your voices in this next hymn.
We don't have time for foolishness, Sergeant.
What's that?
Oh, my friend is a little upset, Sergeant. It's rather an urgent matter.
I see. Well, I promised these men here one more song. If you'd be kind enough to wait until it's finished.
Stop it! Stop that infernal clanking!
Well, you're not only being rude, my friend, you're being positively blasphemous. I'm afraid I must ask you to leave this mission.
Just a moment. Just one moment, please.
Well, look, Sergeant, I want to apologize for my friend here.
And, well, you might.
As I say, we're both pretty upset.
You must be.
You see, we've got a problem about some clothes that...
Clothes? Well, you're welcome to look through the clothes in the next room. Take what fits you, and may the Lord bless you both with a little more courtesy.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Come on, medic. The suit may still be there.
Find anything, comrade?
No, nothing at all. Medic, if I don't find that list, the Control Commission will...
Hey, wait a minute. Those trousers there.
Where?
Yeah, down near the bottom of the pot.
Where?
Yeah, right there. Here. Hold these. Here we are. Brown herringbone. In good condition.
That's it. That's Grennan's. I've seen him wearing it. Quickly, the pockets. Anything? Anything there?
Nothing in this one. No, not in here either.
Hurry, Svenny. Check them all of them.
Not here. No, not in any of the pockets, comrade.
Here, give them to me.
Hey, wait, don't do that.
It may be in the lining somewhere.
Hey, you're ruining the trousers.
No, nothing anywhere. It's gone.
Well, the list may still be in the jacket.
Oh, the jacket's gone, too. Probably in the back of some broken-down bum.
That's hardly spoken like a friend of the masses, comrade.
Oh, these derelicts are typical of the decadence of bourgeois democracy. In a true dictatorship of the proletariat, they wouldn't sing hymns for their soup. They'd work or be liquidated.
Yeah, okay. Come on.
Where to?
Let's start looking for the jacket.
In this concrete jungle down here, impossible.
It was worth a try, isn't it?
Of course. It's Frederick. Why are you so concerned? This is my responsibility. I'm the one to suffer if we fail to find the list.
No, Rifkin, the cause will suffer. I'm as interested in that list as you are. Maybe even more interested. We explored the concrete jungle of Skid Row night and day. We took mental inventory of the derelicts on every corner, studied the flow of human flotsam in and out of the flop houses. We prowled the alleys, stepping over the defeated forms of homeless men. We wandered in and out of littered doorways, checked the tattoo parlors and 10-cent movie houses. We scouted all the shadows of Skid Row, but nowhere did we see the brown herringbone jacket we were so desperate to find.
It's no use, Svedek. Another day down here and I'll lose my mind.
Yeah. Guess I feel the same way. Hey, watch it. Don't trip over that old geezer's feet.
What?
I said, careful.
You useless old fool. Asleep in the doorway.
No place else to sleep. I told you to watch where you...
What's the matter? What are you looking at?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Come on.
What's the matter with you, Svedek? You seem so...
Oh, it's nothing. Nothing. I'm just getting jumpy. So many days on Skid Row. I couldn't let Rivkin know I'd seen it, but there it was. Brennan's brown herringbone jacket, worn by an old derelict dozing in a doorway. I had to get back to that man alone. But how? How long would he stay asleep in that doorway? And how could I get rid of Rivkin without arousing his communist-trained suspicions? Sure. It had to be done. And I had to do it. But how? How?
Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Cvetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
The Communist Party can be quite broad-minded at times. For instance, it will seldom bear a grudge if a ranking party member dies without official permission, as long as he doesn't leave any incriminating evidence lying around where the FBI might find it. The incriminating evidence Roger Grennan left behind him was now lying in a Skid Row doorway in a jacket worn by a sleeping derelict. Comrade Rivkin hadn't seen the jacket, but I had. And I had to get rid of Rivkin before it was lost again.
What's the matter with you, Svedek? Suddenly you're as white as a sheet.
Am I? Just tired, I guess, Comrade.
You're right. We've wasted too much time in this dismal neighborhood. We'll have to devise a more practical plan.
Look, Comrade Rivkin, maybe we should work this thing in shifts.
Well, that might work out.
Sure. Look, I'll stay on the job while you rest up. Then you can relieve me in the morning. Go on. Grab that bus across the street. I'll scout around here by myself.
What's the rush, Svedek? Anxious to get rid of me?
Oh, don't be a fool, Rivkin. You know it's the most sensible way to handle this chore. Go on, get your bus before it leaves.
Let's get a bite to eat first. I'm starved.
Hey, you'll miss your bus.
There's a bus every 10 minutes.
I know, but it's foolish to eat in one of these joints when you can go on...
What the devil is the matter with you, Svedek?
Nothing at all. Come on, let's eat. We went into the first Greasy Spoon cafeteria we came to. Just around the corner, the old man in Grennan's brown jacket lay asleep in a doorway. But how long would he stay there? Every tick of time was like a trip hammer on an exposed nerve. But my good comrade, Jacob Rivkin, wanted to relax over his food. I led him to a table near the window where I could keep an eye on the people who turned the corner, just in case the old man should wake up and take a walk. The meal was miserable and seemed to last for eternities. From time to time, I noticed Rivkin studying me carefully. I tried to appear casual, but I guess I wasn't very successful.
You're not eating much, Svedek.
Oh, no. This food isn't exactly the best in town, you know.
How would you know? You spend more time looking out the window than eating.
I didn't come here to eat this slop, comrade. I came to look for something vital to the welfare of the party, and that's just what I'm doing.
Yes, Svedek. Your vigilance is commendable. Perhaps you'd like to tell me what you're staring at now.
I couldn't help staring, in spite of Rivkin. The old derelict in Grennan's brown jacket had just turned the corner. He was shuffling up the street directly toward us. In a moment, he would pass the window, and Rivkin would have to be blind not to see him.
Well, comrade, what is it?
Oh, it's nothing, really. Just thought I saw...
Saw what? After all, I'm as concerned as...
Oh, I'm sorry, comrade.
Svedek, you clumsy idiot. Give me that napkin, hurry.
Well, it's only water. It won't stain. Here, let me help you.
Never mind. I'll take care of it. Svedek, there are times when you're as awkward and stupid as a 3-year-old.
I said I was sorry, Rivkin. No harm done.
All right. If I'd known you'd react this way, I never would have had you help me.
Oh, forgive me. I guess we're both getting pretty jumpy.
Maybe you're right. Let's get out of here. I don't want to miss the next bus.
At least the upset glass of water prevented Rivkin from seeing the old man shuffle by the window. Now Rivkin was on the bus and gone. But the old man was gone, too. He couldn't have covered too much distance with that slow, uncertain shuffle of his. So I headed up the street after him. Once again, I was scouting the Skid Row shadows, peering into the windows of dirty little pawn shops, tattoo parlors, pool halls. But evidently the old man had gone into none of them. I stopped, trying to figure which way he might have turned, which doorway might have gobbled him up, when I noticed the only flop house on this dead-end street. Plaza Arms, said the tattered sign. Beds, 35 cents. Unless the old man could vanish into thin air, he'd have to be in there.
Yeah.
I'd like a room.
We got flops here, 35 cents. You want a flop?
That'll be okay. What's the matter?
How come you need a flop?
Why not? Man's got to sleep.
You new on the street?
Why?
Them clothes. They're pretty good clothes. Regulars down here don't wear clothes like them.
Look, chum, I'm paying for a bed, not a questionnaire. I'm broke. My wife cleaned out the bank account and took off. That satisfy you?
Okay, mister, okay, don't get sore. I just don't want those smart guys annoying my customers.
What kind of smart guys? Cops?
Cops is all right. Some fire inspectors and them health officials. I can't afford no trouble here. My customers, they're entitled to a flop without trouble.
Yeah. Well, where do I find my bed?
Upstairs. Got two empty. Take either one of them.
The place must have been collecting the odors of human deterioration for years. As I climbed the stairs, I could hear the heavy breathing of the sleeping men. Upstairs, there was nothing but a drafty loft. No doors, no heat. Just a cracked skylight for ventilation. Obviously, it hadn't been opened in months. The smell was even more sickening than it was down below. Through the darkness, I could see 5 beds lined up against the far wall. 3 of them were occupied. I struck a match. The man asleep in the middle bed was the old derelict in the brown herringbone jacket. The poor old guy looked like he was exhausted. He was sprawled on top of the covers, out cold. I checked the pockets of the jacket, praying that he wouldn't wake up. There was nothing in the breast pocket. Nothing in either of the side pockets. The inside pocket was empty, too. But I noticed there was a hole in it. I used my pocket knife to rip the lining. The noise split the silence like a scream. The old man stirred. He was quiet again. I reached in and felt around inside the jacket lining. My fingers closed on a piece of folded paper. The list. Grennan's list of party spies working in civic welfare groups. Now to get out of this musty hole and turn the evidence over to the FBI before...
I don't tell the king as I am. You ain't going upstairs for more of my customers. I tell you, I'm just looking for a friend. I told you... Well, I don't know nothing about you or your friend. Now, you get out of here. Take your clothes off me.
Ripken. He suspected me after all. The trusting soul of a trained
You get out
commie.
of here, I'll call the cops. Get out of my way. Oh, no, you don't. Hey, come back here, you.
I looked around in panic. A back door, a closet, a fire escape, anything to hide before Ripken saw me. He was practically up the stairs now. There was only one thing for me to do. I jumped into one of the empty cots and huddled in the smelly, crawling blankets. I knew he was looking for me, but the darkness was in my favor. I held my breath, wondering how long it would be before he discovered me. I heard him strike a match. He was looking at the man in the first bed. He was at the second bed now. I began to understand how Goldilocks felt when she heard the 3 bears come home. But Goldilocks wasn't sleeping in a stale, vermin-infested flophouse cot. Ripken had another match going. He was headed for the 3rd bed now, the bed next to mine.
No wonder.
He'd seen the old man in Grennan's brown jacket. I peeked peeked out from under the covers and saw Rifkin drop to his knees and start rifling the sleeping man's pockets.
There's that guy over there. Look at him.
All right, Jim, on your feet. What? Now, just a minute. There's a mistake here. I can
He punched
explain.
in here, forced his way upstairs, and now we catch him picking the customer's pocket while he sleeps.
Come on, buddy. Come on. There's a mistake, I tell you. Look, officer, I haven't taken anything from anyone. I was
Come
on, you're waking everybody up.
Hey, here, officer, look. This old guy's jacket. He tries to lie to me even.
He's out of his mind, officer. I didn't. I had no idea that...
You had no idea. Well, I got ideas. I got some pretty crummy ideas about you. Now, come on.
This is an outrage. This old fool is trying to...
Shut up. Move.
Apologies of the management, gents. Go back to sleep. Okay. That'll learn that guy not to go barging in where he ain't wanted.
Good morning.
Huh? Oh. You get up early, don't you? It ain't hardly light yet.
Yeah. Say, have you got an envelope I can use? I got to mail something to a friend.
Let's see. Here, this okay?
That's fine. Thanks.
Say, I'm sorry about that rumpus. I didn't want to disturb nobody.
Don't worry about it. Guess he had it coming to him.
Yeah. So you know something? Hannigan, the cop, he come back later. And you know what he told me?
What?
That guy's not only a pickpocket, he's a big-shot communist. I bet you the Reds will take care of him.
Yeah, they probably will.
Can you imagine? Them Reds, they're liable to turn up anywhere.
That's right, chum. Anywhere. I walked down the street to the corner and mailed the list of party names to the FBI. Then I looked back at that Skid Row flop house. Last night, I'd been given a choice. A bed full of vermin or Comrade Rivkin. The choice was obvious. I turned the corner and walked away. Two broken-down derelicts trudged past me. Defeated men, walking together. No homes, no hope, no dreams. But they walked together. While I walk alone.
But first, here's a mighty swell suggestion. Kellogg's Pep! Say, gang, you'll want to spread the news around to all your friends that you're collecting those slick new comic buttons that now come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Because that's the only way they'll know you can trade duplicates with them. And you wouldn't want to miss out on that fun. You want to be sure you round out your collection of all 18 different buttons. Yep, that's 18 different comic strip characters. Like Smitty and K.O. and Herbie and Superman, of course. And the best part is, you don't have to send in a single penny for these sharp, new comic buttons. Not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. But you can ask Mom to get you a package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside each package, there's a thrilling prize. One of these bright new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep. Made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Nothing much wrong with the guy we're carrying, is there, Doc?
Oh, not too much, Steve. Fracture of the right arm and right ankle. I had more trouble with his wife and two partners. They wanted to ride along to the hospital in this ambulance.
That's all I need, passengers.
Yeah.
What happened to the guy we got back?
Auto accident. He had his wife and two partners in the car and tried to wrap it around an elevated pillar. He's a funny guy. He fought against my giving him a hypodermic.
I wonder why.
No reason. No good reason, that is. He kept saying, "No hypo. Please, doctor, I'll be murdered before I get to the hospital if you give me a hypo." That's nothing, though. Shock hysteria brought on by the accident, that's all.
Wonder why a guy would think someone was going to kill him.
He didn't know what he was saying. Kept mumbling about no hypo right up to the time we closed the doors in the back. Don't you remember?
I remember him saying something, but I didn't pay any attention. Well, here we are.
Yep. I'll have this back door open in a jiffy and our friend fixed up before he knows it. He thought somebody was trying to murder him.
EW, Doctor?
Emergency ward, Steve, sure. What else could it be? Well, I'll hop in and grab the top part of the stretcher. Now, stay right here and get ready to grab it, Steve.
I'm ready. Shove it down.
Oh, Steve. Steve.
Yeah, Doc? What is it, Doc?
We don't mark this case EW for the emergency ward. He's got a knife stuck in his right side. He's DOA.
What?
Yeah. Dead on arrival. Sergeant Heath, that's all I can tell you. I could swear he was alive when we put him into that ambulance. Nobody could have got in when we were en route here, and yet that knife was sticking in him when I opened the door.
That's what I like. A nice, simple murder. Why did I have to be a homicide detective?
Hey, Chief, the district attorney just walked in.
That's all I need. Okay, Doc, you can go. Stick around in case I need you.
Yes, Sergeant, I'll be here.
Hello, Heath.
Hi, Mr. Markham. Well, we got another one.
I know. I've got the whole story. Only it's not possible that a man with nothing more serious than a couple of fractures is alive when he's put into an ambulance and dead when the ambulance reaches its destination.
Don't I know it isn't possible? Sure, we got suspects. We got the guy's wife and his two partners, but how can I tell who if I don't even know how?
I think maybe this might be a case for Philo Vance.
Oh, now, wait a minute, D.A. We don't need Vance snooping around here.
That's what you said in the Bishop murder case and the Green murder and the Canary murder cases. But he was the one who solved them.
Oh, he was lucky. Look, D.A., give us 24 hours. Then maybe I won't mind Vance.
You won't mind Vance? I'm going to ask him to work on this case. Maybe he won't mind you.
What time is it, Miss Deering?
1 minute to 5, Mr. Vance.
Thank you, Miss Deering. Are you through the letters I dictated?
They're on your desk, Mr. Vance. Will that be all?
For the next 30 seconds.
And then?
And then, Miss Deering, it'll be 5 o'clock, and a coach and four drives up. I remember to call you Ellen, and you forget to call me Mr. Vance. Well, 30 seconds are up.
I'm glad, Vance. Now we can be ourselves. Where are you taking me tonight?
Well, to dinner, for one thing. I never starve my women. No good private investigator would. It might lead to a private investigation.
Hello, is anybody home?
Oh, sounds like your friend the district attorney's in the outer office, Vance.
Markham, we're in here.
Hello there, you two.
How are you?
Hello, Markham.
Well, Ellen, I see it's after 5 o'clock.
Because I'm sitting on Vance's desk, I always sit here.
Chairs are so uncomfortable, Markham. And incidentally, how are you?
Incidentally, I'm fine. Actually, not so good.
Problems?
A problem. Vance, will you help us on a case?
Police are puzzled in mysterious murder?
Now, look, Vance. A man named James Dalton was driving his car this afternoon when he had an accident. In the car were his wife and his two business partners, Ed Edwards and Bill Graves.
Mm-hmm.
Dalton was the only one injured, and an ambulance was called.
That's easy. The butler did it.
Go on, please, Markham. My secretary will be applying for unemployment insurance if she interrupts again.
Well, the ambulance doctor says Dalton was alive when he gave him a hypodermic and put him in the ambulance. But he was dead with a knife in his side when the ambulance arrived.
I don't suppose it could have been suicide or anybody hiding in the ambulance.
You know better than that, or I wouldn't be here, Vance. No, suicide is out because the man's right arm was fractured and the knife was in his right side. There were no fingerprints. That's all I can tell you because that's all I know.
You said this Jim Dalton's two partners were with him. Partners in what?
A costume jewelry firm, the Eagle Manufacturing Company. What do you think, Vance? Sounds intriguing, doesn't it?
What about your police? How does Sergeant Heath feel about your coming to me? Or doesn't he know?
What he means is, can he expect the usual non-cooperation from the sergeant?
Miss Deering, haven't you a letter to type or something?
The name is Ellen, and the answer is no.
Filing, perhaps, Miss Deering?
Oh, ganging up on me, eh?
Vance?
Yes?
If the doctor gave Dalton a hypodermic just before he placed the poor fellow in the ambulance, and then the ambulance doors were closed, how could the man have been murdered?
Well, it certainly sounds intriguing, Markham. And you might be interested to know I'm working on this case as of this minute.
Oh, he doesn't fool me. He's taking this case because he knows already who killed Dalton.
On the contrary, Ellen, I'm taking the case because I haven't even the slightest idea of how it was done.
Mr. Edwards and Mr. Philo Vance would like to see you. Yes, sir, right away. You may go in. That door there.
Thank you.
Mr. Vance?
Yes, Mr. Edwards, I suppose. How do you do?
How do you do? And, how can I help you, Mr. Vance?
Mr. Edwards, you're one of the partners of the Eagle Manufacturing Company.
That's right.
I'm investigating the murder of your partner, Jim Dalton.
Well, what do you want of me?
Just some information, that's all. I'm trying to figure out how he was killed.
I've told all I know to the police, and all I know is nothing. I told the cops I had no idea who could have killed him, and I don't.
The police inquired about partnership insurance.
Sure, and we had it. A lot of it. But Jim had life insurance, too, and, Mrs. Dalton gets that. And I didn't tell this to the police, but the Daltons haven't been getting on for years.
Well, it seems I'm getting somewhere.
I hope you are. Do you mind telling me just where you're getting?
Not at all. I'm getting myself out of your office and over to see Mrs. James Dalton.
Why don't you stop bothering me? Why? Haven't I had enough with the police all afternoon?
Mrs. Dalton, I'm not here to bother you or anybody. I only want to do what I can to find out how your husband was killed and to see that his murderer doesn't go unpunished.
You say the police don't know how the murder was committed. Well, neither do I. Ed and Bill and I saw poor Jim last, but it couldn't be either of them. They both loved Jim almost as much as I did.
According to them, maybe that wasn't so much.
What?
Well, Mr. Edwards seemed to think there might have been trouble between you and your husband.
He told you that? All right, there was. Now I'll tell you something. They both wanted to get Jim out of the firm. They needed his money to get them started a year ago, but they're doing well now and didn't need him at all. And they hated him. Both of them did.
Why didn't you mention this before, Mrs. Dalton?
Because I didn't believe that... I didn't know what to believe. All I wanted was to be let alone.
You haven't been very helpful, Mrs. Dalton. I believe the murder was the result of coincidence. How it was done, I don't know. But somebody wanted to murder your husband and saw his chance after the accident.
But how could he have been murdered inside an ambulance?
I don't know. I wish I did.
Do you drive a car, Mr. Vance?
What?
A car. Do you drive one?
Why, yes. What about it?
Nothing. Or something. Depending on how clever you are. I drive. I'm a very good driver. I'm good at a lot of things. Does what I've just said mean anything to you?
Frankly, no. I think you're trying to tell me something, but I don't get it. I know only one thing, Mrs. Dalton. That somewhere along the line, your husband's murderer made a mistake. All murderers do. And my job is to find out what that mistake was. Does Steve always drive this fast, Doctor?
Well, ambulances are made for speed, Mr. Vance. You're not nervous, are you?
Nervous? No. Anxious. Anxious to get some information and then get out of here before we have an accident and need an ambulance.
Well, you grabbed me just as we got this emergency call, Mr. Vance. It was your idea to come along, you know.
I know. The least I should get out of this mercy messenger, which rides more like a roller coaster, is some information.
Well, I don't know a thing, Vance.
Nobody seems to know anything on this case. Doctor, you're interning at the hospital, aren't you?
Yes, part of my training before I go out to practice.
You don't make much money, do you?
That's a pretty stupid question. Of course I don't. And look, Vance, you're wasting your time with me. All right, you don't know how this murder was done. Well, neither do I. Nobody knows except the murderer, and you've got 3 pretty good suspects, if you ask me.
I wasn't aware that I had asked you, but go ahead.
Well, there's those 2 partners, Edwards and Graves. All you have to do is take a look at either one of them, and you'll know he'd think nothing of shoving a knife into somebody. And they're both smart enough to have figured out a trick way, too.
Agreed.
Then take Mrs. Dalton. I watched her when she came down there to the hospital. She's a manic depressive if I ever saw one, or has all the symptoms anyhow.
Psychopathic?
Definitely. Intervals of exaltation and depression, clever mind, superiority complex. Changes from one subject to another without reason. And maybe you don't know this, but manics are potential murderers.
That's very interesting, Doctor. Thank you very much. But getting back to your not making a lot of money and that question I asked you, which you thought was stupid.
Yes?
Maybe it isn't so stupid, Doctor. Jim Dalton's death meant a lot of money to several people. One of them might have been willing to spend a little of it on you to make sure Dalton died.
Wait a minute.
Hello, Bill. Surprised to see your partner after business hours?
Yeah, Ed. Kind of. Come in.
Thanks. I came by to congratulate you, Bill. That was a nice, clean job you did on our ex-partner. I don't know how you did it. Frankly, I don't care.
You think I killed him?
I know you did. Couldn't very well talk about this at the shop, what with cops and that Vance guy hanging around, but I can now. So, congratulations and thanks.
I could say the same thing to you, and mean it more, Ed. I know you killed Jim.
That's all right, kid. I don't blame you for not admitting it to me. We don't like each other, and we never did, but I still say you did a good job.
Look, I don't have to stand for you accusing me of murder.
No, that's true. You don't. Suppose we sit down and you tell me how you did it.
You get out of here.
And if I don't, what'll you do? Murder me, too?
Well, you dirty... I'll fix you.
Keep your hands off me.
Yeah.
Get them off!
I'll take care of you later, Edwards. Who's there?
Anybody mind if I come in?
Who are you?
Oh, hello, Mr. Vance. Bill and I were just talking. You, know my partner, Bill Graves, Philo Vance.
How do you do?
Hi.
You mentioned, Edwards, that you and Graves here were just talking. I'm sorry, but I couldn't help overhearing, even a block away. Having trouble, boys?
Nothing we need you to fix.
I only dropped in to talk to you a minute, Mr. Graves. You see, gentlemen, I expect to have a solution of the Dalton murder by morning. Is it just barely possible that one of you won't sleep so well tonight?
This is District Attorney Markham. The Eagle murder case is proving one of the most baffling crimes in our records. Even Philo Vance, whom I asked to take the case last evening, has been able only to corroborate what we already know. That James Dalton was injured in an auto smash-up, that his wife and two business partners were in the car but were unhurt, that an ambulance doctor administered a hypodermic against Dalton's wishes, that he was alive when placed in the ambulance, and dead with a knife in his side when it reached the hospital. Vance told me he was going to spend last night reading up on the case, but I haven't any idea what he meant.
No, Miss Deering, I haven't seen Mr. Vance this morning yet. He must have overslept.
Fine boss. Expects his secretary to open the office for him. What will bosses think of next?
Your floor, Miss Deering.
Thanks, Johnny. When Mr. Vance arrives, kindly tell him to go home and not to come back without a note from his mother saying why he was late.
I sure will.
It's unlocked. Oh, Vance must be getting forgetful. Wow. What hit this place? A cyclone? And fast asleep in my chair. Mr. Vance. Vance. Darling.
Hello, Ellen.
Good morning, Mr. Vance. I trust you slept well in my chair all night. What happened here? It looks like a literary version of a pillow fight. Who's been throwing books around?
I have. That is, I haven't been throwing them around. I've been reading them.
All night?
Practically. Very interesting books. Psychiatric studies.
Psychiatric?
Mental cases, Miss Deering.
Preparing an autobiography, Vance.
Mr. Vance? It's after 9 o'clock, remember? And the answer to your question is no. I've been doing some very interesting, if as yet unproductive, research. Take a letter, Miss Deering.
I will if you'll let me borrow my chair and desk.
Sorry. Here you are. Sit down.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Vance?
Letter to F.X. Markham, District Attorney. Usual heading, Dear So-and-so.
Dear District or Dear Attorney?
Dear Frank, here are the facts I've uncovered in the Dalton murder.
Got it. Go ahead.
I wish I could. I haven't even a theory.
Well, that's just as well, because I can't take theories in shorthand.
Let's see. The ambulance doctor could have killed Dalton. Edwards might have, Graves might have, and Mrs. Dalton might have. But how?
You're in a rut, Mr. Vance.
I'm in a dilemma, Miss Deering. All four had possible motives. But none of them had any opportunity to stab Dalton inside that ambulance. Not even the ambulance doctor. He wouldn't have had time enough. Apparently, it was impossible for anyone to stab Dalton after he was put in the ambulance, so... Ellen.
Miss Deering, please.
Ellen, I've got it.
What?
Dalton wasn't stabbed after he was put in the ambulance. He was stabbed before.
Before?
Ellen, get this picture. Dalton is on a stretcher.
Yes.
He's just had a hypodermic. He's just about to pass out. His two partners are on one side of the stretcher, his wife on the other. Just as Dalton is lapsing into a coma, one of them sticks the knife in him.
Vance, it could have happened that way.
Listen, it could have been done without anyone seeing it, too. Ellen, that's it.
Well, maybe, but it only eliminates the ambulance doctor, that's all.
That's right. Now, let's see. Let's take the partners. Edwards and Graves have violent tempers. They were almost at each other's throats when I saw them yesterday. Mrs. Dalton, unless the ambulance doctor and I are very much mistaken, is a manic depressive.
A what if?
Manic depressive.
Oh.
A form of psychopathic instability. She's got some of the symptoms, jumps from one subject to another for no reason, overdeveloped sense of superiority, morbid, depressed. That's what I was reading up on last night.
And are manic, whatever they are, murderers?
They could be, according to what I've read about them. They can be switched away from murder, though, to another thought in a second.
Maybe Mrs. Dalton forgot to throw the switch.
Maybe. But it might not have been Mrs. Dalton at all. Dalton was stabbed in the right side. We know now he was stabbed just before he was put into the ambulance. Whoever was on the right side of the stretcher did the stabbing.
Vance, you're wonderful. I'll never commit a murder while you're alive.
Thanks. You may now tear up your notes, Miss Deering, and get Mr. Markham on the telephone. Ask him to please have everybody concerned in the same place on the same corner where the accident happened yesterday.
Sure, Mr. Vance. This is just the way it was. The ambulance was parked right there where it is now. Only there was a crowd around. The doc and the driver had the stretcher in their hands just the way they have now.
Thanks, officer.
Look, Vance, you know this is a lot of nonsense, don't you?
Maybe you're going to wish it was, Mr. Edwards.
Maybe you're going to wish you hadn't started any of this, Vance.
Somebody's going to wish that, but it won't be me, Mr. Graves. Mrs. Dalton?
I'm here, Mr. Vance.
Now listen, all three of you. I want you to take the positions alongside the stretcher that you were in yesterday. Now, please. Doctor. Doctor.
Oh, yes, Mr. Vance, I'm here.
You were carrying the back end of the stretcher just as you're doing now?
Exactly, sir.
Okay. Now, Mrs. Dalton.
Yes?
And you, Graves and Edwards.
Yeah?
Is that the position you were in yesterday while the stretcher was being carried to the ambulance? Mrs. Dalton on the right side and the men on the left?
Yeah, that's right.
I believe that's right.
You'll remember Mr. Dalton was stabbed in the right side. Did you get that? The right side.
Wait. I wasn't on the right side at all. I was on the other side of the stretcher. I walked alongside the stretcher on the other side where Edwards and Graves are now.
That dame's crazy, Vance. We were on the left side, Bill and I, weren't we, Bill?
Don't listen to them. They're trying to make it look like I killed my husband. I was on his left side, I swear it. Doctor, please, you must remember. You must believe me. I swear to you, I was standing on the left side of the stretcher.
What about it, Doctor?
I think she's right, Vance. Yes, I'm sure of it. When we were putting Dalton into the ambulance, Steve had the head part of the stretcher, and I had the foot part, and yes, I remember Mrs. Dalton on my left.
You're sure you were there, on the left side, Mrs. Dalton?
I'm positive. Edwards and Graves were on the right side. And that proves they murdered my husband.
On the contrary, Mrs. Dalton. It proves that you did.
So you figured that out, did you, Mr. Vance? All right, nobody move. Nobody, I said.
That gun of yours might go off. I'd be careful if I were you, Mrs. Dalton.
I'd be more careful if I were you, Mr. Vance. Or any of you. Turn around. All of you, turn around, I said. That's better. I'm getting away from here, and I'll shoot the first one that turns his head. Remember, I'll shoot the first one that moves.
What do we do, Mr. Vance?
You can make your own plans, officer. Personally, I'm not moving. Hello, Vance speaking.
Vance, this is Markham. Just wanted to tell you that we haven't been able to pick up Mrs. Dalton yet.
You will. She can't get very far.
But aren't you worried? Don't you think she'll try to kill you? After all, you spoiled her perfect murder.
She won't come up here, Markham. Her first job is to keep out of the way of the police. She won't waste time looking for revenge. Good night, Markham.
Good night. I'll let you know if anything happens.
So I won't waste time looking for revenge, Mr. Vance. I don't consider it a waste of time. I don't know a better way to spend the next few minutes than to use it killing you.
Hello, Mrs. Dalton. Pretty gun you have there.
You don't fool me any with that unconcerned way of talking. I'm going to kill you, and you know it.
You know, of course, that people who are going to commit murder don't generally talk to their victims. They just shoot.
I don't care about people, generally. I'm an individual. Smart enough to have committed murder and gotten away with it if it hadn't been for you. And smart enough to have slipped in here, kill you, and still get away.
It wouldn't do any good for me to say I don't think so.
Not a bit.
I didn't think so, but it was worth a try. Your hands are shaking, Mrs. Dalton.
They're as steady as a rock, and you know it. I have complete control over my nerves.
Manic depressive. Exactly what I thought. Overdeveloped sense of superiority.
Manic depressive?
Certainly, all the symptoms. You're insane, you know.
What?
Oh, it's true. Manic depressive. Singleness of thought on one subject. Can't get it out of her mind. Acute concentration.
You mean if I came here to kill you, I couldn't change my mind?
You couldn't even talk about anything else. Fashions, for instance.
What about fashions?
That dress you're wearing. It's an original.
I designed it. You know, at first I wanted it to have pleats down the right side. See? I can talk about something else. I'm not insane. I'm not, I tell you.
I hear you, Mrs. Dalton.
This dress is my favorite. I designed it first with pleats on the side. I'll show you how it would look with them, but you won't like it. I'd planned them down here. I won't need this gun. And you can see for yourself that it throws the lines of the dress off. There. Admit it. The pleats wouldn't be right, would they?
Your gun's on the floor, Mrs. Dalton.
Of course it is. I threw it there. Those pleats, Vance, they wouldn't be right, would they? They wouldn't really be right, would they? Mr. Vance, those pleats wouldn't be right, would they? Answer me.
In a second, Mrs. Dalton, as soon as I pick up your gun. There. Now about the pleats. I'll tell you what I think about them on the way downtown.
You won't answer me. You tricked me. I came up here to kill you and you tricked me. But it doesn't matter. You can take me to the police, but I'll find a way of getting out of jail. I'm clever. Believe me, I can do it.
Can you? Well, the sooner we get you into jail, the sooner you can try. Shall we go, Mrs. Dalton?
It's still a few minutes to 9, Van, so before we get down to business, will you clean up a point or two for me?
About the Dalton murder, Ellen?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if I can before 9 o'clock, I will.
Well, let's hurry then. When Mrs. Dalton came up to your apartment to murder you last night, what made her change her mind?
The characteristics of a manic depressive, Ellen. They can be led easily from one subject to another. I told her that she was a manic, but I lied a little. I said manics couldn't ever change their minds.
Oh, so to prove to herself and you that she wasn't crazy, she did exactly what you wanted her to do. Forgot about murder to talk about something else, not knowing she was proving your point.
Not to mention saving my life. Anything else, young lady?
Oh, it's nearing 9, I can tell by your voice. One other question, Vance. Let's go back to the murder scene. Now, you told me that whoever stabbed Dalton had to be on his right side, yet Mrs. Dalton was on the left side of the stretcher.
That's correct, Ellen. Now, look, this desk is a stretcher.
Yes?
I'm lying on it.
Uh-huh.
Now, where's my right side?
On the right side of the desk. That proves that Mrs. Dalton didn't do it.
On the contrary. You see, poor Jim Dalton wasn't lying on the stretcher the way I'm lying on the desk. His head was at the top of the stretcher, where my feet are. I'll show you what I mean. I'll reverse my position. There.
Oh, golly. When he was on the stretcher lying like you are now, his right side was on the left side of the stretcher.
Certainly. Mrs. Dalton saw what I was getting at, knew I had her cornered, pulled a gun, and got away, temporarily.
Darling, you're wonderful.
I don't think so, but then, what's my opinion against so many other people's? Take a letter, Ellen, darling.
You mean Miss Deering. It's after 9 o'clock.
So it is. Take a letter, Miss Deering.
Yes, Mr. Vance.
Dear Ellen, this winds up the Eagle murder case.
what happens when you take a fish out of water? Sure, it dies. Well, by Cornelius, the same thing happens when your car's battery runs out of water. It lies right down and quits. No water, no life. So what did the Autolite people do? They made the Autolite Stay Full battery with an extra-large liquid reserve. Gave it more room for more water. Result, the Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. So, friends, be right with Autolite. Switch to an Autolite Stay Full battery tomorrow.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
William Gargan stars as Barry Craig, confidential investigator.
One thing about a corpse you can be sure, folks. Everybody's always trying to palm it off on the next guy.
The National Broadcasting Company presents William Gargan in another transcribed drama of mystery and adventure with America's #1 detective, Barry Craig, confidential investigator.
Barry Craig speaking. A wise man once said a good detective's brain is in his feet. I guess he meant footwork solves more crimes than brain work. Oh, Mr. My aching metatarsal. In my business, you rest your feet every chance you get. Any raised surface. Desk, table, the friendly lap. Off go your shoes, and up go your feet. On this occasion, I had my feet high off the floor in a tavern. Downtown along Bail Bond Row, waiting for a bail bondsman named Soloway. Sam Soloway. We had a date set up. Soloway had poured his troubles out to me on the telephone. A Rogues Gallery pinup boy, Joey Florio, had skipped, leaving Soloway holding the bag for bail bond money. A cash loss big enough to give any bondsman heart failure. $50,000. My feet were asleep when Soloway finally showed. A sad-faced little guy who looked as if he'd like nothing better than a good cry.
Mr. Craig?
Soloway, pull up a chair.
I kept you waiting.
Through heartache, stardust, and melancholy baby.
Huh?
The juice box over there. It's been crying for half an hour. You look mopey, Sam.
Mopey? Somebody should have strangled me before I became a bail bondsman. Craig, you've got to catch me a rat.
Joey Florio?
Joey Florio. He jumped bail, yes, but he's still here in New York.
What makes you so sure?
One thing, the police have every exit covered. Also, on the grapevine, I was tipped off that Florio stuck around to wind up his business. Close his horse parlors, collect all the cash he can, like a man going away for a long time.
Going where?
Europe, somewhere. He's going to catch a plane for Europe.
Just like that, huh? A fugitive racketeer under indictment breezes into an airport all smiles and climbs aboard a plane.
Oh, he has nerve, Joey Florio. It took nerve to become a high muck-a-muck of the racket.
Exactly what do you want of me, Sam?
Catch Joey Florio. I'll give you 10% of the bond money you saved me.
You're a sucker for hiring me on the side. You've got the whole police department working for you, for free, gratis.
I feel safer with one man working for $5,000.
Just how do you expect me to cover the airports? I've only got 2 arms and legs.
Oh, hire people. Just show me an expense account. Cover the airports and then cover my funeral. Because if I lose $50,000 on account of a rat like Florio, I'm positively going to shoot myself through the head.
Hear that song, Sam? Sad, huh?
So what?
It's my nickel. The song takes me back, Sam, way back. My first long past, and a girl named Glory.
A fine time for reminiscences.
Blonde curls down to her shoulders. We had a portable Victrola going in a rowboat on Prospect Park Lake. Moon Dust. The record we were playing was Moon Dust.
Craig, please, you've got a job to do.
Oh, maybe I should have married her, Sam.
Better you remained a bachelor. A shamus in a world of hoodlums. How long can you live? Why take a nice girl and make a widow?
Oh, Sam, come off it. You sure loused up a memory for me. I covered the airports to keep Soloway, the bondsman, from attending his own funeral as threatened. I hired a half a dozen stooges for $10 a day and smoke. You know your stations, men. It's a 24-hour watch, so load your pockets with K rations and carry a change of socks. The guy who comes up with Florio gets a $200 bonus and my love. Chance in a million, but I kept it going for a week with as much action as an icebox salesman at the North Pole. Then I gave up. Holloway, this is Barry Craig. That tip you got on Florio was a dud. I'm canceling out as of now. I'll send you a bill. Coaxing's no good. Neither is throwing hysterics. Keep my men squatting in the airport any longer, and they'll start charging us rent. Goodbye now. I was through with Joey Florio's disappearance. That is, I thought I was through with it. I found out different exactly 2 hours after I'd crossed Soloway off my list of clients. The discovery began with me dragging up the ramshackle staircase in the Midtown fire trap I had an office in. I'd about negotiated the walk-up when a scream stopped me dead in my tracks. At the top of the landing, I got a look at the screamer. It was Polly, the old Polish cleaning lady, complete with mop and bucket, staring banjo-eyed at a corpse curled up at her feet. A corpse in a merchant marine getup. It took long minutes for Polly to find her voice.
This man...
This corpse.
He come upstairs and knock at your door, Miss Craig. He knock once, twice. Then the other man...
The killer.
He sneak up behind him.
And stabbed him. Which way did the knife go? Not down, not with me on the staircase.
Up! He go up to the roof.
Stick around, I'll be right back. I was right back, empty-handed. The roof led to 88 exits in a 4-block square. A perfect setup for a killer making his escape. I dragged the stiff into my office and then talked to Polly some more, getting nowhere. Now tell me, the knifer, what did he look like?
Bad. A bad face. I see that face and I know that man no good.
Sure. There were character bumps on his face and you read them. But draw me a picture, huh? Height, build, how he was dressed, some identifying marks maybe.
Oh, he's short, man.
Yeah?
And his hat pulled down over his face. I never forget. He stabbed the sailor, then he stabbed him again.
And again, and then again, yeah. 4 separate wounds. I've counted them, but give me more description.
He's short, man, and his hat over his eyes. I never forget.
A description to fit every second guy you pass on the street. I shoot Polly, and before calling the police department and making a clam bake out of it, I checked the dead man's pockets. There was nothing in them. Nothing to identify him. Just 3 crumpled dollar bills, some silver, pocket knife, chewing tobacco, a key ring, and a clipping from a newspaper gossip column. Clipping about me. Confidential investigator Barry Craig, latest recruit in citywide search for Joey Florio. It is rumored that the missing mobster is worth $5,000 to Craig, if he catches him. I was picking my brains over why an unidentified merchant seaman would come see me and get murdered doing it when the phone rang. Craig speaking.
I got information for you about Joey Florio. That is, if you're interested.
Who am I talking to?
General Grant.
What kind of a guy? Look, I like knowing who I'm talking to.
Then you're not interested in what I have to say.
All right, I'm interested. What about Florio?
He's at the Freedom Hotel on the Bowery. Making out he's a bum.
Whoever said he wasn't.
Well, if you was to get over there right away...
Why right away?
Florio's all set to move on to somewhere else. You really want him, it's gonna be right away.
I see. Tell me now, General, sleeping up in that tomb on Riverside Drive like you've been, how'd you know I was interested in finding Joey Florio?
It's been in the papers. I read it in the column.
And why are you so interested in double-crossing Florio?
For a cut in the 5 Gs you're going to collect?
Oh? How will I know who to pay a cut to if you don't identify yourself?
I'll be around to collect when you catch Florio. Better hop to it on a double. Florio's not going to sit around waiting for you. So long.
I didn't go for the phony tip on where to find Joey Florio right away yet. 10 years as a confidential operative, and you don't jump at bait like a seal in Central Park. You don't swallow everything an anonymous jerk disguising his voice on the telephone tells you. It figured. Somebody wanted me out of my office, and right away. I stuck around to find out why. In a clothes closet with my office lights out. I kept the closet door ajar just enough and waited for development. I didn't have to wait too long. There was a knock on my door. Somebody was satisfying himself that I was really out. I watched the door open and close, and the flashlight play slowly around the room. A lady caller it was. Blonde heartthrob in ballerina slippers and a page boy bob. I watched her bend over the corpse, open his shirt, reach in and unbutton a pouch he wore around his middle, something I'd never thought to look for. I had the pouch out of her hand in one grab. I'll take it, sister.
No.
Went right to it, huh? Like you knew exactly where he kept it.
Give it back.
The way you frisked that corpse. No nerves, no squeamishness. You could hire out to an embalmer.
Give me the pouch.
Suppose we see what's in it together, beautiful. Real chummy like.
Oh.
Well, ship's papers, huh? Stacy Crocker, signed to the Star of Sharon. Dates freshly stamped like... Uh-oh. Pardon me for taking my eyes off you.
Now, hand those papers back at once or I'll shoot.
Oh, don't, please. I'm fond of this suit. Your papers? Here. They're all yours.
I ought to kill you.
For identifying the stiff before you could get at your gun? Who killed him?
I don't know.
Now try for $4. Who was your stooge on the telephone with me a half hour ago?
I don't know what you're talking about.
For $8 now. Really concentrate on this one. Where's Joey Florio?
I never heard of Joey Florio.
Baby, let's not kid.
But I'm not... Who is Joey Florio? And why should I know anything about him?
Skip it. You going to shoot me before you leave?
If you try to stop me.
Oh, I won't. Honor bright. I'll pick you up some other time when your gun isn't showing.
You'll know who I am and just where to find me.
Yeah, I'll know who you are by your picture.
My picture? What picture?
A joke. I'm only kidding. Goodbye now, beautiful. If you're going. But I wasn't kidding. Blondie'd had her picture taken the minute she'd come waltzing in the door. An electric eye camera tooled into the far wall and trained on the door. Open my door and get photographed. I'd be looking her up, but later. First, I wanted the corpse removed from my premises. A gift from me to the good police lieutenant, Trav Rogers. After that, I wanted to know more about Stacy Crocker and the Star of Sharon. Police headquarters. Lieutenant Trav Rogers, please. Tell him it's his mortician friend calling, Barry Craig. My interview later aboard the Star of Sharon, anchored off Pier 20, was short and sweet. Captain Jameson was positive that he'd never seen or heard of a Stacy Crocker.
I'm sorry, there's nothing I can tell you, Mr. Craig. Nothing whatsoever. Stacy Crocker never shipped on the Star of Sharon, and to the best of my knowledge, was never assigned to this letter.
But he had Star of Sharon papers on him, Captain. I saw them with my own eyes only an hour ago.
Well, I can't answer for that, except that there's lots of bogus papers around.
And lots of bogus talk.
What?
Lots of bogus talk.
Why, you...
Try throwing me over the side, and we'll both play pollywog in a drink. Thanks for nothing, Captain. Leaving the Star of Sharon on my way to police headquarters, somebody decided it was time to discourage me a little. A high-powered rifle shot from somewhere in an empty row of dilapidated buildings along West Street. It breezed close enough to my skull to give me a head cold. I got moving on the double. I had better look at police headquarters. Trav Rogers had wormed into the case as snug as he could get.
About that corpse, Craig.
Oh, the corpse that Ivy gave?
The next time you're sentimental, make it a box of candy.
You were saying?
Stacy Crocker was a professional informer. He'd come through with vital information for a fee.
Then Crocker came to me with information to sell.
I'd say so. Got any idea who murdered him?
No, not yet.
You mean you're not telling?
I mean, I don't know. What about the girl, Trav? Does her picture match anything in police files?
I suppose I'm a fool to tell you. Yes, it matches a picture filed with us when she applied for a nightclub hat checker's license.
A nightclub hat checker's license?
Why the skeptical look?
She wore ballerina slippers. You know, capriccios. No heels, low to the floor.
So?
So I'm a little disillusioned.
And a little crazy. I have a license application here. Her name is Myrna Wilson. The address she gave us is the Hotel Mohansick. What's your position in this case, Craig?
The usual 100% cooperation with the department. I'm your boy, and I don't cost you a cent.
Jolly civic of you. Who brought you into the case?
Joey Florio's bail bondsman, Sam Soloway. I was to get 10% of the bond money if I beat the department to Florio.
Does the murder of Stacy Crocker and this Myrna Wilson have to do with Joey Florio?
If I said yes, I'd only be guessing. Well, I'll have to tear myself away now.
Keep in touch, Barry. Let's not compete.
Sure, I'll keep in touch. Any cops I meet, you get first introduction. Oh, Trav.
Yes, Craig.
The Star of Sharon. When does she sail?
Midnight tonight.
I suggest you search her from stem to stern, just in case the disappeared Joey Florio does tie in with the murder of Crocker. And just in case Florio picks the Star of Sharon as his way out.
We have searched the Star of Sharon. While you had your feet up on my desk and ordered my office around, I had 20 men go over every inch of the Star of Sharon.
Ah, clever man. I'm going to tell a taxpayer about you. Blondie was next on the agenda. A residential dump, the Hotel Mohansick. A lobby full of nice old ladies clacking their dentures. Sedate room clerk tending strictly to business. The business of taking numbers bets. The dump reeked with refinement. If Blondie was surprised to see me, she didn't show it. As a matter of fact, it looked like she'd expected me and prepared for it. Soft lights and sweet music. There were hors d'oeuvres on a tray. Cordial glasses set around a colored decanter. And the smell of incense everywhere in the room. Is the party for me?
If you want it to be, Barry Craig.
You're not surprised I came right to you?
No. I knew you would somehow, sooner or later. You see, I made inquiries about you. Your reputation.
What did my boosters say?
That you're a bloodhound on the scent, that you get things done.
My ears are blushing pink. What are you softening me up for?
I need a friend.
A boyfriend?
A champion.
How about a patsy?
No, I wouldn't be fool enough to underestimate you like that. I'm in desperate trouble.
You're not kidding. Let's get rid of the musical background, huh? That merchant seaman was very, very dead.
I had nothing to do with his murder, I swear.
You tried to prevent my identifying him.
Yes, but only that.
Why only that?
Stacy Crocker was an informer. He'd gone to your office to disclose certain confidential information.
I already know that.
Confidential information involving me.
Involving you in what?
Robbery. I used my job as hat check girl to play lookout for jewels worn by wealthy patrons. Here, I'll show you.
Where? Are they real?
Very real. Rings, brooches, tiaras, loot.
How did you manage to steal them after scouting them? You don't look like a society raffles to me.
I had a partner.
And the lucky sidekick?
Tex Kirby. I'm telling you the truth, Mr. Craig. Barry.
Barry, huh? We're really getting cozy now. But let's hear Kirby's version of it.
Here's Kirby's version, but how...
But where is Kirby? Watch how I materialize people, beautiful. Okay, Kirby, you can come out of the kitchen now and join the party.
You're smart, Craig.
I learned to add 2 and 2 a long time ago in night school. I figured Blondie would have a chaperone hidden somewhere in the woodwork when a great lover boy like me came calling.
I asked Kirby to be here in case you insisted on questioning him.
Sure. Okay, I'm insisting. What about these jewels, Kirby?
Well, like Myrna told you, me and her was working in together, stealing them.
And you didn't kill Stacy Crocker?
No. I only knew he was on his way to tip you off to our racket, so he could cut in on the insurance reward you'd collect.
Well, so much for that. Now tell me about Joey Florio.
I never met the guy.
But you telephoned me Florio was at the Freedom Hotel on the Bowery.
I telephoned you?
Let's not get cute now, Kirby.
Okay, it was me. I wanted to get you out of the way so Myrna here could frisk Crocker.
How'd you know Crocker was in my office at all? And in the defunct state he was in?
I tailed him to your place. I was downstairs waiting when a cleaning lady came running out into the street to tell the whole neighborhood that somebody'd shoved a knife in a merchant sailor upstairs.
Smart boy, Kirby. You got all your answers worked out.
Well, it's the truth.
You cooked up a cute story, you two, but it's as phony as Blondie's eyelashes.
Are you always so cynical, Mr. Craig?
No, I believe everything I hear, but only on the 8th day of the week. Nice try, kids. I hope Joey Florio appreciates what you both tried to do for him.
Florio, but we've told you
Button
repeatedly...
up, Myrna. I told you there was no use coming clean with Craig.
Clean as last winter's unwashed socks. Do I walk out of here standing up, or do you two connivers have other plans for me?
Maybe I have got other plans.
Then for safety's sake, maybe I'd better take certain precautions. Bring him to, beautiful. Murder in Kirby's big try and big lie on behalf of Joey Florio was as easy to read as the ABC on a kindergarten blackboard. They'd outsmarted themselves the way phonies always do. I'd been fed a melancholy lie in a room lousy with monograms. Monograms on the sofa pillow, on the tablecloth, even on the silk lounging pajamas Blondie's been wearing. The monogram? JF. JF for Joey Florio. It all boiled down to one simple truth. I didn't have to be the seventh son of a gypsy to figure it out. Florio planned to leave justice, Soloway the bondsman, and the USA behind him. Not by plane, but on the Star of Sharon. Stacy Crockett'd come to sell me that when somebody stopped me. Then Kirby and Blondie did what they could to stop me from identifying Crocker. From tying Crocker in with the Star of Sharon. I was in a doorway along the waterfront at 1:45, 15 minutes before sailing time. There was a cop assigned by Trev Rogers on 6th post, watching the Star of Sharon until it sailed. Everything was as quiet as a graveyard for a while. Then the fireworks began with a rush. First came a scream. A woman screaming her head off around some dark corner. Cop on detail went running toward the screen, waving a service gun. I stood pat in the doorway. It was a decoy trick. It had whiskers on it. If it wasn't, even a woman getting herself murdered somewhere couldn't get me away from the Star of Sharon. I played it right. With the cop diverted, a car rolled up to a fast stop right in front of the pier. I watched the guy jump out and the car shoot away. I didn't have to guess who. Bail jumper Joey Florio, catching a freighter at the last minute. He was running for the gangplank when I fired a warning shot. Florio, stop or you're out! Florio stopped cold and I went across to get him. Somebody had other plans for Florio. Somebody with a stuttering typewriter. When I finally got over to Florio, he had more holes in him than a Swiss cheese. The police took over. The last I saw of Lieutenant Rogers, he was hitching a ride on the morgue wagon. I caught a cab to the home of Sam Soloway, bail bondsman. I had enough for a cruise around the moon and back coming to me, if I could sell a corpse to Sam. Hello, Sam.
Craig? This time of night?
I never sleep. Too many guns going off. Still want Joey Florio?
I still want my $50,000.
Is it still 10% for me?
Bargain's a bargain.
In cash, right away.
Right away? Well, Craig, it's after midnight.
I know you keep that much cash on you. Guys get themselves in trouble with the law at all hours. I've seen you come running to post cash bond in the middle of the night.
Craig, you're a regular fox. All right, cash. Here. $100 bills. Now, what have you got Joey Florio?
I turned him over to the morgue wagon.
The morgue wagon?
Florio was machine gunned to death less than an hour ago.
Florio was murdered?
Yeah. But he isn't worth crying over, Sam, so dry your tears. But she's worth crying over, Sam.
She?
That girl in the picture on your desk. Who is she?
My daughter, Hannah.
Hannah? I know her as a hat check girl calling herself Myrna Wilson. You didn't really expect to get away with it, did you, Sam?
No, I guess not. All I wanted to do was see Joey Florio dead.
And you sure did that. I didn't have to be too bright to know that you had some hidden motive in bailing out a bad risk like Joey Florio.
I wanted him out of jail, in the open, where I could kill him.
So you hired me to lead you to him. Before he either got away or the police steal him off from your vengeance. Then you followed me around while I looked for Florio.
Yes. He turned my daughter's head. He dishonored me. I wanted to kill him myself.
I'm sorry, Sam. Sorry you were fool enough to take the law in your own hands. You want your $5,000 back?
Keep it, Craig. You earned it. You're a good investigator.
The trouble you're in, you'll need it, Sam. So I'm giving it back. That much money, I get fat and lazy. Besides, I didn't really earn it. As it turned out, I didn't catch up with Florio. Get your hat, Sam. On our way to police headquarters, we'll hire you a good lawyer. Maybe he won't go too hard on you for exterminating a rat. Well, you rest your feet in my business every chance you get. Any raised surface handy. Off go your shoes and up go your feet. You drowse off, wondering about things. Things like the bittersweet memories of an old song can stir up. A golden girl named Gloria and a portable Victrola in a park rowboat. You wonder about the crazy anger that changes a sad-faced little bondsman into a murderer. Holloway. Poor, sad-faced Holloway. How will it go with him in court, you wonder? And you worry. You worry. Good night, folks. See you next week.
You have been listening to William Gargan in another exciting transcribed mystery drama from the adventures of Barry Craig, confidential investigator. Tonight's story, Corpse on Delivery, was written by John Robert. Next week, it's the strange story of the borrowed knife, about which Barry Craig has this to say.
One thing about marriage, folks. Many are made in heaven, but there are others that are unmade by the forced application of the vow, unto death do us part. See you next week, folks.
Featured in the role of Myrna was Amzie Strickland. Barry Craig, starring William Gargan, was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Don Parlow speaking.
Being a Lux girl, Jean depended on a quick beauty pickup. A refreshing Lux soap beauty bath did the trick, she told me.
Now that their beauty soap is in big new bath size, a Lux soap bath is more luxurious than ever.
Well, I can't imagine a nicer bath soap, John. Wonderful, creamy lather, even in hard water. And a lovely, delicate fragrance that lasts and lasts.
The Lux soap perfume is an exclusive blend, you know. It combines lily of the valley, lilac, carnation, and other delicate flower fragrances.
I'm sure every woman who tries the big new bath-size Lux toilet soap will love it.
Yes, that generous satin smooth bath cake is a good item to put at the head of your shopping list. Why not try the new bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow? It's another fine product of Lever Brothers Company.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Now transcribe Theatre Royal. The National Broadcasting Company presents Sir Laurence Olivier, your host in Theatre Royal.
This is Laurence Olivier. In a few weeks' time, when the new stage play in which I'm appearing with my wife comes to London's West End, I shall have the pleasure of appearing each week in a different play on this program. But until then, I'm very happy to have the opportunity of introducing as my guests some of my own friends from the theater. Today's guest is an exceptionally good companion of mine, and we have had many very happy associations together on the stage. You may perhaps recall our visit to the United States some years ago with the Old Vic Theater Company. I'm speaking, of course, of Ralph Richardson. Ralph has chosen for you a dramatization of a story by Joseph Conrad. It is, in my opinion, one of the best he ever wrote, and I think you will enjoy it. It has perhaps the simplest title of any story I know. Here, then, is Ralph Richardson in Joseph Conrad's story of the First World War, The Tale.
Outside the large single window, the late evening light was dying out slowly. In the long room, the irresistible tide of the night had run into the most distant parts of it, where the whispering of our voices, passionately interrupted and passionately renewed, had died away with the dying light. Now I could see only the faint oval of her upturned face, the pale immobility of her hands against the dark of her dress. Oh, we loved each other, yes, but there was little hope in that love. At last, she turned her head away.
Please. We can only hurt ourselves going on like this. You know that.
But, my darling.
Tell me something.
What am I to tell you?
Why not tell me a tale?
A tale?
Yes, why not?
Why not?
You used to tell your simple and professional tales very well at one time. You had a sort of art. That summer, 1914, the days before the war.
Oh, really? But now you see the war is going on.
It could be a tale not of this world.
Well, you want a tale of the other, the better world? You must call back someone who's already gone there.
No, I don't mean that. I mean some other world in the universe, not in heaven.
Well, I'm relieved. But you forget that I've only 5 days leave.
Yes. And I've also taken 5 days leave from my duties.
I like that word.
What word?
Duty.
It is horrible sometimes.
That's because you think it's narrow. But it isn't. It contains infinities. And so...
What is this jargon?
An infinity of absolution, for instance. But as to this other world, who's going to look for it? And the tale that's in it?
You.
Huh? As you will. In that world, then, there was once upon a time a naval commanding officer and a Scandinavian. It was a world of seas and continents and islands.
Like the earth?
Yes. A war was going on in that world, and many young men in it, mostly in wardrooms and messes, used to say to each other, it's a bad war, but it's better than no war at all. That sounds flippant, doesn't it?
Yes.
Let's get back to our commanding officer, who, of course, commanded a ship, a warship. But he used to be sent out with her along certain coasts to see what he could see, just that. Sometimes he had some preliminary information to help him, and sometimes he hadn't. It was in the early days of the war. The ship was sailing in northern waters, steaming along her beat in sight of a rocky, dangerous coast that stood out intensely black, like an Indian ink drawing on gray paper. Well, anything to report?
No, sir. Not so much as a fishing boat. Nothing stirring on shore there. The coast's absolutely deserted.
I never mind about the coast. It's the sea we're interested in. You know what used to amaze me was the way that the war never seemed to change it. Just the same expanse of water, neither more friendly nor more hostile. It's impossible to believe that that same horizon has now become one great circular ambush.
Yes, it is until you see a ship blow up all of a sudden and plop under almost before you know what's happened to her.
Then you believe it, all right. After that, you keep your eyes on her to see what you can see. You begin to wonder whether one day you may not die from something you haven't seen.
You know, in some ways, one almost envies the soldiers. At the end...
Look, sir. Out there, ahead, on the starboard bow.
Quick, man. Hard a port. It may be a mine. Ahead of the ship, something was floating and rolling lazily on the sea. Something, but what? The ship's course was altered to pass the object close. It was necessary to have a good look at it and to see what one could see, close, but without touching it. It was not advisable to come in contact with objects of any form floating carelessly about.
Small wreckage, perhaps. But there shouldn't be any wreckage here.
No. The last reported torpedoings were a long way westward. But one never knows. There may have been others that weren't reported, gone with all hands.
Yeah. Seems to be a battle. Here, have a look through the glasses, sir.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Pretty obvious proof of what we've suspected all along. But certain neutrals round here haven't been quite so neutral as they should have been.
U-boats?
Yes. Replenishing the stores of U-boats. Somewhere not so very far off, either.
Yes, but why leave the evidence lying about like this?
Why, indeed.
Almost looks as though it had been done on purpose. But what on earth for?
More probably it was an oversight. Or maybe somebody had to get away quickly before they were spotted.
Well, it's proof of what we were pretty certain of before. And plain, too.
How much good it'll do us. The parties are miles away. The U-boat, the devil only knows where. But ready to kill. And the noble neutral slipping away to the eastward, ready with a pack of lies.
Yeah. Well, they won't have to lie very much. Fellows like that, unless caught in the act, are pretty safe.
Yes. I suppose they can afford to chuckle. They probably don't even care a rap for the bit of evidence left behind. It's a game where practice makes you bold, and successful, too.
Yes, well, perhaps this will be once too often. May not have been all that long ago.
It doesn't have to have been by the look of things. Not in this kind of weather. You see, the fog's coming up again. A solid white wall of it. Well, here we go again. In 5 minutes, we were in the thick of it. Great convolutions of vapor flew over, swirling about our masts and funnel, which looked as if they were beginning to melt. Then they vanished. The ship was stopped. All sounds ceased. The very fog became motionless, growing denser as if solid in its amazing, dumb immobility. Men at their stations lost sight of each other. Footsteps sounded stealthily. Rare voices, impersonal and remote, died away without resonance. A blind, white stillness took possession of the world.
14 fathoms!
Well, what do we do now? Here, wait a minute. The fog's lifting.
Only in patches. Look, there's the shoreline again. Ah, that's a bit better.
38 fathoms!
Right. Now I know where I am again. We're going inshore.
Yes, but...
It's all right. I know this stretch of coast like the back of my hand. That peak there's the southern shore of a fjord. We're going to ease round into it and sit tight till the weather mends. There's plenty of sea room and we can drop anchor. Keep the leadsman stinging out. Slowly, with infinite caution and patience, they crept in closer and closer, seeing no more of the cliffs than the effervescent dark loom with a narrow border of angry foam at its foot. At the moment of anchoring, the fog was so thick, all they could see they might have been 1,000 miles out in the open sea. Yet the shelter of the land could be felt. There was a peculiar quality in the stillness of the air, very faint, very elusive. The wash of the ripple against the encircling land reached their ears with mysterious, sudden pauses. Well, that's that. There's about half a mile between us and the other side of the fjord. We can stay here till the fog lifts. We get a chance to see what we're doing again.
Well, it seems to be lifting already, sir. Back there, towards the open sea.
By Jove, it does. Quite a bright patch.
Here, wait a minute. What's that?
Give me the glasses.
I could almost swear.
Well, you'd be right then. There's another ship out there, lying at anchor.
Yes, but hang it. It's a wonder we didn't run slap into her when we came in.
Yes, it certainly is.
But why didn't she make herself known, rung her bell? She must have heard us coming in. We came in pretty quietly, admittedly, but they must have heard our leadsman at least. We couldn't have passed her more than 50 yards off.
Quite. What you might call a close shave.
We never heard a sound from her. Fellows on board must have been holding their breaths.
I rather think that's what they were doing.
Ah. Had we better take a look at them, sir?
I think we better had. At first, I supposed she was just a coaster standing to. I'm not so sure the more I think about it. In fact, I'm not at all sure. Laura Bolton sent a boarding party across to her. I want to know a little more about that ship.
Aye, aye, sir.
The boat was lowered and moved away into the fog. The white swirl of vapor that lay on the water spotted it up as though it had been sunk. Only the shadowy outline of the mystery ship remained afloat above the drifting whiteness. For a quarter of an hour, there was utter silence, and then the boarding party returned, appearing suddenly alongside. The officer in charge came up to make his report. Well, what is she, a coaster?
No, sir, a stranger, a neutral.
No, really? Well, tell us a little bit more about her, then. What's she doing here, anyway?
Well, they said they've had engine trouble, so they stood in here to keep out of the weather.
Did they? Well, how did they get in here if they had engine trouble?
I asked them that, sir. They said they were drifting about in the fog for 3 days. Then the wind got up, and they simply ran before it when they saw where it was taking them.
Well, I suppose that's just possible. The wind's in the right quarter, such as it is. There's hardly enough of it, I'd have thought.
Oh, no, sir. This was 4 days ago. Apparently, there was quite a stiffish breeze blew up. They were even afraid of a gale.
Ah, well, that checks, too. If they're talking about last Friday. Quite a plausible story, isn't it? What about the ship's papers?
Our papers in perfect order, sir. I checked them carefully. She sailed from Gothenburg last Monday, 8 days ago, with a cargo for Newcastle. General merchandise, all checking with the manifest. From what I could see of her, sir, she's quite in the clear.
She is, eh?
Well, the master said he didn't know where they were, said they'd been drifting about so long in the fog, he didn't have any good idea of his position. He asked me for a bearing, but I didn't give him one till I'd checked with you, sir.
Good. Just one thing. What about her engines now? Are they still disabled?
No, sir. She has steam on them.
Ah, she has. Number one, you know, I think you were right after all. They were holding their breath as we passed them. They certainly were.
In a moment, we continue with Theatre Royal. We'd like to remind you of the fine parade of good listening tomorrow night on NBC. Jerome Kern's musical drama Sonny takes the spotlight on The Railroad Hour, starring Gordon MacRae and lovely Lucille Norman. Then Howard Barlow and the Firestone Symphony Orchestra joined with Metropolitan basso Cesare Siepi, the guest artist on The Voice of Firestone. Later, George London returns to The Telephone Hour, with Donald Voorhees conducting the Bell Telephone Orchestra. Top off your Monday evening of musical entertainment when Paul Laval conducts his city service Band of America in a double salute to the Safety Congress and National Bible Week. And you'll want to join that lovable pair, Fibber McGee and Molly, as they find themselves involved in another laugh-provoking misadventure the whole family will enjoy. That's followed by an amusing storytelling session as jokester Senator Ed Ford and his quick-witted partners Peter Donald, Harry Hirschfield, and former Governor Harold Hoffman get together to outdo one another on Can You Top This? Later Monday, enjoy a swashbuckling drama when MacDonald Carey stars in another thrilling episode of Jason and the Golden Fleece. And remember, tomorrow NBC joins the state of Ohio in a salute to popular funster Bob Hope, heard each morning with a quarter hour of helpful and hilarious tips to the housewife. For the best in listening entertainment, you'll want to stay tuned to your NBC radio network. And now we return to Theatre Royal.
I tell you, number one, I don't like it. I don't like it one little bit. Somewhere around here, as we know very well, a German U-boat has been restocked, probably by a neutral vessel. Here in this fjord, we find a neutral vessel hiding away in the fog.
But her story was perfectly plausible, sir.
Yes, a little bit too plausible to my mind. If she wasn't trying to avoid us, why didn't she make herself known when we came in? She must have heard us.
Well, a fog like this does muffle small sounds, sir. And what could their object be, after all?
To sneak out unnoticed once we'd passed her by.
Oh, then why didn't they, sir? They might have done, you know. Not exactly unnoticed, perhaps. I don't suppose they could have slipped their cable without making some noise. Still, in a minute or two, they'd have been gone before we'd fairly made them out. Yet they didn't.
Well, I suppose that's true enough. What did you make of the crew, Johnson?
Oh, the usual lot, sir. The engineers, quite typical, I should say. Very full of the way they repaired their engines. The mate a bit surly, perhaps. Not much English. The master, rather an impressive sort of a fellow in his way. Typically Scandinavian. Civil enough, but appeared to have been drinking. Seemed to be recovering from a regular bout of it.
Oh, he did, eh? What instructions did you give him?
Oh, I told him I couldn't give him permission to proceed, sir. He said he wouldn't dare to move his ship her own length out in a fog like this, permission or no permission. I left a man on board all the same.
Quite right. Well, keep an eye on her as much as you can with all this fog about, and keep your ears open.
Aye, aye, sir.
I don't know. Maybe I'm a bit too suspicious, but I can't help feeling that this very plausible ship may very well have been the one that had a rendezvous with that U-boat out there.
But you could never prove it, sir.
Well, I don't know. I want to have a look at it myself.
But from the report we've had, I'm afraid you couldn't even make a case for reasonable suspicion, sir. Could you?
I'll go on board all the same. Muster another boarding party.
Aye, aye, sir.
What did I expect to find? Well, I couldn't have told anybody, not even myself. I suppose what I really expected to find there was an atmosphere, the atmosphere of gratuitous treachery, which to my mind nothing could excuse. But how could I detect it, sniff it, taste it, receive some mysterious communication which would turn my invincible suspicion into a certitude strong enough to provoke action with all its risks? I went aboard. The master, large, robust Scandinavian, led the way to the chart room.
It is not very comfortable, but while I am at sea, this is where I live.
Aha.
Oh, take a seat, please. What can I do for you?
Oh, it's nothing. It's merely a routine check. Your papers appear to be in order.
No, of course. If it had not been for trouble with the engines, we would have been in England, in Newcastle.
Instead of which?
Oh, we are here.
Aha.
No, what I mean is, I don't know where we are. Oh, and it all for 3 days we drift in the fog with our engines broken down. I tell you, we might be anywhere.
So the fog's been after you for a week?
Yes, that's no exaggeration. 8 days. We leave Göteborg last Monday, last week. On Tuesday, I am somewhere south of here, and my engines break down. We drift in the fog, I don't know where, and then the wind gets up, and we put in here. Since then, there has been nothing but fog again.
So you've been anchored here all that time?
Yeah, that's right, 4 days. Oh, isn't it enough to drive a man out of his mind? Well, and it's like this. This ship is my own. Your officer has seen the papers. She isn't much, as you can see for yourself. Just an old cargo boat, just a bare living for my family. Those are their pictures up there.
Yes, you'll be making a fortune for your family with this old ship before you've finished.
Please.
I mean, out of the war.
Ah, yes. Out of the war. Well, what of that? You wouldn't be angry about it, would you? Oh, you are too much of a gentleman. We didn't bring this war on you.
No, I suppose you didn't.
Oh, and suppose we sat down and cried. What good would that be? Oh, let those cry who made all the trouble. Oh, time is money, you say in English. Well, this time is money. Oh, yes, it is money, all right.
Well, I'm glad you're satisfied. Well, I suppose you've made it perfectly clear that the war's not your fault and why you're here. Your logbook confirms that very minutely. Of course, a logbook may be cooked.
Please?
I say a logbook may be cooked, faked, used as an alibi. Nothing easier.
Oh. But you can't suspect me of anything. My cargo is made out for an English port in Newcastle.
True.
Well, now how can you suspect me? And what is it you suspect me of doing?
Well, I haven't said that I do suspect you. What makes you think I might?
But what you said about the logbook.
Well, I find you lying here with steam up, hiding in the fog.
But my engines have been repaired, so at last I can get steam up again.
Why didn't you make yourself known when you heard us coming into the fjord?
Well, I hear nothing. I do not know you are there until your boat come along.
But you must have heard our leadsman.
Please.
You must have heard the shout of our leadsman, taking the depth as we came by.
I was in this chat room. I hear nothing at all.
I wondered what he'd do if I accused him to his face of being what I suspected he was. Supposing I did that and watched his face, would he betray himself in some way? Oh, it was perfectly plain the fellow had been drinking. Oh, yes, he'd been drinking. We'd have had a lie ready all the same. I turned away in disgust and went up on the deck, where I had the crew mustered formally for an inspection. You the chief engineer?
Yeah.
What's been the trouble with your engines?
Please?
Your engines broke down, didn't they?
Oh, yeah. The main... how do you say? The main feed became loose, and the steam was not right in the cylinder. Also, the condenser chamber was wrong.
When was this?
A week ago, last Tuesday.
Uh-huh. You the mate?
Yeah.
Let me see your papers.
Oh, here.
Where did you join the ship?
You're the boy?
When?
3 months ago.
This is your first trip to Hull?
We are not bound for Hull. We are bound for Newcastle.
I could discover no flaw in the logbook story. So at last I dismissed them. My impression of them was that they were a well-picked lot. They'd probably been promised a fistful of money each if the trip paid off. All slightly anxious, but not frightened. Not a single one of them likely to give the show away. At last I returned to the chart room. The master still lingered there. He appeared to have been drinking while I was away on deck.
Sit down, please.
I dare say you're wondering at my proceedings, though I'm not detaining you, am I? I mean, you wouldn't care to move in this fog?
I don't know where I am.
You didn't happen to notice any unusual objects floating about while you were at sea?
Objects? What objects? We were groping blind in the fog for days before we put in.
Oh, we had a few clear intervals. And earlier today, I saw something out there that makes me suspect that not so very long since a U-boat was contacted and restocked. Perhaps by a neutral vessel.
Oh, I see. But you only suspect that. You have no proof.
Oh, well, perhaps not. But I also have my information. That's why I happen to be here at all. Shooting's too good for people to conceive neutrality in that sort of manner.
Oh, yes, perhaps.
No, there's no perhaps about it.
Oh, no, you are right. But what about the tempters? We better kill off that lot. There's 4, 5, 6 million of them. Oh, but I had better hold my tongue. You have some suspicions.
No, I've no suspicions.
Oh, well, let us put it like this. We know that you English are gentlemen, but, well, let us speak the truth. Why should we love you so very much? You haven't done anything to be loved. We don't love the Germans either, of course, but they haven't done anything for that either. Well, a fellow comes along with a bag of gold. Oh, I haven't been in Rotterdam on my last voyage for nothing.
Oh, I'm sure. You'll be able to tell our people something interesting when you get to Newcastle.
Oh, I might. But you keep some people in your pay at Rotterdam, so let them report. I am neutral, aren't I?
So you say.
Well, listen. Have you ever seen a poor man on one side and a bag of gold on the other? Oh, of course, I couldn't be tempted. I haven't the nerve for it. Oh, I tell you, it is nothing to me. I just talk openly for once.
Yes, I'm listening to you.
Well, now that I know you have no suspicions, I talk. You don't know what a poor man is. I do. I'm poor myself. This old ship isn't much, and she's mortgaged, too. Bare living no more. Oh, of course, I wouldn't have the nerve, but a man who has the nerve. You see, the stuff he takes aboard looks like other cargo packages, barrels, tins, copper tubes, whatnot. He doesn't see it working. It isn't real to him, but he sees the gold. That's real. Oh, of course, nothing would induce me. I suffer from an internal disease. I would go crazy with anxiety or take to drink or something. No, the risk is too great. It would be ruin.
It would be death.
Well, it is nothing to me. I am not one of those.
No, of course not. Well, I'm going to clear you fellows off this coast at once, all of you. Now, begin with you. You must leave in half an hour.
What, leave in this fog?
Yes, you'll have to go in this fog.
But I don't know where I am. I tell you, 3 days I drifted lost in the fog.
Uh-huh. So you don't know how to get out, don't you? Well, I'm giving you your course. You steer south by east, half-east, for about 4 miles, then you'll be clear to hold to the westward for your port. The weather will clear up before very long.
But please, in weather like this, I tell you, I haven't the nerve to do it.
I'm ordering you to do it, unless you want me
No,
to.
I tell you, I have had enough of this board.
Yeah. You'll leave within the next half hour. You steam, and I've given you your course.
But please, I do not know where I am.
I've given you your course.
Very well, sir. I have no choice.
I returned to my ship, leaving the master standing there as if he were rooted to the deck. Within the next 10 minutes, I heard their anchor being weighed. Then, shadowy in the fog, she steamed away out of the fjord on to her given course. Well, my dear, that's the end of the tale.
In fact, you let him go.
Now listen. That course would lead the ship straight onto the rocks beyond the mouth of the fjord. He steamed out, he ran into them, and went down. So, he had spoken the truth. He did not know where he was.
But surely...
I proved nothing. Nothing either way. It may have been the only truth in all his story. Yes. He seems to have been driven out by a menacing stare. Nothing more.
And you knew?
Ah, yes, I gave that course to him. It seemed to me the supreme test. I believe... No, I don't believe. I don't know. At the time, I was certain. They all went down. I don't know whether I've done stern retribution or murder. I don't know. I shall never know.
Oh, my poor...
I shall never know.
This is Laurence Olivier again. I would like to extend my thanks to Ralph Richardson for that fine performance in Joseph Conrad's story, The Tale. Our thanks, as usual, should also go to the excellent supporting cast. I shall have with me as my guest on next week's program another good friend of the theater, John Gielgud. Until then, when I look forward to your company, au revoir, and thank you.
Sir Laurence Olivier introduced, as usual, today's transcribed program. The script was by D.G. Brightson. The music was under the direction of Sidney Torch. Theatre Royal is an NBC presentation, produced and directed by Harry Allen Towers.
I'd like to say a few words about health. Over 50% of all family colds can be traced to uneven heat or overheating in the home. So protect your family's health by burning blue coal, America's finest anthracite. Then you will be sure of steady, lasting, healthful heat at less cost. The next time you order fuel, ask for blue coal by name. You don't have to get a full supply. Your nearest blue coal dealer will be glad to send you a trial ton. Phone him tomorrow.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The creaking door. The manufacturers of State Express 3-5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking door. Good evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is open, so do come in. We're going to take a little trip to the Isle of Haiti, to the land of voodoo and zombies and walking dead. Don't look too closely at the faces of the zombies. It would be terrible if you saw yourself.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
Do you believe that one can travel in time? They do in Haiti. In fact, the local witch doctors, for a fee, can sometimes be persuaded to bring back from the past or future an article of your choosing.
Yes, white man.
I want to see you.
You wish me to travel for you.
How did you know?
Many doors which are closed to you, white man, are open for my people.
I've heard rumors. Well, they sound impossible. Are they true? I mean, can you really travel in time?
I can do many things which you would not believe. Even if I did them in front of your eyes, you would not believe them. There, Luca is offering you something to drink. He cannot ask you, for he cannot speak.
He gave me quite a start. I didn't see him standing there. It's very dark in here, isn't it?
Only for those who have eyes.
I beg your pardon?
I have been blind for many moons.
You just told me that this man was offering me something to drink. Well, how could
I
you see?
have no eyes, but I see more than you, white man. Take the drink. Otherwise, Luca will stand there forever.
Thank you. Is he also blind? I mean, his eyes seem to have an odd breeze look.
Luca is dead. What is it you wish to speak to me about, white man?
Dead? What do you mean, dead? He was standing here. You
people do not believe, so therefore for you they do not exist. For us, the living dead are always with us.
Zombies?
What is it that you wish me to bring?
Can you travel in time?
Tell me what it is you want to be done, and I will tell you if I can do it and how much it will cost you.
I want you to go into the future. Let's say 70, 80 years from now.
Go on.
Can you do that?
What do you want me to bring?
I want you to bring me my wife's skeleton.
And if I do this thing, can you pay me my prize?
I'll pay you anything at all.
You are a clever man, Mr. Hewan. If you possess your wife's skeleton now, then she, of course, cannot exist, but she will not be dead. You will not have murdered her, but you will be rid of her. This is your idea.
Yes. I can't think of any other way. I don't really believe in it will work, but I can't think of any other way.
If you want to be rid of the woman, then there are many ways, surely. In your world, a man can get rid of a wife quite easily, I've been told.
Not this wife. She won't give me a divorce, but I can't go on living with her.
And you also covet her money, which she will not give to you if you leave her. But you haven't the courage to kill her, is that right?
It isn't a question of not having the courage. I just couldn't do it.
Very well, Mr. Hayward. For a fee which we will discuss later, I will do this thing for you. I will cause your wife to disappear from the face of the earth. I will bring back her skeleton from the future. Once it arrives here, in this time, she will cease to exist.
Where will she go?
I think it is better that you don't know that. When must I do this thing?
Not yet. I don't want to do anything yet. I was talking to this person, and I heard that these sorts of things happened. I didn't believe him. I just wanted to inquire.
Think about it and make up your mind.
I will. I'll let you know.
There will be no need to let me know. Once you have made up your mind, I will know it. And I will do the thing you ask.
Is that you, John? About time, too.
I'm sorry I'm late. I was kept at the office.
I don't believe that, and you know it. Where did you get to?
I told you. I had business to attend to.
You're lying.
For heaven's sake, Betty, don't you understand? I don't enjoy our life together. Why do you insist on us staying together?
Oh, I know I'm not attractive, John. I'm tall. I'm big. I'm fat. I know that. But I wanted to get married, and I knew that I'd have to settle for quite a bit less than love. Well, you're the one that I decided on. I love you, John. Oh, I know you don't love me. But that doesn't matter. I love you. And you've had the use of my money. It's a fair bargain, isn't it?
Well, I've had enough, dear. I'm sick and tired of being married to you.
And that's a pity, because there's nothing you can do about it. Unless you murder me. And I don't think you have the courage for that, have you?
I'm warning you, Betty. You better give me the divorce I want, or else
Or else what?
Or else I'll get rid of you. I swear I'll get rid of you. All right. Maybe I haven't got the courage to do it myself, but I can always get someone to get rid of you. Don't forget that.
Hadn't you better be going? It's past 2 o'clock.
Well, no, don't worry. She won't wake up till dawn. I dosed her drink again.
Does she know about me?
No, she keeps talking about that woman, but she can't know anything.
Well, what are we going to do, John? I'm not prepared to carry on like this, snatching an hour here, an hour there. I want you for myself, all the time.
So do I, Carol. You know that, but what can I do? She won't give me a divorce.
Leave her.
It's all very well to say that, but what will we live on? You know how much I make. That wouldn't keep you in perfume.
Then get rid of her. Everything will go to you then.
I know, but
What?
Well, it's not as easy as that. I couldn't just kill her. I couldn't murder her.
You're pretty spineless, really, aren't you, John, dear?
It's not a question of being spineless. You talk about it as if it were just a question of having a haircut. I couldn't just murder her.
On this island, there are plenty of men who do the job for you, if the money was right.
I couldn't do that either. I thought about it, but I can't do it.
Well, I'm not prepared to hang on much longer, my dear. You'd better make up your mind pretty quick which of us you want. Because it's either her or me. You can't have us both.
I'm working on something. There is a way.
What way?
I'd rather not say. I'll give her one last chance tomorrow. If she won't agree to a divorce, then I'll do it. I'm
sorry, John. That's final. I won't give you a divorce. can do what you like.
All right. You've asked for it. I've tried to be reasonable, but you just won't try to understand. I hate you. Do you hear? I hate you. I can't even find it in my heart to feel sorry for what's going to happen.
I have done it.
But I mean, he was only 10 minutes
When
ago.
one moves back and forward in time, then time itself becomes unimportant.
Where is it?
Luca has the bones. They are in a small box. He will bring it to you.
No, I don't want to see it.
Do you wish the bones to be destroyed?
No, I can't do that. Then she really would be dead.
Then you must take them with you.
Yes, all right. I'll take them with me. Put them down over there. Then she no longer exists.
How can she exist? Her bones are at your feet. Her body could not exist without bones, could it?
I suppose not.
You must keep them with you always. You must not allow any part of them to be lost. Otherwise, your wife will be incomplete, you understand?
But I can't keep these with me. Well, good heavens, the police will immediately suspect me of murdering her. She has disappeared, and all of a sudden I have a complete collection of human bones.
You need not worry on that score. These bones are 100 years old. Your wife disappeared this morning.
It's impossible. It must be impossible.
It is impossible. But it has been done. Now we come to the question of payment. What is it worth to you, Mr. Hayward, to be rid of your wife?
Anything. I'll pay you anything. I'll give you any money you want.
I don't want money. What use would I make of money?
Well, what do you want?
At present, nothing.
Nothing?
At present.
You mean there's no payment? You want no payment?
Oh, I want payment. And I will get it ultimately, but not yet.
Well, what do you want?
You, Mr. Hayward. That is my payment. I want your soul.
Smooth and world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today.
Has sold his soul. That is, if you believe in things like souls. Personally, I don't.
My soul? What are you talking about?
When you die, I want your soul. It is very simple.
You're talking rubbish. I didn't agree to anything like that.
I carried out my part of the bargain. You must carry out yours. And don't worry, Mr. Hayward. I'll collect. I know exactly when you're going to die. And I'll collect.
What are you doing?
What does it look as if I'm doing? I'm packing, getting out of here.
Well, a man of action. And what about wifey?
She's not here.
Where is she?
Never mind where she is. She isn't here. That's enough, isn't it?
Darling, I never thought you had it in you. Did you really get rid of her?
I didn't say that.
I didn't know murderers were so touchy about it.
I'm not a murderer, dear. Here, I'm not a murderer.
All right. Well, what are we going to do? Why are you packing? Won't that make the police suspicious?
For the last time, can't you understand? I've got nothing to fear from the police.
Then why the rush to get away?
It's this island, this place. I can't take it any longer. Even the atmosphere is evil. I can feel it all around me. I'm getting away.
Well, you might have let me know.
I was going to collect you on the way to the harbor.
I'll go and pack.
There isn't much time. I'll pick you up in about 2 hours.
2 hours? You must be mad. I can never be ready in 2 hours.
Well, that's when I'm leaving. If you want to come with me, you better be ready then. If not, I'll go without you. One thing is for sure, I'm not staying in this place a minute longer than is necessary.
This way, please. And I see your ticket, sir.
Here.
Cabin 13. Unlucky for some. If you'll follow me, sir. Are you alone, sir?
Well, my wife will be joining me before we sail.
Not much time to go, sir.
I know she knows the time. She'll be here.
Here you are, sir. It's a nice cabin. Anything you need, sir. Can I bring you anything?
No, that's all. Thanks. I'll ring if I need anything.
Very good, sir. I hope you have a pleasant voyage.
But Carol didn't turn up. I don't know if she just missed the boat, but she didn't turn up. We sailed less than an hour later, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I'd done it. There was no doubt about that. But I refused to believe it. I forced myself to open the box which Luca had given to me. It contained the human skeleton, no doubt about that. But I couldn't bring myself to believe that it was Betty's. Why, only that morning I'd woken up in bed with her beside me. It was impossible. These bones were old, but then, of course, they would be old, coming from 100 years in the future. It was impossible. I was frightened. I needed a drink. I went down to the bar.
Hey, Widow Van. Fancy seeing you. I didn't know you would have bought this towel.
Neither did I, did I, a couple of hours ago.
Made up your mind on the spur of the moment, eh? How's the wife?
Well, that's one of the reasons why I'm leaving. Well, she's disappeared. Left me.
Left you? But I thought I saw her up on deck a few minutes ago.
I tried to keep the shock and horror from my eyes as I looked at Bates in utter disbelief. What are you talking about?
That's right, old boy. I could have sworn it was your missus.
I had to get back to the cabin. If Betty was back, it meant only one thing. Someone had destroyed her bones. But she couldn't be back. The bones must be there. I looked at them just before I left, and I locked the cabin door. I raced down to the companionway. I fumbled for the key, and I opened the door. The box was gone. It's impossible. Who could have taken it? It's impossible.
I was looking for you, Mr. Hayward.
What do you want?
I took the liberty, sir, of unpacking for you.
You did what?
I'm your cabin steward, sir. It's my job.
The box. What did you do with the box?
I beg your pardon,
Don't be a fool, man. The box that was standing there. What did you do with it? It had a big padlock on it.
Oh, that old wooden box. I thought you wouldn't be using that on the voyage. I took it down to the hold.
Well, get it back to here. Get it back at once.
Oh, I don't know that I can, sir. It's packed away with all the other stuff that isn't wanted on the voyage. It would be very difficult to get that. Anyway, your wife told me that you wouldn't be needed on the voyage.
My wife? What are you talking about? My wife isn't on board this ship.
Oh, yes, she is, sir. You told me yourself that she would be joining you before we sailed. Well, she did. She came down to the cabin while you went in the bar.
is she now?
I really couldn't say, sir. She didn't speak very much. In fact, come to think of it, she behaved rather strangely.
How strangely?
Well, if I believed all these legends that you hear on the island, I'd say that she behaved like a zombie, one of the living dead.
The living dead? Of course. If she had come back from the dead, but she wasn't dead. No one had killed her. She had just ceased to exist. But if she had appeared again, she must be one of the living dead, and the fact that she was on board the ship meant that she wanted revenge. Revenge on me. I needed time to think. I went up on deck and strolled as casually as I could round the deck, smoking one cigarette after another. Nothing helped to calm my jangled nerves. I was forced to the conclusion that I was being haunted. Haunted by my wife, who was neither alive nor dead.
There you are.
That's you came about a start.
I say, your nerves are in a pretty bad state of
There's nothing wrong with my nerves.
Your wife's looking for you, by the way.
My wife?
Yes, it was her after all. Remember I said I thought I saw her? Well, I wasn't mistaken. We spoke to her just now.
Where did you see her?
Oh, on the after deck, not 50 yards away. She was standing gazing off into space. I say, there's nothing wrong with your wife's eyes, is there?
Why do you ask?
Well, it might have just been the light, but they had a sort of dead look in them. A sort of dead look.
Bates walked out and met me, and I looked towards the stern of the ship. I thought I saw a shadowy figure standing there. But the night was pretty bad. Then the figure started to move towards me. There was a slight seamless, and at times the figure seemed almost to disappear. Then it would reappear again, and all the time it was coming closer. At last, there was no doubt at all. I didn't know in what form, alive or dead, but it was my wife. There was no doubt at all that it was Betty.
Hello, John, dear. Don't look so surprised. You thought you got rid of me, didn't you? But you haven't, you dear. You'll never be rid of me. I'm going to haunt you forever.
Well, Mrs. Hayward, it's very peculiar.
What is the trouble, Doctor?
He's completely paralyzed and he's dumb. Can't speak a word. He can see, there's no doubt about that, and he can hear. But otherwise, he's completely helpless. I should have thought that he must have had some terrible shock, some unbelievable shock. Anyway, whatever the reason, and I can assure you that it's all in the mind, there's nothing organically wrong with him at all. Nothing physical, you understand. But whatever the reason, to all intents and purposes, your husband is completely paralyzed and dumb. I'm afraid that the only thing for him will be to keep him in a home.
Oh, no, Doctor. I couldn't do that. My darling husband. No, Doctor. I'll look after him myself. I'll keep him at home and look after him myself. It'll be a pleasure. So you see, John, dear, you weren't so clever after all. Now here, drink this. Oh, you think I might be poisoning you, do you? Well, don't worry. I'm not. Not yet, anyway. Maybe later. But not until you've suffered a bit more, my dear John. I want to tell you the whole story. I want you to know how stupid you've been. Believing a silly yarn like that. Travel in time and bring something back indeed. Don't you remember who first put the idea in your head about the witch doctor? It was me. I knew you'd go and find out. It was easy to bribe that so-called witch doctor. Just as it was easy to bribe the steward on the boat. I wanted to get my revenge on you for deceiving me with that woman. Carol, I wanted revenge. But I never dreamed it would be so complete. Now I can sit and watch you suffer. And you can't do a thing. And of course you never know when I will slip your voice. Although I promise you, it won't be for a long time.
That business of traveling off into the future and getting the skeleton from the grave. But what puzzles me is this. What is Carol doing down here, moaning about her bones, which she says are in a little boat on board a ship somewhere? I don't understand that at all. Do you?
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door. Of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
If that's the game you're missing because of a mean cold, here's something you should know.
Every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold. Millions more take bromoquinine. Every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold. Bromoquinine.
More people have taken more bromoquinine cold tablets for more complete relief than any other cold tablet ever sold. You could take aspirin or other single-action cold remedies all day and not get bromoquinine's more complete relief, even for virus colds. Bromoquinine works to relieve stuffy nose, body aches, fever, irregularity, the blues, and headache. More complete relief, because bromoquinine is the only cold tablet sold with wonder-working quinine and 5 other medicines, health fortified with vitamin C. Remember,
every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold. Millions more take bromoquinine.
Get bromoquinine brand cold tablet.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Dark fantasy.
I am the spirit
of the demon tree.
£3 on the Jack of Diamonds.
You should tear your money up, Humphreys. It would last you longer.
Perhaps you're right, Crane. But this way I get a sense of honest toil. I say, isn't anyone else betting?
Oh, let's quit. I'm tired of losing.
Oh, look here, old girl. Could I loan you a few pounds?
No, thank you, Crane. I have enough to get me back to London. If we ever do get back.
Now, why do you say that, Clara? It's only a matter of a stage getting through here to the resort and taking us out of this beastly place.
Beastly place is right. Why people come here for a rest is more than I can determine. Honestly, I've never spent such an uncomfortable week in all my life.
Well, think of me. I've been here 3. So have you, Humphreys.
Oh, look here, you two. It's 3 o'clock. And they're expecting the stage around 8 tonight. What do you say the 3 of us go for a bit of a walk through the forest?
I say, why not? Oh, here comes Danvers. Perhaps he'll join us.
Anything to get away from this place. Good afternoon, Danvers.
Greetings, good people. I take it you're no happier than when I left you a while ago.
Oh, the place is as gloomy as a morgue. We've just agreed to take a walk in the forest back of the inn. You're invited to come along if you like.
Sounds like a good enough way to pass the time.
Oh, good. And we all go together. Besides, I'm quite interested in that forest out there. You remember, of course, the story the night clerk told us last evening?
Yes, I don't like him. He talks through his nose. People should talk through their mouths.
No. I mean, what he told us about the forest.
What about the forest? I didn't hear it, Humphreys.
Well, the clerk said it was a gorgeous place. Lots of beautiful foliage, vivid colors, clear water lakes.
But nobody goes there. It's so beautiful.
That's just it, Clara. You see, people have gone there and never come back.
Rubbish. A lot of nonsense. Why, the clerk is just superstitious, that's all.
I am inclined to agree with you, Danvers. Why, he even told us an absurd story about a tree out there in that forest that's supposed to strangle people.
Strangle them? How?
Oh, I don't know. With its branches, I suppose. Just some absurd legend that people around here like to believe.
I believe it's more than just a legend, Crane.
Eh?
And what makes you say that, old man?
Here. I talked to the clerk again later last night. He dug out this old newspaper clipping for me. Read it, Danvers, aloud.
Old is right. Almost illegible.
Well, read it.
It says, London, England, April 21st, 1857. It is reported that Sir Horace Wakefield, Earl of Dorset, was found strangled last night in Barlow Forest. His body was discovered entangled in the branches of a huge oak tree.
Oh.
Go on. Read the rest of it.
Earl's death recalls to mind the weird tale of the witch of Barlow Forest, who is said to have lived in the 16th century. An evil old hag who, upon having a falling out with Sir Thomas Holy Wakefield, cursed him and warned him that any of his descendants who entered Barlow Forest would surely perish.
Charming old girl, wasn't she?
No. Don't scoff until you've heard the rest of it.
Go on, Danvers.
She also added that any person or persons with the Wakefield descendant would also die. She is said to have planted an acorn smeared with her own blood. The acorn is supposed to have grown into a towering oak capable of moving about from place to place in Barlow Forest. Sir Horace is the 6th of the Wakefield line to have perished by strangulation in the forest.
Thomas Hurley Wakefield. I wonder.
You wonder what, Crane?
My mother's name was Wakefield. I was just wondering if she was related to Sir Thomas.
Oh, of course not, Crane. It's just a story.
But an extraordinary story, wouldn't you say?
Well, yes. Wouldn't do very well as a bedtime story, would it?
A demon tree. I wonder if we could find it.
Well, let's have a try, shall we?
I'm game.
Don't let anybody say I'm not.
Then let's go. Oh, Humphrey's going along. I say, Humphreys, are you daydreaming?
No, I was just thinking. Wouldn't it be odd if the whole thing were true? If we all went in there and didn't come back.
Well, do you gentlemen see any way we can get into that forest?
It's as dense as Father Time's beard. Doesn't seem to be an opening anywhere.
I think we can get in over here.
Oh, all right. Coming, Danvers.
There seems to be a footpath over here. Only one along this line of the forest. There, see?
Oh, yes, you're right. Come on, I'll lead. We'd better remember the way back. It'd be hard to get out of here if we didn't know where this opening is.
Don't worry, I'll remember it. I'm good at landmarks.
Go ahead, Clara. I'm right behind you.
I say, do any of you feel that?
Feel what, Danvers?
The chill. I feel like it's 20 degrees colder in this place.
I feel that way, too.
So do I.
Well, it's naturally cooler in the woods where the sun doesn't shine.
But not this much cooler.
I don't like this place. I'm for going back to the inn.
Oh, let's get on ahead a little ways. I say, it is pretty in here.
Pretty or not, it gives me the creeps.
It isn't the kind of cold caused by climatic changes.
What was that, Denver?
I said it's a different kind of cold. It's the kind that creeps up your spine when some evil comes over you.
Oh, now, Danvers. You're just letting that newspaper story play on your mind.
Wait a minute, eh? Look! That tree there in front of us. It looks like a human giant.
Jove! You're right, Danvers.
I could swear it moved just a moment ago.
It did move. I saw it, too.
That's the strangest looking tree I ever saw. Look at that bark. I wonder if...
Clem! What's wrong, man?
I just touched the bark of that tree and it didn't feel like bark at all.
What?
No, it felt like human skin.
Here, let me feel it. By heaven, it's true. It does feel like skin. Warm and smooth and soft.
Yes. It feels that way to me, too.
Here, Humphreys, you touch it.
No, thanks.
Go ahead, Humphreys. Feel it.
I have no desire to. You see, I'm sure you're right.
What's that?
I feel that this is the demon tree of Barlow Forest.
Humphreys.
I think we've seen enough of this place, haven't we? Let's get back to the inn.
Yes, let's.
All right. Come on.
I say, wait a minute. Have you noticed how dark it is? All of a sudden.
The sun's behind a cloud, probably.
It's impossible to see the sky through this foliage.
It is darker. I can hardly see where I'm walking.
Are you quite sure this is the right way? I don't remember this clearing.
I don't either.
Wait a minute. By heaven, this isn't the way.
It must be. We're on the path, aren't we?
No. No, I don't think we are. It's so dark. Do any of you have a flash?
I certainly don't remember this clearing. I think... What was that?
What was what, Crane?
You'll think this is foolish, but I swear I felt the branch of a tree brush across my face and shoulder.
That's impossible. There's not a tree within 50 feet of us.
But I felt it, I tell you. It rustled like a branch covered with leaves, and yet it felt warm and soft, like human flesh.
Crane, are you sure?
Yes, look, we're lost here. It's dark as night, right in the middle of the afternoon. And we've lost the path and that tree.
Easy, Crane. Now keep your head, man.
I'm getting out of here. I'm not going to stay here and be murdered.
Crane! Stay with us.
No. I'm going to find the path and get out of here.
Crane, stay here. We'll find a way back.
I don't want to stay here and die. I want to get away from this place.
Crane, don't be a fool. Crane!
Gone.
Now he is in for it. We're better off by staying together.
I don't know whether we are or not.
Listen.
It's Crane.
Sounds like he's strangling.
Come on.
Oh, he couldn't have gotten far.
Right over here, I think.
Now, take it easy now. Be careful.
Oh, there he is.
Yes. Stretched out on the ground. Like he was dead.
Look at him.
Oh. Marks on his throat. Like hands would make.
That wasn't done by hands. See? Stains on his skin. Green stains.
Thomas Wakefield Crane.
Oh, what a horrible way for him to die.
Clara, that tree. This is where we first saw it. Now it's gone.
Humphreys, you're right. This is where it was. I'm sure of it.
Then what's happened to it?
The important question is, what are we going to do with Crane?
We'll have to leave him here till we can find a way out of this place.
Poor Crane. It happened so quickly. One minute he was with us, and the next...
We warned him not to leave us. Now, the three of us had better stay close together.
Oh, yes, for heaven's sakes, let's not get separated.
And do come on. There's nothing we can do for Crane now. We've got to find our way out of here.
It just doesn't seem right, leaving him there.
It's all we can do. Come on.
How do we know which way to go?
We don't. All we can do is keep moving and hope to find the path again.
Oh, it's horrible. Wandering about like this, like nothing but a group of marionettes.
Controlled by what strange puppeteer?
What's that, Humphreys?
I said, controlled by what strange puppeteer?
Humphreys, surely you don't think we've been purposely led into this?
Who can say?
Oh, now, Humphreys. Crane went off the deep end. We've got to keep our heads.
We found a way in. Surely we'll find a way out.
Yes. Yes, we did find a way in. But what about the chill? The darkness?
There's some explanation. Perhaps a storm is coming up. Yes, that could be it. Couldn't it?
Storms don't rise that quickly in this part of the country.
And the darkness. It came down on this forest like a shroud.
Yes. Came so quickly. Reminded me of how a corpse must feel in his coffin when the lid is put over him.
Look here, Humphreys. I'm about fed up with that sort of talk.
Only a fool refuses to face the facts, Danvers. You know this isn't any ordinary situation we're in. The chill of winter in the summertime. Darkness in mid-afternoon. And a tree that strangles.
It was probably just an accident, Crane's death.
Why don't you stop trying to tell yourself that the tree was only an imaginary thing? We all know that it's real.
Humphreys.
And as alive as any of us. The bark did feel like human flesh.
Danvers. Humphreys. Look.
What is it? A glow of light there ahead of us.
It's the tree.
There. Now, what do you think, Danvers? Look. It's the tree moving along in a glow of phosphorescent light.
Good heavens. It's the same tree.
It looks like a human giant.
It was nowhere near here. It was back there.
Do you two see what the tree is carrying?
It's carrying Crane. It's got him tucked up under that huge branch that looks like a human arm.
It's fading now. Disappearing again.
Fading away. Yes. Gone. He's gone.
Now do you believe, Danvers? Now do you admit that the tree is alive?
What else can I believe? I don't know.
Danvers, look out!
He's fallen into a water pit.
Help! Humphrey! It's quicksand!
Humphrey, he's sinking.
Help! I'm into my waist! Get me out of here!
Stand still, Danvers. You'll just sink deeper.
Quick! Help me out of here! Get something I can grab onto!
Here, Danvers.
Danvers, grab the end of that pole. Here, let me help Humphrey.
Grab it, Danvers. Grab it.
The pole, Danvers. Grab the end and we'll pull you off.
I can't! That tree branch! It's beating me!
Good Lord. Listen, Clara.
A tree branch. But we can't see it.
I can't get near the pole. The branch keeps beating me back.
Humphreys, do something. He's up to his shoulders now.
I can't make it. I can't help. Take me! Take me!
No, he'll go under the quicksand and strangle.
Danvers, there's nothing I can do.
That tree! The demon tree! There's no saving from it.
He's gone.
Poor devil. Didn't have a chance.
Humphreys, we've got to get out of here. We're all doomed. It's the Wakefield curse.
Clara, stop it.
It is the curse. We're helpless. There's nothing we can do to save ourselves.
Clara, stop it.
Humphreys.
Now, we can't give up. We've got to find a way out of this place. Follow me. Be careful where you step. Whatever happens, keep your head, Clara, for heaven's sake.
I'm so tired. We've walked for hours.
I say, it's getting a little lighter. Clara, up ahead there. Isn't that a path?
What? Oh, you're right, Humphreys. It's the path we came in on.
And look, there's an opening through the trees.
Yes, I remember the landmarks. Oh, thank God for the light.
Come on, Clara. Out of this place. There's nothing we can do for Danvers or Crane now. Clara.
Yes?
I wonder if you feel as I do. I thought we'd be safe back here in the hotel. I don't know how to describe it, but I have a feeling that this whole business isn't over yet.
I know. I've had the same feeling. A feeling that we're not finished with the demon tree.
Or that it's not finished with us.
Yes, exactly.
Here, my room. Better go in and have a drink, Clara. Heaven knows we need one.
Yes, I certainly do.
What's worrying me is how we're going to explain what happened to Craig and Danvers. Yeah, wait a minute. I'll get the light. There.
Humphreys, on the bed there.
Good Lord. The branch of a tree about 2 feet long.
Humphreys, don't touch it.
Look at it. Look at it. A fresh, living branch.
Put it down. Oh, Humphreys, I'm getting out of here.
Where are you going?
Down to the lobby and wait for the stage.
Oh, hold on. I'll go with you. Wait, Clara. Wait, it's 3 flights down. Let's take the elevator.
All right. We can get the thing up here.
It's automatic. Just push the button, it'll come up.
Humphreys, look. Someone left the steel gate open.
I say, that's dangerous.
It certainly is. Humphreys, that branch is pushing. Drop it. Humphreys!
Good Lord. Clara! Clara! That branch! It pushed her down the shaft. It's after me. Get away! Get away! Help me! Help me, somebody! The tree! The demon tree! It's choking me!
Any descendant of Sir Thomas Hurley Wakefield who enters Barlow Forest is doomed to die, and all who enter the forest with him are likewise doomed.
You have just heard The Demon Tree, an original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop. Tonight's cast included Eleanor Naylor Corrin as Clara, Ben Morris, who was Humphreys, Garland Moss took the part of Danvers, and Murillo Schofield was heard as Crane. Next Friday night at this time, the National Broadcasting Company will bring you another unusual and fantastic adventure thriller, Men Call Me Mad, the story of another world and the people who inhabit it. An exciting and weird tale of dark fantasy created by Scott Bishop. Dark fantasy originates in the studios of station WKY, Oklahoma City.
The kitchens of today can be more beautiful in 1949 because this year there's a better, brighter, self-polishing floor wax. It's 1949 Glow Coat. Yes, bright as it's always been, this year Glow Coat is brighter than ever, better than any. Try 1949 Glow Coat on your linoleum this week.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.